Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
You'd think when you get to my age, 39, that you'd have a nice, quiet birthday plan, maybe a meal, see a show, quiet night in maybe. However, I've got a better idea. Come to work and you join me as well on the 3rd of June. That's actually my birthday. You get the presents, you get the discount code. So make sure you join us on Hobbymaker 1 until 8 on the 3rd of June for Dave's birthday bash.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Hello there and welcome back. I am so excited for this app. Naturally because I'm working with Craig, but also you have brought us the most incredible deal. Beautiful stamps and dies.
Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it is only the one show with you.
Oh,
you know,
bless you.
I'm here till Sunday, but you know, at least I get one show is better than no show.
Oh,
Haley, that is for
too
sure.
kind.
But yeah, I am so lucky. I had the privilege of launching these on our website.
Okay.
And then now I get to launch them here at Hobbymaker. Beautiful floral frames here, cutting
Big
into
tick.
your cards. So if you do just want to frame your sentiments, because you get sentiment stamps as well, maybe you want to frame photographs, maybe you want to do shakers, maybe you want to do inky backgrounds, but the statement piece is all done and it's all said within each individual
Absolutely.
die.
Shall I show you those statement pieces before we look at the bundle? So we've got a couple of different ways that you can get hold of these. So all 6 stamp and die sets, they are available as a bundle. So I'll tell you about those in a few moments. But we have a mega bundle that will feature everything that I'm showing you here. but you get way more for little more money. So we're going to go through the 6 to start with. So these are the 6 dies and the stamps that are coming to you. So this is the set where you haven't got the extras. So just letting you know those details up on your screen there. So if you're shopping for this one, you will get the dies along with the stamps because they're part of the bundle, but you won't get the extras that we'll be talking about in just a few moments. So here we go then. Kicking off with, these are beautiful.
Kicking off.
Gorgeous.
I know we always say, Ellie, we shouldn't have favourites.
This is beautiful.
But this is my favourite. One, I like symmetry.
Yes.
Or symmetrical.
Yeah.
And this one, as you can see there, it's given winner vibes. It's given that feel, on a trophy, having that kind of feel to it. But as you can see from the black card, it cuts into your cardstock. Change the size of your cardstock, it's going to cut into anything, but having those 4 sentiments that work with that. But of course, we're going to be able to mix and match.
I love it. Remind me of poppies as well.
Yeah,
so like a memory frame or something like that, maybe. Absolutely beautiful. So that is the first one. Next, I love an oval.
Oval one.
Oh, brilliant.
So what you'll find, there's a mix between ovals, circles, squares. But yeah, that one's just kind of cascading down the corner of that oval there.
Is it going down or is it going
or
across?
Is it going,
Craig?
That's the thing. You've got that option as well. You can do that. It is titled Thinking of You, but if you want to go for your brights or that, then of course these can be any occasions. This would be a lovely one for, I say this quite a lot, I love paper piecing, but I wouldn't paper piece that whole. I would do selective paper piecing.
Yes, yeah,
maybe
highlight
just some of the petals or some of the sentiments.
Idea.
And every sentiment is a different sentiment on all sets.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Oh, daisies. Daisies are just so fresh and airy.
Make you smile. They make you smile. It's a nice one if you want to keep very, very simple, maybe with a yellow and a blue. That's all that you need to do. Oh, kind of rhymes there, doesn't it? But even your metallic cardstock, your subtle cardstock. But yeah, now you can see the difference with this one. It's the top corner and the opposite corner. So it's kind of filling more of that oval.
And this is the first one I've really noticed, that feature of cutting in and cutting out of the card just with one die.
Yeah, got that.
Very, very clever, very clever. Oh, square.
Square.
Perfect.
Going in for the square. But notice what works really well. Yes, it's a square, but you've got the curvature from the petals as well.
Yeah.
So it's not always that the shapes of the design and that backdrop are matching. They do work, but yeah, you've got them again, that nice big corner in one side, but then you've got that little bit more of a subtle floral in the opposite side. So whether you're doing your sentiment or a frame, then it's going to work.
And the thing is, you can't always rotate a square, but you can with these.
Can with that one. And you can rotate them anyway, absolutely. So you're going to get that cornered frame, whichever way you look at it.
Lovely font that's been used throughout as well.
Nice script work with
all now this is a nice one. I like this one. No flowers, but that kind of wispy kind of foliage look.
Yeah, so going to be a good one for into the autumn time, which I know we're not thinking about at the moment. But that one is when we launched them, some people were saying kind of into that jungle look.
Yes, yeah.
Some people were saying they can see corn on the cob.
I must admit, I was thinking autumnal and corn, and yeah,
you could do as well. But then change it with the fresh cardstock, colour cardstock, or pattern paper, you're going to get a different look.
Absolutely. And I guess with some of these as well, you could kind of multi-layer them if you wanted to. Oh, I like this one. Very balanced.
Isn't that a really good one? Now, like you've said with the other ones, you can change these anyway. I like the way it's been done here, and it's just about the way the card's been rotated with more of that floral flourish at the top and then the subtler one at the bottom. But again, if you turned it on its side then, Hayley, it's not going to be top and bottom. It's going to be left and right.
Yes,
So you've got that feature. But then, even that bit of square cardstock, turn the die slightly, it's at opposite corners.
Wherever it is,
so many ways in which you can use them. And again, 4 other different sentiments.
And it's a nice one as well if you want to slice your card in half and just have like a semicircle.
That's it. You can do. Yeah, you really could do.
Beautiful sentiments. I'm sure you've been reading those as we've been going through. Lots of kind of connotations to florals, but then also lots of family occasions featuring in there as well. So when you get these on their way to you, they come beautifully packaged with a little bit of inspiration on there. Of course, if you go and look at Crafter'S, you'll find all sorts of inspiration in addition to those, but that will get you started. And it will get you started with regards to the larger bundle as well. well. So that is the key thing. Bear in mind, you're going to get everything that you can see here for £77.94. Well, no, you've been checking your baskets out, so you know that price is going to come down. £59.99. So to save that kind of money on a set like this, Stamps and Dies, beautiful.
And then what you'll find as well within this hour, Hayley, and yes, I'm here till Sunday. This is the only show that I've got.
Oh, is it?
But with this brand new
okay.
collection. And in the second demonstration within this show now, I'll show you how to use them as stencils.
Excuse me?
So they're not just dies, they're
right.
stencils.
Playing with my head now. So let's get that collection to you, because I know lots of you have been looking at that as well. So the stamps that we've just been looking at, all 6 of those, there's 5 stamps and, 5 dies and stamps in each one of those sets as you're looking at them. So that's all of those. So we saw those a few moments ago. In addition to that, you've got the elements that I've got to the side of me. Now this makes it into a fabulous bundle where you can get creative the moment it arrives, and this is brilliant. Now a 12 by 12 pad by itself, I mean, if you're shopping for a 12 by 12 pad, these can vary in price, but this particular one we've got here, I love those gorgeous colours we've got in here. So that by itself, I think is around £16.99.
Round about that price here, 12 by 12, 250 GSM, but what's lovely, 24 are an ivory, 12 are an ivory and 12 are a white. However, 6 of the white are a linen and 6 is a pearlescent. And then same with the ivory, 6 is a pearlescent and 6 is a linen.
All my favourites from a card basis.
All in one pad there.
That is brilliant. Brilliant. Now, can you see that fabulous die with a tulip to the side? Well, this is going to be included as well. So you've got a fabulous kind of edge style die, this one.
You do indeed, yeah. Really long, really beautiful, really luxuriousness to that design there. So it's going to work. If you want to use them with the brand new collection within, of course, this bundle, you can do. But it's a nice little extra as well.
I like that. And then if we drop down towards the desk, you'll see the next items that we've got within here as well. And I looked at this first one. It reminds me of a blackboard.
It does, yeah, yeah. Well, that was originally, funny enough, from a sentiments collection called the Blackboard.
I see.
So the idea, Hayley, is stamp it out with your translucent clear onto black card with your white embossing powder. But this is one of our top quality photopolymer stamps, so you can use it with any inks. So don't think you have to do it on black card. But that's exactly why you get that.
And
look.
nice as well, because you've got so many of those fabulous frames, if you were, with the stamps that we've, the dies that we've just shared with you. You're going to have loads of fun with that. And then the vintage butterflies. Oh my goodness, look at that. That is gorgeous to the side there as well. That gorgeous kind of oval look to it with the twiddly bits on.
The twiddly bits, yeah. Now with that one, you've got 3 different dies, so maybe you want to then die cut them and then lift them up. You can do individually, you can do tie them in with the items, with the actual launch, then really, really good. But yeah, it's a beautiful swirly.
There we go. So you're going to get all of those extras on top of the original deal that we showed you, which was the main launch, those fabulous 6 stamps and die sets. So the difference in the price between the two works out just £12.99. So straight away, the paper pad is more than that, because it's usually £16.99.
Round about £16.99, yeah.
But you're getting that, and you're getting the additional dies. You're going to get, so much within this bundle. Oh, we are so busy. So lots of you have been loving this. Now, let me warn you that the opulent frames, which was down at the front when we were looking at them a few moments ago, that one's £12.99 in its own right as well. So that one, £12.99. So straight away, between the paper pad and that die, it's £12.99, £22.99. It's about £30 worth between the two, really, isn't it? And we've got split pay on this one. So if you fancy getting hold of that big bundle, then you can do. You've got the opportunity to spread the cost over 2 months. First payment today would be £36.49, but what a phenomenal price to be able to get all of that, £72.99. If you're just shopping for a couple of those items, I'm sure you'll find that your basket will total more than that first split pay anyway, so it makes sense to go for it. But you wait till you see the finished samples that we've got with these. They are beautiful. Obviously, everything that we've been chatting about in that complete bundle, and Craig's got some gorgeous finished samples to share with you, the different ways you can use these. And I'm guessing once you get to know these stamps and dies, there's different ways you can layer them up and get all sorts of results.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, if you were to cut them into a square bit of cardstock twice, and as you said before, maybe you lift them on foam pads or glue gel, but turn them and
Twist them,
rotate them, you're going to get more of that depth, that kind of theatre look, that diorama look. But because they cut into your card, if you want to cut them out your card, again, cut your cardstock to the size that you want, or another nesting die. If you've got a big oval die, like with this one here,
This is nice.
so don't be put off by, oh, Craig, it's just going to cut into my cardstock. It can cut out your card as well, no problem.
I like those because it doesn't restrict you as to how big a piece you can use.
Not at
So
all.
if you've got a die cutting machine that will allow you to use a big piece of cardstock, it could go on a 12 by 12 page.
And look at that, because it cuts into your card. And because it cuts into your card, as I said before, with that demonstration where I show you with turning it into stencil, you'll see what I mean by it can go at any point within your
Look at
card.
that with the bag.
Look at that gift bag as well that you can make because you can cut in. So whether you want to do colouring, paper piecing, bringing in some of your metallic palettes that Sheena's brought you in the past there, start to then cherry pick sections and colour them in, but lift them there. How beautiful
look
is
at
that?
That is
Really,
so pretty.
really lovely. But then if you love all of
look at
your different
that.
concept cards that you can see here. Now that one, we've turned it within a diagonal there, but of course that could have been a normal square.
Doesn't that look opulent?
Really opulent, gilding flakes there, but this isn't symmetrical. These are two different. So depending on which way you turn it, you're still
different
going
look,
to get that different look. But then cutting into the card, so then
Nice.
making that statement piece, maybe vellums there
Like
in
the
the
offset
background.
there as well, I like that look.
Offsetting it works a treat. And you don't need to do much to these at all. If you want to, of course, add your inks and your papers, you can do. But it's a really good way visually
That's
to then
clever.
frame your sentiment. Isn't that good?
Very clever, making the use of that corner that you've got there. Very clever.
And then bring in things such as your illusion film.
Oh, look at
All
that.
your rolls of your illusion film, start to add them into the
Beautiful.
backdrop. So use what you've got at home, or if you want to keep it very, very simple, cut, layer onto your card, stamp your sentiment, you've still got that incredible look however you use them.
I love this, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Now, do bear in mind when you come to shop with us, just in case, we've kind of got two different ways to get hold of these gorgeous floral stamps and dies. Well, they're dies and then the stamps are your sentiments. So don't get confused by popping both into your basket. If you're going for the big bundle, you don't need to go for the second item that have got the dies in there because they're already included. Yeah, just do keep an eye on what you're checking into your basket and when you come to check your basket out, because I don't want anybody getting more than they kind of thought that they were going to be having to pay for. So there you go. Fabulous deal. £72.99. That's where you've got kind of both two bundles coming together. So you've got the 6 die sets there along with the stamps, and then you've got those fabulous bonus items. We did a little bit of a shopping list with those. £16.99 potentially for the 12 by 12 pad. £12.99 for just one of those 3 dies that's included as well. So yeah, the one that you kind of got with the blackboard effect, that's the one I think was £12.99, wasn't it? Or was it? Oh, the opulent frames, the purple one then. The tulips would be a tenner usually. So, my goodness, doesn't that add up? Well, I suppose if you took everything together, it's on the screen, isn't it? £122.99, but you are not paying that. So the extras, if you were to go off shopping for those normally, you're looking at around £45. You get them for £12.99. That's my kind of shopping. So there you go. Lots of you checking your baskets out. Thank you. Please do keep continuing to do so. Don't want you to miss out on these. And I can see lots and lots of names appearing on the screen as well. So welcome. I want to see how you use these though, because we've already seen very, very versatile from the design team there. So Craig, what's your plan?
Rightio, first and foremost, let's make our own 6x6 card blank using that 12 by 12 that's in that bundle. So what I've done is I've taken one of the 24 sheets. Now this one is the pearlescent white, whereas you get 6, and then you get 6 of the white linen, and then the same with the ivory. Now because it's 12 by 12, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it at the 6-inch mark, and then you can use your scoreboard, or because with our guillotine we've got our grids in there, I'm just going to go at the edge, and then I'm going to score at the 6-inch, and now I've got my pearlescent 6x6 card blank all done, ready to go. So I'm just going to then give that a burnish here. And then what I've already done here is I've just taken some of our baby pink pearlescent cardstock and a bit of black pearlescent cardstock, and I'm going to do a tent fold, so that's then just folded at the top, pop that in, and then that's a good one for my base. And then before we come along and then start to do our die cutting, I've taken a piece of pattern paper, 5x5, and this is from our sunflower 12x12 that's on the show as well. Now, we've got our front side, but I'm going to use that kind of textured, distressed back side of the paper. And I'm just going to use my tape runners here. We've got them on the show. Another bit of black pearlescent here. Very, very fine black matten layer. And that we can then also pop onto our card. Few mats and layers, and that's the base done, ready for us to start to do our cutting. So let's set that into there. And now this is where visually we're going to then start to do our cutting, and it's going to pull our eye in. So with this one, this is the 4 1/4 by 4 1/4, and this is the linen that's in that 12x12 bundle now. And what we're going to do is, I've got another bit of black, which is, you know, considerably bigger. And the reason being, I'm going to step you through why. We're going to do a drop shadow here, Hayley, but if I cut this to a very fine matten layer, when I go and do the drop shadow, I have to be absolutely perfect getting it into the centre.
Yes, yeah, of course,
to have the perfect matten layer. So I'll show you kind of like a cheap way of doing that.
I'm all for that.
So we're going to go on your specialty, my favourite one here. Absolutely love and adore it. And I've cut it to 4 1/4 because it's just a really, really nice fit. But this could be 5 1/4, this could be 10 inches, this could be 12x12. It's going to cut into your card wherever you place it, because there's no
Could be a
outside
rectangle
edge.
as well, if you wanted to, yeah.
It really, really could be. It doesn't matter what size the cardstock is, it will cut into your card. And then we're going to go in with our Gemini here. So I'm going to use just my junior plate, and we're going to go base, frosted, magnetic top plate. And depending on the size of your cardstock, for instance, this one here, this would even go through our Gemini MIDI as well.
Of course it would,
So
yes,
you don't need to worry about that. The only way that you would need a large die cutting machine is if you're using a bigger piece of cardstock. And of course, these are going to work perfectly with the Gemini. If you don't have a Gemini, don't worry, all of our dies will work with any other branded die cutting machine.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
It's beautiful.
Isn't that absolutely beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. So it's with that one there, as I said at the start. And do you know something? Laura's just said exactly what I said at the start, and that's part of the reason. Gives that winning vibe on the top, on a trophy.
Yeah.
You know, that well done, congratulations, you did it.
Yeah.
Now at this point, this is what I mean, Hayley, that if I had this cut just with a little matten layer, even I won't be able to get it in the perfect position. So what we're going to do is we're going to get it as close to the centre of our cardstock as possible.
Okay.
So we're going to go in, and then we're just going to tape that down. And then we're going to do that once again. We're just going to run it through same plate configuration.
Okay.
And run these ones
I'm
through.
intrigued. And I'm guessing this technique will work with any of them because they all cut in a similar way.
They're all cut in a similar way. So whether it's the oval, whether it's the square, whatever way it is, then you're going to be able to get that look cutting into the card.
Perfect.
So let's move that one out the way. So even now, onto the black. Now see things such as these ones.
Oh, yes.
Keep them. You know, if you do your flower forming or your paper flowers, really, really nice tuck-ins. So I'm just going to grab my pokey tool here.
Okay.
And I'm just going to pop just these little bits out. But these just die cut like a dream, as you'd expect with the Gemini. But let's pop that one out here. And now, if you do want to have that perfect matten layer, what we're going to do, let's go in with our dotty tape runner onto the back. Now, these dies scream dotty tape runner.
They do, and we've got a fabulous deal on those as well.
We really, really do. So because most of this white layer is intricate die cut, I'm going to use my dots for the whole lot. So let's add our dots all the way around here.
It's funny as well, I can't decide which I like more, the white or the dark. The two.
Wait
Black
till
and
you
the
see
white,
them
they look
together.
very different, don't they?
They really, really do. So, you know, you're absolutely right. If I just put that against just that backdrop, you know, and it does look nice, or the black does look, oh, that does really look quite striking, doesn't it? But if we move it out the way, and then let's do a drop shadow, so light, but what I'm doing here, I'm not concentrating on the outer edge.
Okay.
I'm concentrating on the drop shadow within the middle.
Right.
So we're going to work that in, do our drop shadow. We're going to press that in. So it doesn't matter if this bit isn't straight. And then we're going to come along with our guillotine or our paper trimmer or our craft knife. I'm using our guillotine, so I'm just using the protective handle here as kind of like a guide.
Clever.
And then I'm going to just trim all the way around to give me
that is clever.
That perfect matina layer. And if I just need to trim it a little bit more, we can do that.
Oh, you've made that so achievable, Craig.
It's just nice. I know in the past I've struggled. I want to do that central drop shadow, but there's just no way that I can get that perfect matte layer even all the way round. So make it easier for yourself. We've now got that really
so
fine
clever.
black, but then having that with the
word.
black drop shadow all that way round.
Beautiful.
So I want to, even though we've got that natural drop shadow, I'm going to lift it just a little bit more. So I'm going to bring in some foam pads here, and I'm just going to go into these corners. Let's chop that one down just that little bit more. If you've got your smaller foam pads, great. But if you're not one for height, or maybe you're conscious of the cost of postage, it's one of those that you don't have to put any height to it, Hayley, because doing that drop shadow, it's already giving you that natural elevation to it.
Yeah. And also, if you're staying within a budget, making cards to raise funds for charity, things like that, you might not want to use the extra little bits and pieces. Still going to make a beautiful card.
And then at this point, this could be a shaker, acetate underneath,
nice idea,
or photo frame. But what I want to do is I want to then come along, let's just pop that into place there. And then I'm going to bring in my sentiments. Now, all 6 sets, you've got 4 completely different sentiments on each one. So I brought in just some of my older circle nesting dies.
Okay.
If you've got the layout collection, there's circle nesting dies within there, or you might have your own. If anyone wants to know, the white is 1 3/4 by 1 3/4. Let's pop that onto my stamping platform that I just pinched from Sheena before she went off for a little break there. And I'm going to go in with Good Luck. And I'm just going to pop that into the middle, like so. Get it where I want. And then I'm just going to press. Now, although I'm not doing anything water-based, what I find, Hayley, with our waterproof Noir Black, it seems to give more of a sharper, crisper impression. So although I'm not doing water-based, anything water-based, you can still use it as an ink pad to, of course, stamp your sentiment. You can absolutely use your alcohol proof. You can use, you know, our duets, anything like that. But for that black look, I'm using my waterproof. So in case anyone's like, well, why are you using your waterproof? Other than I just feel it gives much more of a sharper impression.
That's a good tip. Oh, that's beautiful.
Good Luck there is now stamped out. And let's just finish this one off by popping that into the middle. That could be a little photo of the grandkiddies or the pets or anyone. Or it could be your own sentiment. It doesn't have to be the sentiment from this set.
That's true. Well, to be honest, you've got lots of different sentiments to choose from, because you've got everything from your special day, which I think this is the set that this comes from anyway, to birthdays and all sorts. That is beautiful.
So go and create our own card blank with the 12 by 12 that's in that bundle there, and just framing it, of course, that paper from the bundle we've got on the show as well. Tape runner, dotty tape runner, but really, really nice, isn't
Absolutely.
it? Really
and I mean this in a positive way, but such a simple way.
Yes.
There's no
100%.
additional twiddly bits and paper curling and flowers and glitter. Obviously you can do that if you wanted to, but it just shows how beautiful the artwork is itself within this particular set. So the set that we've got on the screen, this is the bumper bundle. This is proving to be a very popular way for you to get hold of them. I think it's because of you realising the value that you're getting for that extra £12.99. So you're going to get all of those fabulous stamps and of course the dies. So the dies are going to cut your apertures with the gorgeous floral content in a variety of different shapes. Love the fact that we've got a mix-up of ovals and squares within there as well, which is brilliant. You can shop for them by themselves, but as I say, most of you are going for that big bundle. It's not surprising really when you consider that for £12.99 you're actually going to get a 12 by 12 pad that you'd normally pay £16.99 for. I was doing a quick little recce in my head that if you were to make your card bases like Craig did, you're actually making 48 card bases with that because they're 6 by 6. So there you go. You could be using them as card fronts if you wanted to and make them go even further. But in addition, you've got that fabulous opulent frame. That one's £12.99 I think on its own if I remember rightly. You've got the fabulous Life is, I forgot what it is, the blackboard one. Life is too important to be taken seriously. That's it. You've got that in there as well. That's £4.99 on its own. The tulips themselves, I think, was about £9.99 on its own, which is phenomenal. So if you bundle all of that together, you've got in the region of about £45 there or thereabouts. If you take that value off the bundle price, then you're paying just over £28 for all of those stamps and the dies. Laura's doing the same as me now. I don't know why I keep saying stamps first rather than dies, but they are predominantly dies. Now, you've got in each one of those 5 elements. So you've got your main die, and then you've got all those gorgeous stamps to complement those designs. And they are absolutely beautiful. Such a clever concept where that gorgeous floral frame is being cut into your card base. So you have the open edge to make them into 6 by 6 toppers, to make them into 7 by 7 toppers, 8 by 8, 9 by 9. You're just governed by the size of your die cutting machine, to be fair. But then if you want to go those quirky sizes, because you've got, I don't know, a rectangle style card that isn't a standard size, it doesn't matter, it will still fit, and you've got loads of choice with regards to those gorgeous elements. Very clever way where you've kind of got cutting in and cutting out, so you can see just simply going for black and white combos, absolutely gorgeous. But then as you saw with the finished samples, you can really mix them up and make some beautiful combinations. Do love an oval. Ovals are brilliant when you're wanting to do a sentiment where you've got a larger area. So if you've got something that's going to run across, or maybe, I mean, a wedding invitation or something like that, you could have all the details there, couldn't you, very easily within an oval. Not always available with regards to circles and squares. The daisies, there's something about a daisy. Daisies just mean happy days to me. The sun's out, you're feeling the warmth on your face, you're planning picnics, little daisy chains that you're making for your hair. It just is a lovely, lovely flower, a really happy flower. And then of course square cards, we love our square cards, so maybe you want that uniformity of a square frame. Well, don't forget you've got open areas with these as well, so if you've got some pretty papers that you want a paper piece, then you can do that perfectly with this. Maybe taking some of those petals and kind of creating other little elements with them. I know you're going to have loads of fun with these. But what about if you don't always want flowers? Well, maybe you want your flowers to be 3-dimensional and you want to add them to almost like a foliage frame. Well, this is the one for you. And again, it might be something you want maybe a little bit more muscular, perhaps. I don't know. It's entirely up to you how you perceive these to be. But the fact is that you've got all 6, so you've got plenty of choice with these. Again, your sentiments, I'm sure you're noticing you've got birthdays and enjoy your day in there. There are all sorts of occasions that are catered for. But this one has got a gorgeous, gorgeous look to it. Laura's just kind of related it to looking like a hanging basket. I get that. I'm thinking tiaras with this as well. It's got that kind of top and tail look. Brilliant collection, and every single one of those dies, when it comes to you, is individually packaged with a little bit of inspiration on there as well. Of course, you can go back and watch the demos, see the finished samples that we've been sharing with you, but straight away at your fingertips, you've got serving suggestions, ideas of how you want to go for these. Now, interesting show, because we've got lots of you shopping in both ways. So some of you are just going for the dies and the stamps together, which is okay if you're wanting to. It's about £12.99. Less than the big bundle, so it might be that you don't want the extra bits, which is okay. It's entirely up to you. But £59.99 with a 2-way split is going to get you all of those on their way to you, and you are going to have so much fun with these. This bundle strikes me as almost like a first die cutting bundle. So maybe you've just recently invested in your die cutting machine and you're looking to extend the range of dies that you've got. Well, you can't go far wrong with this one, because straight away you have got 6 absolutely beautiful dies and stamp sets that are going to lend themselves perfectly as you start your die cutting journey. And equally so, they might be the ones to get you die cutting. So do have a little look at the deals that we've got with regards to the different die cutting machines that we've got. Now, promised you a deal on the glue pen, so let me very quickly tell you about these. So we've got a few different sets for you. So we're going to go for the double up ones, as I call it. So this one, you can either go for your 2 straight. We will have a bundle coming up in a minute for your 2 dotty. And this is where you've got that solid line, which is perfect for your mats and layers. As you can see, £7.98 being your price on this one. It's not your price though, because we are talking about buy one, get one free. So that means that price is going to come down to half the amount. And this is brilliant. Sometimes we have big bundles where you're going to be shopping for lots of the tape runners in order to get a really good discount. This one, you only need to be shopping for one and you're getting one for free. So brilliant value for money. And that one is your straight edge. Now we have got the dotty edge for you as well. So this one, as Craig said earlier, perfect with all that lacy detail that you've got with those dies. Extremely limited in stock though. We've only got a dozen opportunities for you to get hold of this, so please be quick. So technology with this one does make it very, very slightly higher in price, but it's only £1, so what's £1 between friends? And you are going to get both of those for £4.99, as you can see there. Now, what about if you're thinking, well, do you know what? I know I like the straight ones, but I don't know if I like the dotty. So why not mix it up? Why not go for one of each? Because then you're going to get your familiar tape runner that you're more than happy with, but then you're going to be dipping your toes even into the dotty waters with your second in there as well. So £4.99. And if that's what you were expecting to pay for your straight one anyway, then it means you've got that bit of a bonus, haven't you? So whichever way you shop for these, just make sure that you take advantage. As I said, the dotty duo, that is the one that is the most vulnerable, so be quick for that one. But all the others, we haven't got huge quantities of, to be fair as well. I like deals like this, Craig, because it gives you a chance to actually try them out, doesn't it? You know, without a big financial commitment. It really, really does. What you need to keep in mind as well, something like that we don't need to do discounts on. We don't need to do, we can have them on full price, whether here it's HobbyMaker, whether it's our website, but it's not, you know, we want you to try them, we want you to have the best. The other thing as well is each of them, whether it's the straight, whether it's the dot, they're 22 metres in length. I always forget that. Standard, they're about 10 to 12 metres in length, whereas ours are 22. Now, the best way to describe it as well is that Debbie Fisher will say, it's like a wet glue, but in dry form. So therefore, it's good for construction. Now, I'm old school. I still like to use my wet glue, but these are absolutely perfect for your construction. They're great for acetate, but things such as your Gildan flakes as well. Lay it down, put your Gildan flakes, put your glitter, wrap your presents for as well. They are really, really are sensational. Absolutely, and a better time is when you got the deals on. So there you go. £4.99. Every single one of those bundle is going flying out. So what you can do if you want to do is mix it up. So if you're wanting to go for the separate ones and add them all in at the same time, you can do. So we've got 3 different options. The one on your screen at the moment is for your dotty one with your straight one alongside it, but you mix it up. Go for whichever you choose, but they're not always available. Incidentally, we're talking about them being a try me price. That doesn't mean you can only go for one of those sets. If you're wanting to go for multiples, and some of you, I can see some of you aren't being particularly polite. You're filling your baskets with them, but I don't blame you at all. So check your basket out while you've got the opportunity. So Craig, I mean, these dies, the possibilities are pretty much endless with these. They really, really are. So what am I way to, I'm kind of going to do kind of 2 demos in one. So I'm going to show you how you can use them as stencils. Okay. That blew my mind. And I was just going to do the technique just before the show, before Sheena and yourself were finishing. I kind of just gathered together to make a card to let you see what it looks like, so you can then ink through them. But if you are a beginner, what I've done is, remember that other half of the 12 by 12 that I've cut? So I've turned that into 6 by 6. I'll show you some finished samples first of all. But just to show you, Hayley, if you are a beginner, cut into the card blank, and that's it. You might want to add gems or pearls or that, but you don't have to. So we'll do that, and then we'll ink through. But let's have a look at some of these.
cutting in, which means you can do your domes if you want, you can do your framework. That one there, Jan Marshall had made that one, Alison has made that one there, so cutting in and doing your K cards means you can do your pop-out cards as well. Really, really beautiful. Within that one here, we've got, who's made this one here? She popped a name on it. No, she's not, but it's absolutely beautiful. Look at that.
Love the centre of the daisies going back into that one. Lovely.
Into the easels. And you know what you could do? If you are a fan of fussy cutting, you could just trim round the individual
That's a good point,
daisies,
yeah.
and then start to add those ones on if you want to. Then we've got the gift bag. Rebecca had made that one here. So yes, your cards or your frames, but think about, because they cut in, Hayley, your box frames.
I was just about to say, what about going on the lid of a box as well?
The lid of a box, you can do that. Wherever you want to cut it, you can absolutely do that. I mean, going in there, doing your ornate shapes, twisting and turning.
I love this one. That's a proper luxurious looking card.
It really is. Rebecca's made that one as well. And that's just bringing in your Stay Sticky glue and then your Gildan flake. So bringing in your other mediums, maybe not necessarily from us, maybe you've got your different mixed mediums from Creative Expressions and that, start to tie them in together. We're going to use this die in a moment to show you how you can stencil through. And then that one, bringing in your illusion film.
Perfect.
Or that could be vellums in the background.
Yes.
Patterned acetates.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you want to, you've got that option there. So that's just some of what you can be making. So I'll tidy them away. So before we stencil through them, let's bring in our 6x6 card. And it just so happens it's 6x6 because that's what you can make from the 12x12.
Well, you're kind of being quite frugal, really. You took a 12x12 sheet and you're using the other half of it. So
that's it.
Could almost be a bonus card, this one.
But then I could cut this to 5x5, do you know what I mean? Yeah. Or it could be bigger if you want. But what we're going to do is let's go in. So we've got more of that fuller design at the bottom and that lesser design at the top. Now I say bottom and top, it's now gone left to right.
Yeah.
So you've got the less floral and the full floral, but then you can have it the other way. But then you can have it in the corner or twisted. So you've got so many ways. What would be lovely, like you said, Hayley, cut that into a piece of cardstock, same size piece of cardstock, cut it again, but maybe have one going that way and then the top layer going that way. So you've got more of that floral wreath.
So much scope.
So you've got so many options. But let's just show you 6x6 card blank. We're going to tape that in. And because it's 6x6, it's still going to fit within my junior plates here. So line it up, frosted, magnetic, top plate. We're just going to align. If you are using any other brand die cut machine, you just need to check the plate configuration for the silver wafer thin dies, but then you're good to go. So we can run that one through, and then we take that out here, fold that in.
Oh, look at that.
Now, look at that. Now, of course, that's not the demo I'm going to do, so I'm not going to do anything more to it, but I just want to show
Craig,
you.
That's so pretty.
So can you imagine your sentiment in there, or mat and layer your sentiment, or maybe just a frame round there, or a gem, or a pearl, or colour it in. So if you are a beginner and you do have a die cutting machine, if you don't, this might be the day, but that's all that you need to do.
That's a proper confidence builder, that, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Do you know something? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, because all you need to do then is stamp the sentiment and choose where you're going to pop it on the card, and there you go, good to go.
So what about turning them into a stencil? By the way, if you are new and you see any of us doing that against the side, make sure you do the back of the die.
Okay.
Don't tap the actual die front because you're going to damage it. So you've got your die tools and that, but we do it out of laziness sometimes.
Well, it's speed sometimes, isn't it?
If you do that, make sure you're doing the back of the die. Now, what I've got here is I've cut this to 6x6, or just shy of 6x6. And this is the white linen cardstock that's in that 12x12.
It's got a nice finish to it.
It's a really nice, because this is what I'm going to ink onto, so it's going to give us a bit of texture.
Oh, okay, like the idea of that.
Piece of white cardstock, and for me, I find it easier for myself to cut. What I'm going to do, cut it the exact same size here. Okay. This is just our standard white cardstock. Usually, we always say use your good cardstock. If you're going to use this as a stencil, Hayley, this is one where, you know how sometimes maybe you've got a batch of inexpensive white cardstock that you maybe wouldn't use for carte
Yes,
blanche
yeah.
or that, but you want to use it up. This is a good way of using it up. So let's go top and bottom direction, and then we're going to run this one through once again. And it's not a one-time use. What we're going to do, you'll be able to use this a good number of times.
Now, talking about using a die in different ways, obviously you turn it into a stencil now, but what about if we were to cut several of them and glue them together? Could we almost make like an embossed feature of it?
Of course you could, yeah. Yeah, you could do.
Oh, okay.
You
My
could.
crafty mind's going overtime.
So let's just say as well, I don't want to go too much off the trail of this demonstration, but let's just say, for argument's sake, let's just pop that out for a moment. Any of the dies, Hayley, if you want to turn them into an embossing die,
You've got to catch.
base plate,
Yeah.
put your rubber embossing mat,
Okay.
cardstock, then put your die, and then what you're going to want to do is you want to then put your frosted shim, take out your magnetic,
Right. Oh, okay.
and then your top plate. What will happen, you're lessening the pressure a little bit, so what will happen is that detail will emboss into the
So
card,
you don't have to
but
make
not
any,
cut it.
So you don't have to make it into an embossing. It will do it automatically. Oh, there you go.
So
Glad I
you've
asked.
got that option as well. So yes, you're die cutting, you're creating a card, you're turning it into toppers, you're turning it into focals, you're turning it into stencil, you're turning it into an embossed detail. So there really is many, many ways in which you can do that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pop these last little bits out here. And then what I brought in, now I don't know if we've got any in stock on the Hobby Maker website, but it's a repositionable spray.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to say it, if you don't have ours, you can get repositionable sprays out there in the market, but I think we might be out of stock for now. So what I'm going to do, this one here that's just on my plain white cardstock, on the back, I'm just going to step back. If you're going to do it in like a ventilated area or with the window open. But I'm just going to give it a few sharp bursts. If you don't have spray, you can just use like your low-tack tape or a stencil. I like the spray because we're going to use our blending tool, and if you don't have it stuck down, what's going to happen is going to lift
Move them, yeah.
all the
That
bits.
makes sense.
So it is doable without a spray. So we're just going to let that offset. It's repositionable, which means it's going to peel away and not leave any residue. And this is why I like to have it at the exact same size, because I don't need to worry about getting any ink around the edge.
And you also know, because you can think, oh, why don't you go larger? But then you've got to position the card in the right place.
You
as
do,
well,
yeah. Now, it just so happens I'm using a brush. I find with the brush, because you've got fine detail, this really, really does work. But you can, if you want, use your blending tools, or once again, any other branded blending tools or brushes. And I'm just using one of our duets. Now, this is our Raspberry Ripple. And what we're going to do is we're just going to then work our way all the way around. And certainly with the brush or your finger daubers, is going to get into all of the tiny, fine details. But not only that, is because it's the linen cardstock from that 12 by 12, you've then got that really, really lovely texture, Hayley.
It's beautiful. Now, we have got the details on the screen just for the die and stamp collections. Lots of you shopping for these. So much so that when you all check your baskets out, half the stock has gone. And I can also see lots of brand new customers to here at Hobby Maker. So it's so good to welcome you. And what a choice. What an amazing bundle you've gone for. And the beauty is you're going to have so much creativity when this arrives. I'm a little
really
bit
are.
envious, I have to say.
You really, really are. They've been an absolute joy to play with. You know, I really should say work with, but it's not. Let's face it, it's not work with. It's been played with. That's for sure.
We try not to say that out too loud.
We try not to, do it. We try not to. Work hard, play hard. So we can go along, of course, any of your ink pads. You can add depth to it, but I really just wanted to go in and add a layer. And because it's a repositionable spray, just quickly to say, again, if it's not a spray, Hayley, then what you can just do is tape all the way around. You just need to be careful that your brush or your blending tool
Yeah, it's
doesn't
kind of the
pick
little
up.
bits, isn't it? Yeah.
So let's just peel that away. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to
Looks so
catch the corner here.
good. So just
Are
gently.
you ready? Gently.
Oh, Craig.
Look at
Oh my
that.
word, that is beautiful.
I can use that time and time again. So if I just flatten that out, and we're just going to pop it onto the card just so you can see what it would look like, a
That
simple
is
card.
beautiful.
But look at that. Now that's a water base, your duet, so you could spritz with water and do
Yes,
lots of other
yeah.
things. But let's just pop this together, little bit of a black matten layer, really fine, because I don't want to do too much to it. And although it's 6 by 6 here, this could be, of course, a little bit smaller. But let's pop that onto there. And I've just taken one of our pink Centura Pearl card blanks, which we can add on. I don't know if we still have them on the Hobby Maker website.
I don't know.
Check them out. So yeah, so you've got more of that open flourish, a little bit smaller at the top.
Beautiful.
But again, that could be that way,
Yeah.
Hayley, that could be that way. It's entirely up to yourself. But let's pop that into there. And then also from the linen white cardstock within that bundle, let's bring in our stamping platform, add that on here, and same with the sentiment. What's going to happen, I'm just making sure that's kind of central, what's going to happen is we're still going to be able to read the sentiment, but you're still going to get that little bit of a texture to the actual sentiment because it's onto the linen. Let's Celebrate. It's from this set, Bloom and Grow, but you can mix and match. So let's just take that in, press. We're just going to release that down. I'm going to use my same black ink pad. And you can add gems and pearls and finishing touches. Again, my plan was just to show you the stenciling, but I thought before the show, let's quickly put a card together. So you see how crisp that is, even,
beautiful.
although it's onto linen. So let's take our straight tape runner. Let's do another bit of black. Let's pop that into here. And then I'm going to keep the whole card as flat. And all that I'm going to do.
Oh, Craig, that is beautiful.
Now, if that is all that you do, that could be a circle die, a square die,
Yes,
that could be
yeah.
stamped direct into it. But instead of doing that as a die cut,
That is
what about
beautiful.
using them as a stencil
I love
as
it.
well?
Absolutely love it. And you can do that with every single one of those.
Every single one of
Yeah.
them. Every one of them, Hayley.
Oh, Craig, that's fantastic. Oh, gosh, you guys are loving this bundle of 6. So, yes, lots of you been shopping for them. Don't forget you're going to get all 6 of these. So, very quickly going through the boards, showing you the dies themselves and how they've been cut out. You are going to get the stamps alongside them as well. And it equates to £10 for each of these, give or take the odd pennies. So, there you go. You can see you've got that one that Craig just worked with and all of the fabulous little sentiments. And he did indeed use a sentiment from that save bundle. Enjoy your day. So this is something that's got more of a square shape to it. You've got birthdays featuring in there just for you, wishing you happiness. Again, a lovely set. Gorgeous florals throughout this one. Time and time again, we're seeing the florals, which we love so much. And you can see all those gorgeous sentiments. Things that, and I love that one, bloom where you are planted. I think that's a lovely, lovely little phrase. So not just your simple happy birthdays, congratulations and so on, but elements there that could be used almost as the inside of your card as well. Just because, why not just send a card just because? And of course, the ovals are beautiful, whether you use them north-south or portrait, as you can see, or off on a landscape angle. And again, you've got a couple of those featuring in there. So it really is a lovely set throughout. And I still think one of my favourites is this one here. I just love it as that silhouette there. You can almost imagine a gorgeous ombre background in the back of that one. But whichever way you craft with these, you are going to find yourself creating real beauties of cards. So please take advantage of this one. Lots of you checking your baskets out, so thank you for that. It does mean that we've got lots of other people that are shopping for this, that maybe if you're looking at shopping and giving our call centre a call, you can do. Website is busy. Lots of brand new crafters joining us in this hour as well. So welcome, welcome, welcome. And you are going to have loads of fun with these. Now, a little bit of a word of warning for you. When everybody checks their baskets out, we are going to be at the point where only 40% of the stock is left. 60% of the stock will have gone, and this is the first time that we've seen these airs, and you're going to have so much fun with these for such a long time that they really are going to be little workhorses within your crafty stash. Now, of course, we were talking about the realms of the 12 by 12 featuring in the big bundle that we've got available for you as well. We've actually got an amazing deal for you with regards to printed 12 by 12s as well. And again, beautiful finishes with these. Gorgeous.
Absolutely stunning. Now with the sunflowers, you're going to be able to use it all throughout the year. But yeah, really beautiful backdrop. But then like most of our paper pads, if not all of them, the opposite side, if you don't want that full flourish of the sunflower, you've got that distressed texture on the opposite side. So if you love your tea bag folding or any of your fold backs, then really beautiful. And again, if you chop one sheet down into 4, then you've got 4 6x6 card fronts for your mats and your layers.
I mean, these are going to be perfect. The floral kind of keeping that continuity going, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you can see many of these are kind of been put together with the essence of the dyes as well, so you kind of got that floral content with a frame in the centre there. Brilliant value for money when you consider you are actually going to be getting 2 paper pads. So this one is coming to you, your sunflower paper pad, and you're also going to get your delightful daisies. These are so pretty. You can see them all there featuring there, but alongside it, you're going to get your gorgeous, delightful daisies. I love the blue tones that we've got with this one.
This is, and I say time and time again, whenever I reach out, this is one of my favourites. And the reason being, Hayley, is I love the woodwork effect, and that's what you get on the opposite side.
Yeah.
You've got the vintage there, you've got yellows, you'll see blues, you'll see greens. So if you don't want the daisy design, you know, maybe then the opposite side is going to be good for males.
Yeah,
we're having that woodwork, that panelling on the opposite side.
Gorgeous, really pretty. Watercolour style flowers, as you can see with this one as well. So there you go. KD2006, really, really pretty. Lots of different colour palettes in there as well. So you've kind of got some yellow tones, the gorgeous greens, the beautiful blues in there as well. Phenomenal value for money. Now, they are double-sided. You've got loads of versatility with those as well. 36 double-sided sheets in each of those, I think that is the case. So you've got 72 sheets coming together. And because the clock has appeared on our screen, you know you are not paying £29.98. These are gorgeous. Now, they're already going into people's baskets. You know we're going to do a good deal with these as well. And to be honest, for 12 by 12 cardstock, this potentially could be one of the best deals we've done, Craig.
I'm going to completely agree. Completely agree for sure when you see this price.
$14.99 for both of those. Normally, that's the price you'd be paying for either of the two because it's, well, $29.98. But 12 by 12s, I mean, sometimes, especially the proper top-end ones, you can be looking at $24.99 for these.
Yeah, absolutely are. And both of these are from what was our Nature Garden collection. So kind of, I would say, our 2 focal, certainly, with collection. We've got our Sarah's Signature collections. We've got our Nature Garden, which says on the title, it's all about the nature, about the florals, and I'm not surprised that this is so busy at that price.
It naturally lends itself to the bundle that we've been chatting about today with all that floral content in there, and we love our florals anyway, so we don't need an excuse, do we? But I will warn you that over 10% of the stock has gone in that short time that we've been showing these to you. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. Love the contrast that you've got there, but that contrast is echoed with the main paper as well. So if you are a scrapbooker and you want to kind of do like a 2-page set, then you could do that so very easy. Featuring lots of those little elements that we love as well, things like the butterflies.
That's it. And because these are all uncoated, that means if you want to come along with your alcohol pens, now I wouldn't do a lot of watercolouring, but you can do, you know, you can just play away with your watercolours. If you've got your glitter pens, your sparkle pens, maybe you've got your shimmer palettes when Sheena's in as well, then of course start to tie them in together.
Now, we have got some of you who are ordering multiples of these. If you like your florals, then straight away, I mean, they're 6 card fronts straight away.
Definitely.
Without any issue at all. Cut that into the quarters, like we were speaking of earlier on. Beautiful card front straight away.
72 sheets in total.
72
times 4.
There's 36 in
yeah.
each one, so that's 72. I can't do 72 times 4.
I'm not saying it through to you, Hayley.
What's 72? 288 card fronts if you were to do that.
Wow.
For £14.99. So what does that work out per per card? Then you're talking pennies, aren't you?
Pennies.
Literally pennies. 5 pence.
5 pence.
5 pence.
6 by 6. And I know crafters at home, you'll get this as well, Hayley, when we say 6 by 6, it's not shy of 6 by 6.
Yes.
It's true 6 by 6 in size. You're getting the whole lot.
That is amazing. 5 pence per card front. And all you need to do is potentially stamp one of the sentiments from the set if you've gone for those today. There you go. Jobs are good in card bases. If you've gone for the big... Oh, I'm making your cards for you here now. If you've gone for the big bundle, you're going to make your 6 by 6 card bases by those 12 by 12s. You could be using these paper pads to simply make your card fronts if you wanted to, and then take the sentiments from that complete collection, and very quickly and easy, you're making cards for pennies.
For pennies. Well, that one I showed you a moment ago where I just simply cut into the card front, can you imagine, with a piece of the pattern paper on the back, as you said, with the sentiment, that's all you need to do. And that one there, that was actually from one of the opposite sides of the sunflower. You would not think that was from the sunflower collection.
Oh, wow.
And that's where that one's from.
You've set me a mission now. I need to find it.
It's towards, not that one, that one.
Oh, yes, look at that. Oh, come and join me, Craig, because we've got the end of the show now anyway, so.
There we go, so that's where that one's come from.
Wow.
And it gives you that faux distress, that faux kind of gold sparkle look.
Oh, you need this.
And it's done.
Nearly 70% of the stock has gone. This isn't going to last. So, Craig, you're back a little bit later on?
I am indeed. I am back at 6 o'clock with our stepper dies, which would work with this collection.
Oh, okay. These potentially won't be around at that stage. Some of you are shopping for
wow.
multiples of these. And also as well, don't forget certain flowers are synonymous with certain charities that I know many of you do make your cards for, particularly the sunflowers. So that might be a nice one to consider as well. But you don't have to choose between the two. Is it sunflowers, is it daisies? You are going to get both of those for just $14.99. So phenomenal value for money. Craig, a pleasure as always.
My pleasure,
Love
yes.
working with
Yeah,
you.
I love working with you.
And you have a fabulous weekend, busy boy.
I will do, yes,
All
here
weekend.
all weekend till Sunday.
Lovely. I will see you a bit quicker than that. Just after the break, I'm up with the lovely Carla, and I'm very much looking forward to the... That's not Carla, that was
That
Dave.
was Dave.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Did you know that digital downloads are now available on the HobbyMaker website? Just pop over to hobbymaker.co.uk, go to downloadable content, choose the collection you would like to buy and click purchase. This will be an instant payment, and once purchased you will receive an email. Click on the link and it will take you here. Click download, and once downloaded the file will appear in your downloads folder. Right click on the folder and click on extract all. Once extracted, open the folder, click auto run and you're ready to craft. For more information, help and support, go to the further details section of the purchase page. Digital crafting with HobbyMaker.
You'd think when you get to my age, 39, that you'd have a nice, quiet birthday plan, maybe a meal, see a show, quiet night in maybe. However, I've got a better idea. Come to work. And you join me as well on the 3rd of June. That's actually my birthday. You get the presents, you get the discount code. So make sure you join us on HobbyMaker 1 until 8 on the 3rd of June for Dave's birthday bash.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back. Look who's here. Miss Mischievous, I hear that you had a lovely weekend with all those lovely crafters. I know it's like a week away now, but yeah.
I thought you were talking about something else then. I had a wonderful time with all the crafters at Craftopia. Hello to you all, you lovely people. And yeah, I was feral. Feral.
We love you.
I went with really good intentions of being really well behaved. It did not happen. Apologies.
There you go. But she's still here, so it can't have been that bad. Now, I have to say, we have got a lovely hour ahead of us because we're going to be getting very creative with a tool that I know has been very, very popular in the past, but it's back in stock.
Yeah, I think we sold out of it originally. We are back with the Charm Stapler, something that we all didn't know we needed until we got. Genius. And it is an incredible, tiny little tool that does an awesome job at exactly what it's meant to do. And we love that. It's so clever. And I know when I was talking to some of the ladies at Craftopia, they were saying, when is it coming back? We're here. We are here. We've got it. But I think you'll have to move fast on it. It is ace, and we're giving you an incredible price on it today as well.
Yeah, now I'll be giving you the details of the price in just a few moments, but what we've actually got is a stapler, and we've got kind of bundles as well. So there's kind of 3 ways that you can shop with us. Maybe if you've already got the stapler, then we've got a perfect opportunity for you to stock up on your staples. That's not an easy thing to say, but we have got a fabulous bundle where if you are just getting started, you've got everything that you need in there. Now, the stapler itself, ingenious little device with this. I mean, when we look at it, it looks like a little punch.
It does look like a punch. It looks exactly like a punch, but it's cleverer than that. So it's magnetic for a start. That just excites me.
Okay.
It's magnetic. And then it's got a hole, it's got a window.
Okay.
So that's very exciting as well. And that allows us to actually see where we're stapling. And we get charms that fit exactly into that space. And I'll show you all the things and how it works. But if you look at it on somewhere like this, so it works exactly as a stapler would. We can attach one thing to another. It's a stapler, but you get charms that you're stapling in. They're so cute. Now, this is not only decoratively beautiful, of course, but it actually has certain elements to it. Look, you can see the staples coming through at the back.
Okay, right.
But it has another purpose to it as well. Think of vellums and acetates.
Yes.
How do you stick them down without your adhesive showing? Because it's frustrating, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And so now we can put them down with a charm and we can hold everything together. We can create beautiful layers with tags and all of the things, build it all up and then staple it together. And it's just super cute. It's lovely, but also on a practical level, really, really important for what we do. And we've got some gorgeous charms for you to play with as well. So you're going to have all of the fun of the fair. Whew, but you're going to have to move fast. Is it warm in here?
It is quite warm.
I'm maffed in. I've got a jumper on, which was a mistake.
Oh,
Move fast.
Now, this is the key thing. Now, that is a stapler by itself, which is a brilliant idea. I mean, you can staple any way you like, really, within there. Not restricted with the arm like you would.
No,
with
you
a
wait.
So we will see that in a few
Yep.
moments. And you do get a few little charms just to get you started, because you're going to need them. So we wouldn't let you get that by itself and then not be able to do anything with it. But they're not going to last long, because when you see just how versatile this technique is, you will want a lot more. And we are able to bring you a lot more in a few moments as well.
And they're beautiful. They're really beautiful. But if you think of things like where you've got your 12 by 12s, just as an example, to be able to staple in the middle of those.
Right in the middle. How else would you do that? We can't, can you really? Other than like folding and...
Unless you have little fangs.
I suppose if you keep bite into it. Don't recommend that you do that as well. Now, if you missed out on this, because of course we have seen it previously and it did sell out, we've struggled to keep it in stock, but today is the day when we have it available to you, just £14.99. Brilliant little bundle just to get started, because you have got a few in there. Now I'm going to come around and bring this to you. We've got a bit of a sheen with it, so let me just show you.
She's left me on my own on the telly box.
Come and take it with me. Let me take it with me. Why not? See, I can walk and talk, Carla.
You know that you're not supposed to leave me on your own. They did tell you that without putting me on a lead first.
Actually, you're probably right. Now, look at this. There you've got your charming little stapler there.
Look at that.
Now, we have got some people shopping for this. Can I ask you not to check your basket out just yet, because we have got a bumper bundle that you might want to get hold of.
Yep.
So it's not often I tell you to stop, but on this occasion I am. You're going to get 6 little charms with these, but if you like the idea of getting a whole host of more and still getting your tool, then you've got a sensational deal for you to take advantage of. So I'm going to leave the details with you just so as you can kind of get a feel for how the show is, but equally so, if you just want to shop for it by itself, you can do. But I'm just saying, as a shopper, as a crafter, I'd hold fire just for a few moments, but don't worry, we won't keep you waiting too long.
No, the deal's amazing. The deal is an incredible price. I would go for the bundle kind of stuff if it was then, because you're going to need the charms.
Right.
I know you're getting, is it 6 or 8 charms there? 6, I think.
It is, yeah.
You're going to get 6. Listen, that's not going to last you 2 minutes. Also, if you're anything like me, you just get excited, and so you'll have used those just by getting excited before you've actually made anything.
Yeah.
So you actually are going to need some of these charms as well. Now, what's really exciting, I will say about the charm stapler as well. For those of you who know WeRMakers really, really well, you'll also know that we have talented designers at WeRMakers, such as kind of Paige Evans, Vicky Bouton, all the kind of different ones. Now, eventually, as time goes forward, we're going to have charms brought to us by those designers.
Ooh, okay.
So this is an expansive thing. So this isn't just something that you're going to use today. This is going to expand through your crafting journey as well, which is really exciting. So loads of elements. Grab your charms.
Yeah, this is it. Now, the charms. Let me tell you about the charms. So we've got a different bundle for you. Pop the details up on the screen. So in addition to your charm stapler, which I have got here, you are going to get these.
Look at that.
All of these. So you've got 6 packs, and each one of those has got 12 charms in there. So it says Bumper 72 Charm Bundle. And you've got everything you could possibly need, from your metallic finishes to your gorgeous, they almost look like they're kind of like enamel, don't they?
They're so pretty. You can't really see on screen as much as I would like to see. Some of mine are missing in here. Can you see these on the overhead? Can I just put those? So they've got patterns. So you've got a little smiley face, you've got a butterfly, you've got the sunshine, you've got all sort of variants going through. You can see I've used one here, and then you've got those darker colours too. So, so pretty. These little ones, which have got the emblems on them, so it's almost like having a wax seal. Really, really beautiful. And then my favourite set.
These are gorgeous.
The little enamel hearts. Yeah. Aren't they so cute? Beautiful. They're so pretty. And it's that thing, isn't it, where we can have the aesthetic and the practicality at the same time. So we're not sort of forfeiting one for the other. This time we have both. The practicality of being able to staple stuff together so it holds, but also that really beautiful charm sitting on it. Really pretty.
That's it. And then, of course, you are going to get your stapler, because you need the stapler. We have got additional sets, so if you do want to restock, if you've already got your stapler and you know what you're doing, then by all means jump ahead. You'll find those on the website. But we are going to reveal the most amazing deal for you in just a few moments. So if you're wanting to get a hold of these, so is this just the staples that we're talking about at the moment? So you don't get the tool, I do apologise, that's coming in a minute. So if you want to restock, so you've already got your stapler, if you're wanting to restock, these are the details that you need.
And also just to get extra ones as well, not
That's
just
it, if you
restocking.
start getting started today as well. So when we first brought these to you, we had a launch price because it's celebrating. We're doing it again, £24.99, so you are going to get all
Look
6
at that.
sets. Beautiful.
That's insane.
Look at that.
Look at that.
We are
Well,
so busy.
The reason that it's so busy, and I've said this before, and it sounds like a ridiculous comment, is because crafters aren't daft. There's certain things. We are provide crafters with tools that we need and resources that we need. They also bring it to us in very pretty ways. And so that's just, this is one of those things that you're just going to have on your desk next to you and you're just going to use it.
Yeah.
Every time you make a card, you've got a little charm to put on it. All the elements that you're making, really beautiful for little boxes, for tags, for all the things that you're creating. We've got something at hand that's just going to be stunning every time. And it's the little ephemera, isn't it? The details that we get that make our cards stand out. We've got it. It's absolutely amazing. You are going to love these, but grab, because I don't know when Liam's going to get them back in for me.
This is it. Now, we will have a bundle for you where you'll be able to get your starter set alongside these charms that we're talking about.
Look how cute they are. Look at that little love
as Carla
heart.
said, get an extra set of these. We don't know when we're going to be able to bring a deal to you like this again. And with the deal price that we've got, you won't mind using more than one, will you?
No, and that's the thing, because when I was making all of these cards that Hayley's showing here, I was just like, ooh, you get so excited and you just want to play. So that one's obviously got 3 in it. You really want to go to town. And are you going to use them decoratively, or are you going to use them actually as a staple? Because you can use them as both. So there, where you've got the heart inside of the compass, it just looks very pretty. It gives you a focal point on your card, especially when you're using it there with a foiling at the background. So you get this really gorgeous glint on your cards. They're clever and they're beautiful.
I think these are going to be so useful in my planner.
Yes.
When you've got to attach little
Absolutely.
bits and pieces, things that fall out of pockets as time goes on.
Oh, that's quite a good idea. I didn't think of that.
I sometimes have them. So if you'd like to take advantage of your additional charms, £24.99 is going to get you 72 of them on their way to you. We are very busy for those.
Very
as well.
busy.
So the tool, if you're wanting the tool by itself, then here we go. We have got the details for you. So that was £14.99. So that was £14.99 plus £24.99 if you're making your own little bundle. But do you know what? You just pop them into your basket. Just go for it. So let's see what the what are you going to do with them? I've just tipped them all out.
Shh.
Okay.
Right. Let's play. So if I want to put a charm right in the middle of here,
Yes.
doesn't matter what type of stapler you're going to get. That ain't going to do anything because I can't reach. So the way they've done it is to do it on a magnet. It's a strong magnet. It holds really well when you clip it. So you're going to be able to get everything into the right place as soon as you want it to, okay? And then you've got a hole in the middle. Now, I'm just going to grab a piece of something a bit random. So I'll put my little rainbow there. I'm just showing you how to use it. So if I get this and I place it and I've got that held underneath it, I can then clip, see how my magnet goes?
Yes.
Now, it's not right in the centre of that rainbow. So if I just shuffle the bottom bit, my magnet's going to want to follow it. So I can kind of shuffle around until I get it exactly where I want it to be.
So it's like a
so you get a full,
positioning
yeah, literally, you can position it wherever you want. Now, I'm happy with that, just going over the top of that rainbow. So if I then want to pop in a charm staple, look, they've just got little prongies on them. Can you see the little prongs? Like little snake fangs. You can pop them into here.
So think of it logically, the bit that you want to see is going to be on the top, yeah?
And then you just, and then it's in, it's done.
Oh my goodness. You hardly had to press that at all.
No, not at all. And that's clipped. Now that's its most basic form. That's literally what we're doing. How many pieces can you clip through? Well, how long's a piece of string? It depends what your GSM of everything is. So if you're using a ton of things that are really thick, you ain't gonna, be able to staple a million of them. But if you're using things that we would normally use, so like cardstock papers, acetates, what's the other one I'm thinking of? That's
Vellum?
Vellum. I knew the words and it would not come out. All of those things will pile up and you'll be able to cut through, go through a certain amount of them. Now, what's really nice is if you want a really thick chunk of ephemera, you can clip all of those together and then you can use adhesive to put it in the card if it's all too thick at once. Yeah. And that's really nice too. So it depends what you want to do. What I've been doing with it, which is why I'm missing so many of my staples, I've been clubbing together pieces of ephemera that look really pretty together, so that when I go next to make cards, I'm able to just pick up a cluster and just stick it on. I like lazy card making. It makes sense to me to have all of these clumps and these chunks that I can just put together and sling onto a card. So that's why I'm saying grab the extra staples, because you can do a ton of work for your crafting in advance. We don't always have to work just project by project by project. Sometimes those easy, quick things that we want to do, we can actually have a lot of build up beforehand. And this is the sort of way that we get there. I don't know what, first of all, here's the thing. As somebody who is the brand ambassador for We Are Memory Keepers and somebody who works closely with Liam, you never know where Liam's going to go, and I'm dependent on him. I can, for want of a better term, bully him, but there's only so far he'll go. So I don't know if he's going to give me the same price on the charms. He might do, I don't know. He certainly didn't lower it this time from last time. It was very much, this is what it is. So the logical state for this, because it's only just launched, is for it to go up. That's the logic. And so this is when things launch with We Are, that's when we grab them, because they're at their lowest cost to Hobbymaker. At that point is when we can give you the best prices. So while he's doing it at launch price, grab the extra staplers. Because then you've got them. Staples.
Next time he goes back and gets the deal, he might not get the deal he got
exactly.
So it kind of all has a knock-on effect. And of course, there's something that's not going to go out of date. They're not going to deteriorate. So take advantage of while you can. So if you want to get hold of your 6-pack, where you've got 72 staples, then the details are on your screen. Now, we had really good, healthy stocks of these. I say had because they are flying out.
It won't last.
Taking advantage of it. So lots of you multiplying, lots of you taking the advice from Carla and getting them while you can. We've got somebody, has somebody gone for 11 repeats of those?
It does look that way.
It does look that way on the screen there. My goodness, I'm not too sure. Yeah, lots of you going for multiples there as well. So yeah, lots and lots for you to take. I hope.
Hey,
and then do take advantage of it. Now, the bundle that we've got on your screen is featuring the charms alongside the stapler. So that picture's not right. You're not going to actually get the tool itself. So you're only going to get the 6-packs of your charms. I must admit, earlier on, I thought there was a big bundle where you got everything together, but we haven't got that deal, have we? It's just one or the other, basically. You can make your own bundle if you're wanting to, but what we've got is the opportunity that you can get the elements that you need. So if you don't need another charm kind of stapler, then why would you buy a bundle that's got it in? So yeah. That's why we've separated them up for you. So, yeah, $24.99 for all the staples if you fancy getting hold of them. What are you up to?
I'm playing. This smells real strong, this glue. I stole it from Craftopia.
Okay.
It's not mine. It smells real strong.
It's good glue.
Is it?
I fixed my boots with it.
Did you?
Yeah, put the sole back on.
You know that I'm going to get myself into a horrible mess with something that sticks very, very well.
I've never seen you use a wet glue like this before.
It's making me a little bit itchy.
I'm a bit nervous.
Not going to lie. Oh, it smells real nice, though. Oh, if I start talking drivel, you know why. Right, let's get this about in the middle. Look how beautiful that paper is. Can we just give a minute for some indigo and ivy? Isn't that pretty? So let's just give ourselves a centre stage here so that we can build up with some imagery on here. I'm not going to go mad on it, but just to show bits and bats as we staple it through and as we add elements to those kind of scrapbook pages, get some ephemera running through. So I've got some lovely ephemera here and some elements that I can pick. So that means we can start to build and choose. Now, it might be that this, where I've got the Bow Bunny Brighton stuff, and some of you might already have some Bow Bunny ephemera where you can mix and match all this in, and there's little hearts and gold pieces with a lot of We Are ephemera, so any of you got any of it at home, you'll be able to mix and match all of this in. But you get beautiful pieces like these gorgeous tags and the different elements. You've got gorgeous florals, stuff like this, so we can really start to play and we can start to build. Now, if I wanted to use that as my corner element, I've either got to use adhesive, which is fine, or foam pads, which is also fine. No problems using that for those. But if I want to start sort of giving them a decorative purpose, so say, for instance, I wanted to add right into the centre of this, the tag, okay? And I want to put something in that to give it something, right? Because I want to highlight it. This is when the stapler comes in so handy. So from here, I want my staple to go right in the center of where it would be on the tag. You can see, I'll do this so you can see it. Hold on, that'll give you an idea. So if I place that there, you can see. Now I'm just gonna make sure I've got that around about where I want it to be, okay? So I'm not too worried about being exact. Now I place this on. Now can you see it's repelling because there it is.
Right,
so the magnet's really strong. First thing I can see is I ain't in the right place, nowhere near. And the joy of that is this, isn't it? Because I can now see where am I going to put it. So I'll move it.
Oh, there you go.
So like magic, I can move it. And now I know that my thing is going to cover my thing. So that was great English. And it's why,
we know what
why
you
they
mean.
like me to demonstrate, because I've got all of the good words. So I'm going to place that in and I'm just going to staple that down, okay? So first thing, just staple that straight into the middle. I've got it sitting.
Harder than you need
I know,
to.
got that sitting there.
Oh,
How
that's
pretty is that?
beautiful.
Really, really lovely start to a scrapbook page. Then I can start to bring in other elements and seat them round, and I can start to build up. I actually really like that in the corner, so I'm probably going to leave it there. But you can see how we can start to build up everything around it to create really beautiful elements. And that's the joy of the charm stapler. So as we're working through, it's about choosing what's going to happen.
Yeah, and tuck things underneath. And do all sorts,
Absolutely.
don't you?
So if I've got something like a floral like this, to have 3 of the gold ones sitting just on the stems of those flowers is beyond pretty. So that's when I start to choose, do I want it to be something that is practical or do I want it to be beautiful? Obviously, it's going to be both. So what I'm going to do very, very cheekily is actually get Hayley to put one of these staples in because I want people...
Before.
Exactly. So let's see how easy... Are you comfortable with it?
Yeah, I don't mind doing that.
So I'm just going to shuffle over.
Okay.
So let's get you choose a piece of ephemera and you stick it
Okay.
wherever you
I've
want to
got-
stick it. That's in polite terms.
I kind
So-
of... Oh, now, what are the shapes that we've got? Because that might govern which piece I go for.
What?
I think there.
That's nice. So you've got all sorts. What would you like? You've got hearts, you've got beautiful rose gold pieces, you've got silvers, you've got beautiful little enamels here. You choose. Where do you want to go?
I think I'm going to go for... I'm not going to go for a heart because you've already
Yeah.
used that one. I think I might use a little copper tone.
Yeah.
It kind of crosses over.
The little
so,
rose
okay,
golds,
yeah.
aren't they? So if you know where you want it to be, you're going to put that underneath the cardstock.
Now, if I was considering going through all 3 layers, is that going to be a bit bulky that I've got there? Am I best kind of having it off to the side?
Well, why don't you try it and see?
Okay. Well, this is what I'd do
I
at
think
home,
it'll be
you
fine.
see.
You have a go, right? You
'Cause
test it.
This is what you might find. So I'm kind of
So you're
going
going to get that
eyeball it
roughly to where you want
about
it to
there.
be.
Okay.
Then you're going to get the top and you're going to find your magnet. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Have you found it?
Yeah.
Are you solid?
Yeah.
So you're happy with where that placement
I think
is?
so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of
So
crossing
pop
over
the
too.
stapler inside, the staple
It's
inside.
kind of like got a lovely swirl on it.
Isn't
so
it beautiful?
Doesn't matter which way around I put it. So that's just going to sit in the top like so.
Yeah.
Well, that's easy
Then
enough.
push and then just do the punchy business.
Okay.
Done.
Is that
Lift.
it? Wow.
So that's pretty awesome. Now, the reason I've got Hayley to do that is not just to put her into an awkward position, which I wouldn't normally do,
It
but
slid a bit
because
as I
somebody
moved it,
who's
yeah.
never done
Yeah.
it,
There's hardly any pressure there.
No,
at
there's
all.
hardly any pressure, so
That is
dexterity-wise, not an issue. But also the fact that having never used it, you're on the go. The minute you get it home, you can use it.
Love that
Because
idea.
there's no mystery to this.
Yeah.
It's not a difficult tool to use. It's incredibly practical and exceptionally beautiful. So we're going to make some cards up while we're on air and while we're doing a weird demo. We'll add some extra bits of ephemera through.
Do you want me to move
bring
this
in
out
some
your way?
pieces. Yes, please. So I just wanted to show you kind of the ways of doing it. The greatest advantage of this, of course, is that it will go through, several pieces right in the center of a piece. But here's the other thing as well. It'll also go through fabric, which is really, really beautiful.
Like ribbons and things
So
like
if you
that,
wanted to
yeah.
do some ribbon binding, you can do that and pop it through the ribbon as well. The only thing I'll say about the fabric piece, it goes through absolutely no problem. But honestly, it's fiddly. Ribbons are fiddly, holding it. So my advice is if you form a ribbon piece, maybe just put a little bit of either a paper clip or just a bit of adhesive, hold it in place until you've got it stapled. Because fabric has got a mind of its own and I yet have not able to control it in any way, shape or form. So that's definitely a thing to do, is to do that. But you can go through so many things with this. Now, it is effectively a stapler. You've got to go within the realms of reality with it. So when we're going to look at the two little teeth that it's got, can you see them if I place them over my finger? Now that's obviously fairly thin metal. We're not talking about something that is really, really thick. So you've got to look at it within the bounds of what you think it can achieve. Will it go through a 3mm grey board? No, you know, of course it's not, because that's not even, I don't think, 3mm, and if it is, it's just over it. You're going to struggle with that. It's got,
bend as well,
yeah,
isn't
of
it?
course. So you're looking at practical things. So I hope that helps if anyone's wondering at home. It's going to be your ephemeras, it's going to be your vellums, your acetates, and your cardstock. That's what it's going to go through. Goes through AC cardstock like a dream. That's a 300, I think, GSM, is it? I was getting, no, 216 GSM. I have used it on 300 GSM and it went through absolutely fine. So just play with your elements there, but just have a realistic view in mind that we're not going to be able to crunch through the telephone directory with this. There is a limit to where it'll go. I'm sure you all knew that anyway, but just to
And also the surface
clear.
as well, because I felt it was, could be that you put it on like a grippy mat.
Oh, if you put it on a silicone mat,
I tend to, I'm more prominent on one side than the other, so it is a case that you could scoot, I suppose. If you're not
absolutely.
careful.
So if you put it onto a silicone mat, you're going to have no problems whatsoever. It will just slide beautifully. Right, let me get some card blanks that are a bit more blank than those card blanks. Hold on. I don't make a lot of sense, do I, most of the time? I know what I mean.
I like what you've got on here, though.
Just let's have a look at all these pretties.
These are
I love
gorgeous.
We Are Memory Keepers. They just make me happy. They're little card kits, and they're just so sweet. Really, really lovely. So there's one with an aperture. Let's go for a nice stripe. So if I choose one that's a little bit plainer,
Okay.
and then we can play, I'll get that one out for in a second as well. I love those with the apertures, aren't they gorgeous? Right, let me, I've never, look at the mess I make.
Already.
If anybody came to Craftopia and you're watching at home, please do write in and tell us what a mess we
yes.
made there, because that was quite the thing.
Oh.
We were the messy table. Everybody else was really like
But that shows that you were the most creative as well.
No, they were just profesh, like everybody else, and then there was me just.
I hope there's going to be more.
I
projects.
really
Come
hope they
along
do
to
it
one of
again.
them.
Everybody had a wonderful time. I think, as far as I'm aware, everybody absolutely loved it. I did too. The food was amazing. We had bingo, we had a quiz.
Oh, fabulous.
And do you know what was really nice about it? More than crafting, if anything can be better than crafting, it was a community feel. There was a real sense of family, and I really loved that. And I came off on such a high. It was such a really awesome experience. So thank you to all of you guys at home. Now, I am going to use an adhesive to stick my topper down, and that is just purely because I don't need to staple it down. I need it to be firm. So I'm just going to go in small amounts of glue. Don't need much because glue is sticky. And we're just going to place that down. Oh, it's strong, that, isn't it? So just placing that in.
Perfect.
Good, that glue, isn't it?
It's very good glue. I like
Right,
it.
so we've got that there now, and that is just going to open. That's just giving me a little matte layer, and now we're going to start to build. So let's bring in some happy. Let's bring in some good happy stuff. So I've got all of these little note bits here that I can bring in, which are just super cute. Different elements that I could bring. So I could bring in an alternate stripe in the centre there.
nice, yeah.
Just to bring in some other sort of pieces. I could bring in something that's much more toned down. Just how do you want to play with it, really? And the joyful thing about working with ephemera is we can do so much with it. Now, the reason I'm doing it this way, where I'm building up and I'm starting to add these pieces in with adhesive, is because I want to explain that once you get it a little bit too thick, you're going to need to work with it in a different way. My stapler will absolutely happily go through all of those layers right now. No problem. It's just going to, it'll be fine. However, if I then start to, say, build in that, like a little sentiment saying happy birthday and that, and then I try and staple in the middle. I'm asking a lot of it now, and I might not practically get away with it. So now I start to make choices. I can probably get away with doing that one. So I could put a little charm very happily just at the side here, and it'll pin that, and then I can work around it. Or I can start to build my charms in elsewhere and use these as extra additions. It's up to you how you want to play. I'm going to pop a little charm down here. We'll pop in I've just got what's next to me, so we'll pop in a little silver one. I love them so much. Aren't they cute?
They're really sweet as well.
So,
we've got lots of messages coming through as well, so we'll share some
is
of
it
those
people
with
saying
you
I
as
was
well.
feral at the weekend? Shh. Sandra Rushton. I love Sandra Rushton. I feel a bit bad about Sandra Rushton because I kind of gave me a set of her pencils.
Oh, okay.
And I love them, Sandra. They're so good. I've been playing with them.
Now, we've got all sorts of different messages coming through. So if you do send a message through, we'll hopefully get to you in the next few moments.
So here's a question answered. So I've tried to go through 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth, and it's only gone through on one side. Now that's because this, hold on, these are like not a chipboard, but they're getting to it.
Yes,
they're not really flexible. I'd say that that's a good 400 GSM. They're thick stock, so it's not going through all of them. So that's absolutely canny. What we do then is we start adding these in separately, and that's kind of what I was saying to you a minute ago.
Right.
That start building it separate, so you're doing separate elements. So if I choose a really beautiful happy flower, okay,
Nice,
and we put it together, I can then use that in that way. Now I think that's cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
So let's go there. So let's place this onto there. It's great when you're using little pieces like this. Hang on, because it gets easier to just place everything in, because your magnet's just going to sit. And so we shouldn't have any problems with this. Let's find out. If we do, we'll note that was the one I just did. Hold on. Let's try, okay?
Perfect, okay. That sounded
It
more
sounded
solid.
positive,
Yeah.
didn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
So now I've got this gorgeous, gorgeous piece, okay? Now it's really, really solid. So everything's held well together, as a normal stapler would be. So let's get this on some foam tape. Let's raise it up, get some shadow play going through. So let me do a great big wodge of these.
You use it in so many different areas. I mean, we've spoken of using it for planners, spoken about using it for scrapbooking, we're using it for securing your toppers now, vellum, acetate, all those tricky surfaces. You've got all your different
I could put it on your denim jacket, on your pocket. I could staple a little charm onto your pocket, and you could use them that way as well. There's loads of different elements that you can use it for.
Nice idea. Actually thinking about little marks that you might have on clothing as well. You know,
Cover them up.
Yeah.
How lovely would they be on Little's t-shirts? I don't know how well they'd wash, mind, but cute as a button.
That's a fair point.
But if you've got a bag, or I make a lot of leather work, if you can use all those.
You could almost put like a magnetic clasp behind it or something like that, couldn't you? Turn it
Yeah,
into
absolutely
the focal
perfect.
point. I mean, once you get crafting with these, there's so many different ways you're going to use them.
Look
So
how
many different
sweet
ways.
this is. So now we've got that sitting there.
Good.
Look how gorgeous these are as little cards. Aren't they beautiful? It's a really nice way of crafting, and it's really, really easy. Now then, in order to just finish that off, let's not just leave it there. Let's bring in a little heart to just put a little corner edge on my little cover.
Nice.
Yeah, just to balance it out, because I've got my ephemera pieces there. So if I just bring this in, let me make sure I've got that where I want it to be, because I do actually want it to just overlap. And you can just move that around. It's clever, isn't it?
It's very clever how it shows you exactly where you want it to go.
So I know that's
No
exactly,
guesswork.
it's really cute, isn't it? So let's bring in, should we go gold?
Yeah, because you've got the stripe in the gold, so that would make sense. Nice.
So let's bring that through and
hearts, cute.
staple that in.
There it is.
How
beautiful.
cute is that? And this is the thing, we're making these really gorgeous pieces. We're making beautiful little cards. We've got little staple marks inside that can be covered. You can obviously close them over if you want to with something else. So you could put a piece of cardstock on the inside if you choose to. But I will say one thing that we have done very purposefully is made sure that they are not in any way
I noticed
sharp.
that, yes, yeah.
So they're designed to not be sharp once they've gone through. So they're not uncomfortable to the fingers. Just aesthetically, you might want to cover that back piece just to make sure it's not sort of in there indented. But look how sweet they are.
Isn't that gorgeous? And you can see on the underside there, you've got your staples coming through, but they're not raised or anything. They kind of curl them over as they go
And if you
through.
were to just simply cover that, oh, that's fancy. Have you seen that?
That's pretty.
If you were to just cover that inside point, you would obviously not have it on show at all.
Yeah.
But really, really cute. Do you know what they remind me of? They remind me of, you know, wax seals.
Yes, yeah.
They've got that element to them, haven't they? Really gorgeous
You could actually use
seals.
them for securing stuff, couldn't you? So if you wanted to do like a wrap around a card or something like
Yep,
that, the
absolutely.
belly bands and things like that.
They're just beautiful, and they're just beautifully done. But it's the fact that you're getting them on such a good deal today as well, and the fact that you've got all of the elements, but I love the practicality, the fact that you can see where they're going.
Yes.
It's all magnetized. That magnet is super, super strong. So just so you can see, it really is.
Isn't it? Yeah.
It goes from above.
jumping into
it jumps onto it. So it's really, really strong magnet, okay? And that's because obviously it needs to hold everything together, and that means it holds through a lot of cardstock there. So really, really useful. Then, like we say, you've got your little punch that punches the staples in. So these two raised pieces there and there are pushing those arms through, and it gets crushed in the bottom of it here onto those two pieces at the bottom, and that's what makes it the staple. So it's a stapler as we know it. We know staplers very, very well, but we don't know beautiful staplers, and that's the difference.
Very, very clever. Now, with regards to the actual stapler itself, you will need the stapler. Now, the stapler is in front of me here, and lots of you are taking advantage. Now, you will get the stapler itself, and you will also get half a dozen of the little staples there just to get you started. Now, don't worry. I mean, it's so simple to use. Carla's taken us through that, but you are also going to get some little elements of tuition on the back there as well. So you can see there, you've got a little QR code there. So if you want to go off and watch some videos as well, you can. So love this idea where this gorgeous little flower has been attached to the photo. That's in turn, that could go onto a scrapbook page.
Well, a lot of it, when you're talking about decorative pieces, as far as crafting's concerned, you know, I talk all the time, and I know I bore you all with the idea of shadows and shadow play. But it's so important visually. And if you've got something where you're just pinning a part of it with something decorative and the rest of it has a free flow movement to it so that you're getting those shadows, so that you're getting that aesthetic, that's such an important and powerful impacting part of what we create. So and especially if you think in terms of art and in itself, and you start to think of light and dark, you know, shadow and light and all the rest of it, because you've got the actual staple and you've got a visual point that you're focusing on, and then you've got the shadow above it. That's really powerful when you're looking at that as an aesthetic, because you've got your light and your dark. So you've got the light of the thing that's glinting and then the dark behind it of the shadow. So suddenly, without you even realizing it, you've just created density in your card, and it's visually very strong. And you can do that so easily with these. So practically wise, they're such a massive, massive boon in our crafting arsenal.
Yeah, I love it. I also like the idea of using these. Maybe if you've got individual flowers, you know, the paper cut flowers or die cut flowers that you're wanting to put together in a little bouquet. Ooh. And then you can actually use these to kind of encapsulate them, almost like a florist would tie a ribbon around.
I tell you what they're really cute for. I'm not going to be able to do it. Hold on. How quickly can I do it? I don't think I can do it fast enough. If you make paper flowers, so cut a petal, and then say cut 5 and incrementally getting smaller, and then just staple them in the middle with one of the staples, and it puffs out, and so that becomes your stamen of your flower, the central part of your flower, and the flower sort of sits over it, and it's just really beautiful and really sweet. So you can create flowers really, really easily that way as well. So cute, really, so cute.
I love it. Oh, I thought somebody was bringing a flower in.
I thought someone was bringing a flower in then.
Lost his bottle, I think. Dan was going to bring a flower in. That's how.
But this, like without getting personal, so we could staple what I mean is you could put a staple in the middle of that flower, and you'll have a glint. Oh, this might work.
Oh,
we can try it. It's very. That might be too dense. You've got full thick plastic and glue there, dude. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go through that much plastic. Let me.
Yeah, it's got base on the back, hasn't it?
Hold on.
Not meant to take things off the oh,
wait.
I can share with you.
I'm destroying things.
There's a flower under here. I don't know what this is meant to be. Is there anything in here?
Well, don't get me into more trouble. I'm always in trouble. I've given up. I'm quite happy to be in trouble these days. I've decided. What do you mean these days? Let me see. Sharon Curtis. Okay. I know I was tormenting her earlier.
Sharon's coming up after the break. Yeah.
So let's see if this works.
Position it on your flower already.
So this is going through fabric.
Okay.
Let's see what occurs.
Oh!
Look at the pretty!
Oh, that's
Look at the pretty!
And it's kind of, you can probably pop the petals back in.
Oh, I love that. That's just a delight.
If you push them,
they'll push around.
Pop back in, don't they? Yeah, if you wanted to.
And you can scrunch it all.
That's a nice idea.
But if you then added that, pass me a thing. Pass me a thing.
Any particular thing?
No. Look at the wee florals seated. Isn't that so sweet?
That's gorgeous.
Really cute. So we can do it through fabric.
Nice idea. I like
That's so cute.
I'm glad that Dan was wearing it.
I know, Dan, thanks for giving me your beautiful decorative headband. You're a very good boy. So let's do that, and then let's put a wee little sentiment in there, thinking of you. It's really easy to create gorgeous cards with We Are because their stuff's just delightful, isn't it? There's something very, very beautiful, texturally beautiful about it.
It's a brilliant tool. I mean, you can use it in so many different ways. And I love the fact that we're bringing it to you as a little set by itself with half a dozen little charms in there, but we're giving you the opportunity for you to get other charms as well.
Yes.
So if you just wanted to get started, then this is all you need, this fabulous little tool. It's not often that you do get a tool that you can get started with for just $14.99.
No, and do you know what's really, so I was working this out earlier. If you get the tool and the bundle of staples, you're almost getting it half price.
Oh, yes.
If you add in the price of the staples as the price they should be, and the tool at the price they should be, which is, by the way, is the RRP.
Yes,
that's not just us plucking a number. That is the RRP for these. If you get them at the price that they're supposed to be, and then you get the bundle from us instead, so you get the staples and you get the tool, it's almost half price of what it should be RRP.
Wow,
that's
brilliant.
a saving.
Absolutely, it's huge saving. Because the staple, as I say, comes with a few to get you started, but as soon as you start working with these, you will want to start putting staples in everything, which is why we have got that bumper bundle with 6 packs in there, giving you 72 different charms that you can use as a variety of different colours with these as well. You've got little hearts with these, you've got metallic elements with these as well. And the beauty is you've got them all stored in a little pack so you can see them. They're not like all scratching against each other or anything like that. They're beautifully laid out. So that is your charm pack. Over on the display, just to the left of me, we have got the 6 packs where you're going to get all the different charms in addition if you choose to go for these. Now, usually we were looking at, was it 50? I forgot what the price was when we were looking at these before the price down. $53.94, and that is the price it would usually be paying, because that works out at $8.99 a pack, because you might think to yourself, well, that seems a lot, £54 or whatever, but
not for that many.
$8.99 a pack doesn't, does it? And that's what you're looking at. So you've got all 6 of those packs. So what are we paying per pack now? I'm guessing it's going to be about £4 a pack, isn't it? Yeah. So what am I? 6 4s would be 24. So it's £4.16.
I mean, I just have to trust you because, you know, maths.
I'm not brilliant at maths, but I just shamed myself into doing the 6 times table in my head.
Did you?
So yeah, it's all right because I only had to get as far as 4.
That's easy when you only need to do that. I can't do any of it.
But yeah, I mean, that is brilliant. So $8.99 you'd normally be paying, which takes them right the way. I mean, that $8.99 you'd be choosing, wouldn't you? You'd be frugal with these. You'd be thinking, well, I'm only going to use 1, maybe 2 if it's a really special project. But when you're paying $24.99, just £4.16 rather than $8.99 a pack, it's definitely worth bumping up and going for multiples of these, which is exactly what you are doing. Now I'm seeing all the names popping up on the screen. I'm seeing so many of you getting involved for the first time. Brand new crafters to Hobby Maker. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hey.
And lots of you also going for multiples, because as Carla said right at the offset, we don't make the decisions as to when these shows roll out, when you see them, when the stock is available. We rely on Liam, and sometimes he can't bring the deals to us at the price that we would like to see them. But on this occasion, he was frugal enough to go shopping and get enough of these to see us through. And that's why we've got such a brilliant and value deal for you, because it's buying in quantity.
He's a very good boy when you want him to be.
Absolutely. Now, when he goes back to get another deal with regards to these, it might not be the same, because it was a launch when we first saw these. So we've got special deals that were available to us. Doesn't mean those deals will always be there.
We do get special prices from We Are, and that's part of the joy of having the relationship that we've got with them, which is pretty rare. And it's been, you know, awesome for them, awesome for us. It's been a great experience all round, and it just means you get really, really awesome stuff for a really, really low price. And that's a nice place to be. But it means that we can't do it all the time. We can only do it when we have the opportunity to do it as well. So it's just a case of grab it while you can. And this is an absolute boot. They're so cute. Come on, like how to decorate something just in the most gorgeous way.
What are you up to then? Cutting little bits.
I like doing the things.
Doing stuff.
We're doing the things. We're just playing.
Okay.
So nothing very exciting. Don't like all focus.
Oh, I've got it now. You're doing crafty bits.
I'm just playing. I'm fairly hopeless with a pair of scissors, girl. Right,
Like
just
little bookmarks and things like
I
that.
know.
If you put 2 layers together, that can kind of go across your page. And
just the little elements that you've got. So if you've got a little corner rounder on these, which would be super cute. Actually, do you know, I am going to get totally done for this.
what are you up to now?
Is Laura still talking to Sharon?
I can't hear her.
We've got something new coming in a couple of weeks. I don't think we've launched them yet.
Ooh,
You can't buy this today.
Okay, so
But we've got the 3-way punches. and there's
keep
3
an
of
eye
them.
open for this.
I did. If Laura comes back, I'm about to get done. And if Liam happens to be switched on, he is going to shout at me.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Laura, don't look, don't
Laura,
look.
Look away. Sharon wants you.
Sharon needs you. Well done, team. Well done, team. So now you've got that really, really gorgeous look on it. There's 3 of them, by the way, guys. I would never use an unreleased product. That's just Hayley saying stuff. It's not true. So I did not take it to Crafter'S and let some people use it there. That is not true.
Oh,
you can't
dear.
just say things about me. Right, so what do you mean, what was I using? It was Hayley.
Oh,
Hayley said that if I didn't get out my corner punches, my 3-way punches, that she was going to get me in trouble. What have you done with the bottom of my magnet thing?
Oh, I haven't touched it.
Oh, I
Blame me
can't.
for that as well.
It's Hayley's fault.
It's always my fault. Always my fault. Where's it got? Oh, you got it.
It was there. It was there. Oh, I'm so glad I got to work with you. I haven't worked with you for so long.
I've got a little idea in my head and I'm just trying to find the bits that might do it.
Do it. Do it.
Can I borrow your scissors, please?
They're the best scissors in the world.
I love these. You might not get them back because I don't know where mine are. I lent them to somebody and they never gave them me back.
It was not me.
Wasn't you?
What do you mean? What kind of punch was it?
No, couldn't possibly comment that there was any. Did anybody say punch?
It's the 3-way punch. Have you got it already on the website? No, I'm supposed to be launching these, apparently. So Liam said. I've got a whole show for it, girl. It wouldn't be the first time he's talked in Scribble. Look how easy that is.
That's cute.
If this already is on the website, go and grab them because they're great. There's 3 of them and they do all kinds of edges. So if it is on there, go and grab it. Grab them. How much are they? $9.99.
Sorry, I've gone off on one. You're getting no sense from me whatsoever.
I'd be inclined to wait until we've got a show with it in a couple of weeks because I think Liam will do a price.
Oh, okay.
So I wouldn't buy them today.
Well, we're all set up and ready, so at least we know that.
So what are you doing?
I'm trying to make, you know, I said about the bookmark thing. Oh, I've cut that in the wrong place now. I'm trying to get it the same width, and I haven't done it the
Did you
same
use the
width.
corner round or was it already done?
It was already done. You're not pulling me into that one.
It was Hayley's fault. So you can see with these, sorry, doing my job that I'm paid to do. Thank you very much. Look at those. Now, the joy of this is, of course, I could tuck things through. I've still got room. There's still some wiggle room in there. So I could tuck extra elements in. If I've got a flower, for instance, which has got a stem of some kind, I could push that through if I wanted to. So for those of you who are thinking on practical terms of, well, I would like to put this, this, and this in, but it might not hold, it might not go through all of those elements, you do have some wiggle room at the end. Also, bear in mind, if you're putting the stem of a flower through something like this, you're not actually going to have the teeth trying to get through it because the teeth can only go through so much, right? But if you were to use, say, the stem of a flower, it's going over the top. Now, you might get a beveling because it might, you know, it's obviously round where the stem would be, but actually super pretty as well because when these sort of bend slightly, if you've got something bulky in the middle of it, they create a really beautiful curve. So you have got different playways with this as well. Don't think you're just in one state or another. You can do variants with it, which is really nice.
I'm making a little bookmark, so I need like a little charm to
You do. You do.
And I like the idea of the smiley face. Have you used all the smiley faces up?
Where's my wadgum gone?
Well, these are there you go.
It's
What's
there.
the flower doing?
No, there's smiley
That's a smiley
faces. That's a
faces,
smiley
yeah.
face. You can have a smiley face. You go, girl.
Can I do that? So I've got my 2 pieces together now, one of those little tags. I'm going to kind of position it around.
Do you want a pink smiley face or
I
a
don't
yellow
mind.
one?
Oh, a yellow one, I think maybe. Yellow one. I've got the cross hatches there as well, which is useful to have. Have I got
Yeah,
that the
you've
right
got,
way
no,
around?
you're totally upside down.
That's me all over. So I'm going to pop that on like that, about there like that.
Watch your fingers
so
'cause it's like a
eyeballing it.
crocodile.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't quite like a crocodile. I've been watching Naked and Afraid, and so everything is vicious to me at the minute.
So because I've chosen the stripy paper, I can kind of see roughly where that's going to go like so. So I'm going to pop that on there. I don't know if I made it a little bit too narrow, my piece of paper, a bit too frugal.
If you were to use the ribbon cutter, the ribbon cutter, and then use that.
I've made a bookmark.
Look at that.
So that can go over my page in my book.
That is so cute. And actually, as well, if you were to then put a magnet at the bottom, so it would clip onto the pages.
That's a good idea.
If you have little craft magnets, it would snap onto the page, wouldn't it, at the bottom, which would be really, really lovely to have.
This is a really clever little bit of kit.
The thing is with WeRMakers stuff, you're talking about things that, you know, they're just so practical. The use behind them for us as crafters is extensive. We can see the potential of it. It's all right me standing here and demoing it. What we need you to see is where can you use it, how can you use it, and all the rest of it. And I'm hoping that you guys are sat with your imaginations on fire going, this is where I'm going to use it, because that's the point, isn't it? None of us craft the same. We all craft differently. And we're obviously just showing you the bits and the bats here, which is lovely to see. But it's not in the sense of the practical use that you're going to put it to, or that I at home put it to. I know you were saying about journals, which I think is such a lovely thing. And if you do mixed media as well, really great for that kind of thing. But the fact that you can use it on fabric, so if you've got bags, those kind of things, I probably wouldn't put them through the wash. I'm just, you know, that's probably not the way I'd go. I don't trust her with my scissors. She had that look in her eye. But if you're going, you know, if you're going to put them on shoes, on bags, they would be really, really sweet, right? Because of the elements we can do. Think of doing up your own trainers, that kind of thing. Because if there's a certain shop that's called Primark that we're not allowed to talk about on television, if you were to buy some cheap canvas shoes from there, then to be able to do them up with little charms would be super cute, right? Really sweet. Or on your laces, those kind of things.
Well, it's just a single little charm you're using as an accent. I love the fact that we've got so many different colours, so you can pick out colours from your cardstock, the project that you've created, keep that theme going. You've got those lovely little enamelled hearts.
I love them.
I suppose there's nothing stopping you from actually enhancing these before you actually use them. If you little rub-ons and things like that.
And also, if you've got a, what's it, pen? Posca.
Yes, of course.
If you've got a little Posca pen, you could paint on top of those love heart ones as well.
Some of them have got that embossed detail. I mean, these are going to look classic on a wedding invitation.
Oh, wouldn't they? Like especially with some vellum and some, if you had some craft card and then some vellum on top of it.
Absolutely.
But they're just, I love the debossing on them as well. The embossing on them is so, so cute. It's a really lovely thing.
And of course, if you are going for the kind of add-on bundle where you've got 72 of those charms for just $24.99, really does make sense because you will become obsessed with it. That's for certain. When you
need the extra charms. Listen, you're only getting 6 when you get it home, so that's not going to be enough. You will literally have played with 6 and stapled them. You know, you'll have try and staple things to your craft room wall, etc., before you ever actually get around to make a project. So you do need the big pack of staples. Of course you do. You're not daft. You know that yourselves.
I do like the idea of kind of like using them in conjunction with magnets.
I know
like that
the amount you can do with magnets as well, and you know, utilising them. But as you were saying, for sort of book bands and things. So if you were making like a belt for a journal, obviously you would have it glued at the back, but then to be able to use the charm stapler. So if you had the front cover to put a magnet underneath the front cover so it's hidden, use the charm stapler on the front of that belt going across. So you've got the decorative element, but inside have a magnet just off to the side so that hits. But it looks like your book is held together with one of those beautiful charms. So all the different playways, there's loads of stuff that you can do with this. You know, it's everlasting. Sharon Curtis is eyeing mine up and you're not having it, Sharon Curtis.
And also as well, don't forget when you actually get yours home and you've got your packaging, do read your packaging, do look at your packaging, because on the actual little stapler itself you have got a QR code there to take you through your video tutorial, so to give you ideas on how you can put these together and create some absolutely incredible finished samples as we've seen already. But the beauty is you can put it wherever you want on a page. Let's not forget that we're talking about smaller pieces, but with these we were talking about the fact that we've got 12 by 12 pages where you can literally take something right in the middle where you've got no chance of going anywhere near it, then there you go.
It's just clever. It's the fact that you can do something in the middle of a 12 by 12, because when would you get that option? We've got the big bite, of course, that'll get you into the middle of a 12 by 12, but it's only going to put a hole in there, or it's going to give you an eyelet, but nothing as decorative as this.
Beautiful.
And that is so sweet, right? It's really, really cute. One of the things that's slowly coming back to the market for Crafter'S after some weird, like time out, are brads. Brads are starting to come back, but they've been out of popularity for a long, long time. People haven't been using brads for years. They've been quite hard to get hold of for Crafter'S for us, certainly in the UK. And then to have things like this making their return, you're going to see a massive uprising of that in popularity. Brads are coming back, staples are coming back. This sort of thing where we're looking for those metal embellishments is going to become a massive part of the. We watch crafts turn in the crafting industry, and you can keep an eye on that with various places on the website of what's sort of hot and up and coming. And one of the things is metal embellishments.
And also as well, when you're working with brads and things like that, or the little kind of what I call the paper splitters, I always have problems actually trying to
I
open
always
those
cut my
up.
nails on those, and they always go, you know, when you get something that just goes down your thumb and it goes into your nail bed, it hurts.
Clean, simple, easy way of doing it. Top for using things like your vellums as well, that we've been speaking of as well, and your parchment papers as well. But don't forget, we have got 2 different ways you can shop today. One is going to be for your fabulous stapler, but what do you do after you've used the 6 staples that comes with it? Well, this is why you need this bundle, because within this bundle you've got 6 packs. Now, each one of these packs would usually cost you £8.99. And indeed, when we launched this bundle and we brought the bundle to you first during this hour, we had got that higher price, which was in excess of £54. But what you are now looking at is a price of £4.16 per pack. That is a better than half price deal when you start looking at the prices of those packs. So that's why so many of you have not only been going for one bundle, but multiples and using them alongside the stapler. Now, if you've already got the stapler, brilliant, don't worry, you've got those on their way. But if you've yet to get the stapler, do make sure you invest in this as well. Because the 2 together, when you add them together at the deal prices that we are bringing you, you're pretty much saving half the price of the full price, the RRP. And with these, there are lots of people that are shopping for them out there. They don't have the luxury of HobbyMaker, or they're yet to discover us, and they are paying those higher prices. You don't need to.
And this has only just launched. So, as in not today, but it has only just launched. This is not an old product. I think it came out, we're talking less than a month ago that this actually hit the stands.
Wow.
So it's not widely available. So you're getting it here first, and you're getting an amazing price. You won't find this price matched anywhere. You won't find this price matched by WeRMakers. So that's a nice place to be, right? HobbyMaker has it cheaper. If you're in the States, you can actually buy stuff from here and you can have it shipped over to the US, probably cheaper than buying it full price in the US. That's a nice place to be, right? That's a nice place to be.
And I have seen people doing that during this hour as well.
There you go, They're just cute, they're lovely.
You back a little bit later on?
We have got, and we've been promising you for a long, long time to bring you the new inserts for the button press. We've been promising you, it's been a long time coming. They're here, and we're going to play with them tonight, and they're super, super cute. We've got new puffy bits for you this afternoon that are just a dream, and we'll be on at 7 p.m. with that.
And it is a brilliant tool. You're going to love it. And it has been a while since we've seen it. So keep checking your baskets out. We're going to be going to a break in just a few moments. And then you need to find a way of storing and keeping everything neat and tidy. Well, we've got it all going on here at HobbyMaker. After the break, we've got a fabulous Deflecto hour, and we've got lovely Sharon, who's going to be taking us through that. I can see she's got all her crafty bits with her as well, so she's been raiding her craft room. So I'm sure you will want to join us after the break, and I will see you the other side of this. Thank you, Carla.
Cheers.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
You'd think when you get to my age, 39, that you'd have a nice, quiet birthday plan, maybe a meal, see a show, quiet night in maybe.
However, I've got a better idea. Come to work and you join me as well on the 3rd of June. That's actually my birthday. You get the presents, you get the discount code. So make sure you join us on HobbyMaker 1 until 8 on the 3rd of June for Dave's birthday bash.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to my last hour today here on HobbyMaker. And I've been very fortunate. I've had different guests every single hour.
You have, haven't you?
I don't know whether everybody's saying I only want to work with her once.
I could only do 1 hour with that, Hayley.
That's as much as I can cope with. But you are my victim for this hour. And I have to say, I am very much in my happy place because I know you and myself and many other crafters. This is something that we all use and couldn't craft without, to be fair.
No, because the key thing about crafting is finding your supplies.
Absolutely,
You know, when you know you want particular brads or something for a project, you want to be able to put your hands on them straight away, don't you?
Yeah, exactly that. So Deflecto are one of those brands that we love to have here at HobbyMaker because not only does it help us get organised, but it helps us get organised in a kind of modular way, which means you don't have to buy everything all in one go. You will buy a set, and this is my story, is I bought a set, and then when I had the opportunity and I saw it on shows, I would buy a bit to add to it, because you continually grow with it.
You do, and I love that, because over the years I've bought so many different types of storage, outgrown them, had to buy something else. To have something modular that you can just keep adding to, I just think is a necessity, really.
And also you can make it fit your scenario. So if you're wanting to craft and you're wanting to put certain things in the top of your caddy, which we'll look at in a few moments, or your pens in a certain way, or you want to put your papers in a certain way, you do it the way that you choose to do it.
Yes, yeah, you're not.
It all works well.
Yeah, you're not restricted in any way because you can kind of configure it how you want to.
Absolutely.
We've all got different things. So yeah, I love that.
There you go. So we're going to kick things off with one of the most popular ways of you getting involved with Deflecto. In fact, it did sell out, and it sold out many, many times when we brought it to you as well. So the fabulous caddies. Now we've got these back in stock. Now there's a variety of different ways you can get hold of them, but we're going to be looking at the two. No, it's the three we're looking at.
We're going to look at this one. Let's wheel it across.
So this is, and I think this is where I got started with it as well, because quite often they will come in sets, or you can get them in sets of two. But it's the wheels that, for me, that make the difference.
Yes, and I think, you know, we were all different. I'm still using, most of the time, just two stacked together, and I don't have the wheels. I think once you get to 3 layers, you're going to want the wheels.
Yes,
because you're now then able to take this out and about with you. Don't just think of the wheels, though, for, you know, if you leave the house, because actually around the craft room, it's really handy to have them stacked like this, particularly if perhaps you're crafting in the dining room and you need to put everything away.
Good point,
The wheels on these are 360, so even full of heavy crafty goods, this is still really easy to manoeuvre around.
Absolutely. Now, a little insight into my crafty cabin. I have these under my cutting table, and I have them on the wheels because I don't have the luxury of having access to everything at all times. So what I tend to do is I have them on the wheels, and then I will move one and in and out. They're like the red arrows when I'm moving them around as to what I want him to get to. I have them stacked. I think I've got about 6 high because that's the height of my desk area. So yeah, you can go higher with these if you're wanting to. I know some people that have gone taller than that, but I don't tend to because I think it becomes a little bit unstable.
Yeah, kind of, again, it depends what you're putting in it. If you've got a lot of heavy stuff, you might feel it's a bit unstable once you get above 6, but it kind of depends on the weight, really.
So how does it work?
Well, each layer clips into place. So let's just unclip the top layer and show you. So with each sort of layer, you're going to get 4 what I would call single pots and 1 double, and they just slot straight in. Each individual container has got a little piece here that slots into place. There's also a really secure clip on the front, and of course they're transparent, so you can straight away see what's in all of them, and it's got a really solid click, so they're really sturdy. And you'll notice the top of each of these has got a little inset, and when you look at the bottom, there's a corresponding. So when you stack them, before you even clip them together, they kind of nestle in. So that's already quite secure, but then at the sides, you've got these 2 grey clips, and then once you've done that, they're secure. Now, the beauty of having this system is that, say I want something in this tub here, I don't have to take these off one at a time. I can literally go straight to it.
Wow, that's brilliant.
You know, if you think about lots of stacking systems, you've kind of got to lift them off one by one to get to the bottom one. Whereas this, you can go immediately to the thing you need. And of course, you can see exactly what's in each. Now, the double one is, let's just leave that off. The double one's great. If I show you mine, great for laundry tools. So it really does depend on what you want to store in it as to how you want to configure it. But you're going to get 4 singles and 1 double on each layer. So with this configuration, you're going to get 3 of these, and I can't even count in my head how many of the singles.
Well, the thing is, you can change it around, can't you? So if you wanted both of those sitting in the same area together, you can do, because everything is just modular. You swap and move it to wherever you want it to go.
Now, I use mine when I'm going to workshops because I love the fact, you know, when you get to a workshop, you all have been on plenty, Hayley, over the years, and everyone brings in their big old wheelie tote bags, and then you're all at a table like this. You can't put your bag next to you because the person sitting next to you is right next to you. I take these and then I put it in the corner of the room, and I think, right, I'm going to need my ink pads. Let's grab that one. And I just take the couple of containers that I need for that stage of the project, put them on the desk, do what I'm doing, and then I can just go back to my containers and swap it in and out all day, whereas everyone else is rummaging around, falling over each other's tote bags, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's never it's always at the bottom of a tote bag, isn't it? You can never find it.
Yeah, Exactly.
Now I'm going to pop that one back in here because I think that's where it came from. We've been doing a bit of shopping around, though, I will let you know. And our price on your screen, you can see, is £104.95. You're going to get 3 of those caddy systems, as I call it, each one being completely independent. And, of course, you can use those as you want to take them away, take them out and about with you. And, of course, you can get the wheels as well. So all 4 of those elements come together with the deal that you've got on your screen. So, Laura, have you been doing a bit of shopping? A bit of browsing? What have you found? What have you found then? Oh, okay. Now, this is a good price. So, it's the same deal that we've got. You've got your 3 tiers. You've got your wheels in there as well. That looks very, very similar to what we've got.
It does.
There is a bit of a difference, though. The price, Laura, the price on this one's £89.95. You're not a very good shopper, if that's what you're finding.
No, don't buy that one.
So, deal is on your screen shortly. You're looking at 24 seconds and we will reveal that to you. This is often one of the systems that people most often go for. Now, the deal on your screen, you can see the details say it's a 2nd birthday special. Was that March time?
It was, yes. I remember that show, yeah.
So we kept the price as well. So that means that the information on your screen is from way back then in March, but that price isn't from March. Oh dear. £79.99 is now the price that you are paying for all of this gorgeousness. You're going to get your wheels, which you would normally have to pay separately for. Quite often the caddies come in kind of duos as well.
Yes.
So, yeah, so this kind of configuration isn't readily available.
No, it's not. And this is the ideal starting point. If Deflecto's new to you and you want to give this a try, this is a great starting point because having the wheels is a great addition. 3 layers, you've got enough containers there for pretty much, you know, if you're out and about workshops and things, I think you would get everything you need to take with you in this configuration. And then, of course, you can add to it. You know, I know every time we do these shows, we get lots of people just adding to what they've already got.
Talking about that, have you got pictures of what you've already got? Have you got photos of your craft room getting all organised? I always love this because it's complete chaos. And then the next picture has got all organisation in there. And how many of these have you got? Have you started off with your tower of 3 in the wheels? And then have you added to it? Because the beauty is, we've got a set coming up, which I'll tell you about in a few moments, but I'm just going to bring it in. Actually, it's got the wrapper on it. So have you got your 2 system there?
Yeah,
that could quite easily sit on top of this if you wanted to, couldn't it?
Yes.
So we have got the sets of 2s coming up. So if you are shopping for this one, thank you. If you wanted to go for even more, then go for the 2 set as well. And then that way you've got all of this storage space. But you know the thing that I love about this? All of this storage space, but it's only taking up the footprint of probably a little over an A4 sheet of paper.
Yes,
really.
it's a really small footprint, and the ability to just sort of wheel it across to you at your desk, grab what you need. I think also if you go for the 3 and then the extra 2, this is a great height because it's kind of waist height if you're wheeling it along next to you. So again, you know, it depends how much space you need, I always think you're going to add to it anyway.
That's it. Now, I will warn you, the stock that we've got is kind of stock to capacity, which means that when it goes, that's it, we haven't got any more of these, and already a quarter of the stock has gone. As I say, it's not often you get the deal where you've got basically, it's like a starter system that you've got here. So if you've never shopped for Deflecto before, you've never tried it in your craft room, well, I say craft room. David's got these in the garage as well.
Yes, they are good all around the house, actually. Great for kids with Lego.
Good point.
Great for all sorts of other things. Great for in the
Makeup
shed, for your
or
tools.
anything,
Yeah, cosmetics would be fabulous.
And I think the beauty is because it's clear. Now, I know Deflecto have spoken in the past about kind of putting food elements in there. If I remember rightly, as long as it's in a wrapper, then you're okay.
Yes, it's only because it's not certified food safe. I can't really see a problem with it, but because they're not certified,
kind of do as I say,
we
not
just
do as I
say,
do.
we just, exactly. In wrappers, you're fine.
That's it. And the beauty is it's not limited to 1 per customer. So it might be that you're wanting to get started with a couple of these and then start adding the other sets on as time goes on. We don't always have it available here at HobbyMaker, so it is a situation where you have to take it when we do have it, and it does regularly sell out very quickly.
It does, and you know, we kind of bring you what we can get at the time. So, you know, these things do go out of stock really quickly.
Absolutely.
And then, you know, next time I'm on, we might have a completely different configuration.
Now, lots of you have been shopping for your trio and the wheels, which we've got on the details on your screen. Lots of you going for your duo sets as well. So I'm just going to dip down and pick this one up as well, because this gives you some ideas of how you might want to use yours, because we've got some imagery on here as well that will show you with the paper wrapper that wraps around. So let me just pop that on the side there to give you an idea of how lots of people use these.
Great for all sorts of different things. You can see ribbon there, all around the house. Really, really useful. This is the configuration that I have and that I use all the time. It's a good, I mean, obviously it depends what you put in it, but I think 2 without the wheels is fine. It's not too heavy to carry around. I would say once you get to 3, you might want to consider the wheels then.
Yes,
So.
yeah. You don't want to pull your arm out of the socket,
No,
do you, really?
no. The other great thing is, of course, when you're putting these in and out the car, because you can separate them at whatever height you want to. You know, when I am going out to workshops and things, 2 of these will fit in my boot as they are. But of course, if you've got a higher stack, you've literally just got to split it halfway and lift it into the car, so really easy to transport.
Absolutely. And again, it might be that you've got all your crafty bits and pieces in your Deflecto storage. You can choose what you take with you. So it could be that you go into your different stacks that you've got and you're picking out your ink pads, you're picking out your stamps, or you're picking out your beads, or whatever craft it is that you're working with, you're taking with you what you need to take.
Yeah, that's key. And also, you know, if you are someone that goes out and about quite a lot, you're not having to move things. I mean, when we come to the pen storage, this really comes into its own. How many times do you have to, when you're going to a workshop with maybe your tote bag, you have to go around your bag thinking, around your room going, oh, I'll grab those pens. Oh, I want my waxes, put them in. If they're already stored in here, you're just thinking about which tubs do I need for this trip?
Absolutely.
And you just grab the tubs that you need for the products you want.
Now, this might be the first way that you get involved with Deflecto, and by all means it can be. So with this set, you're going to get your 2 layers. The layers themselves are the same as the ones that we've seen previously. So you're going to get your 3 smaller pots as well as your double pot with these. But you're going to get 2 layers of them. You won't get your wheels with this one, but it might be that this is a way for you to extend to the trio set that you got previously. You don't have to have the wheels if you don't want. It might be that this is going in a cupboard space.
Yes, it really depends what you want to use it for. And I know lots of you buy this double configuration to add to your stack that you've already got. So this is an ideal opportunity for that.
Now, it certainly is, because the chevrons are there, £49.99. That is amazing value for money, because you're going to get both of those. You're going to get your, there's 4, is it 4? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 4 single
4,
pots,
5,
1 double on each layer.
5
so
in total, yeah.
so you're going to have 8 single and 2 double in total.
That's it. And you can change the configuration to whatever you like, and it can be whatever crafting you like. You've got good size highs to the pots as well with these.
Yes, you can get a lot in these. You know, I've put some of my Sizzix waxes in here, and you can see there's a good size to them.
Yeah,
You'll
could
get
fit
a
another
lot of
6 in that
products. I
quite
could get,
easy,
I could get at least another 3 of those in there. Your oxide ink pads. I haven't got one in here today. I think you get about 6 or 7 in one of those.
Wow,
the
that's
the
good.
square ink pads. The tool one is great, because this is literally everything I bring to HobbyMaker with me all the time. So I've got
just
all
pick
my
that up and
poker
go.
tools,
Brilliant.
blending brushes, all of those things.
And they are watertight, aren't they? Not the lids, but if you wanted to use it as a water pot, you could do.
Yes, and I should mention, this is my personal storage here, and I've had these, I reckon, 7 years now. So they do last.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you've had yours about the same time as me.
They look fresh and new, so you don't tend to think about it.
No.
Yeah. You wouldn't know. Yes, they will be, actually, when I think back to it. Yeah, when I first got it.
I know, because I got mine when
Probably
I
the
first
same
started
place as
working
me.
with you. Yes. And I just got my craft shed at that point. So in my head, it's coming up for 8 years, actually. So yes.
Brilliant, yeah. And if you, incidentally, if you are thinking about getting a crafty room, whether it's a crafty room or a crafty shed or a crafty cabin, as I've got, do check out Sharon's walk around of her own personal one on YouTube. It's really interesting and does help you get yourself organised, as does your Deflecto. Now, lots of you shopping for these. We're looking at the duo here. So this one, there's no wheels, but you could, again, stack these if you wanted to. As Sharon said, do bear in mind when you're transporting them, though, if you are are going to be stacking them because obviously each of the layers, when you've got it full of all your crafty goodies, it gets quite weighty.
It does.
And I know there's guidelines on there that are mentioned actually on the paperwork with regards to kind of maximum capacity and things like that. But it might be that you're going for this alongside the wheeled stack that we were looking at a few moments ago, which makes a fabulous combination. But nearly 20% of the stock has gone of this one. And lots of you shopping for multiples and brand new crafters as well. So welcome to Hobby Maker if you are one of those brand new crafters. So that is always a very, very popular item. But something that we've got that we don't have very many of at all, I'm talking single figures. This is a perfect way for you to store your pens. So I'm going to move this one to the side just for the time being. Pop that down on top of there as well. Now, this is another tool system which I think is incredible. I'll bring this one over here because it is such a clever, clever system. And that's what Deflecto do over and over.
They do. They've thought of everything with this. Again, this is my personal one. These are my pens in here that I bring back and forth to here. Actually, I take these as well. I run a monthly class, and these are the pens that I bring there.
Okay.
So the first thing is you're going to get 80 pens in here, and you've got this really good, secure lid. You'll see there's a good height to this, so it's going to fit most pens on the market because there's extra height there. The other thing is the lid. It clips over at the side quite solidly.
Oh, yes.
So when you lift it, you're not going to have to think about that could come loose because it can't.
Yeah.
The way it clips underneath means that it literally can't come undone. So you've got this in the back of the car, tips over.
Oh no, been there, done that.
But they
Not
fit
had a chance to
straight
do
back
that though.
in. No. The other thing, and I mentioned before about when you're taking products out and about, as opposed to storing them differently in your craft room, it means you've got to sort of unpack them, re-put them back where you put them in your craft room. The beauty of this is it works for both in your craft room and out, because once I open this up, you'll see this really clever design. It's an accordion. So if you're crafting at your desk, you can choose how you have your pens. Now you can have them kind of around your desk like so.
That's a lovely workstation, isn't it?
So you'd have your mat here and you've got all your colours around you, or perhaps you like just having them in front of you. And of course some pens should be stored vertically, some horizontally.
Yeah.
You can do either. You know, even if your pens are meant to be stored upright, when you're taking them off to a workshop, it's not going to do any harm for them to be in the box for a short period. But when you get back to your room, you can store them like this if that's how they're meant to be stored. And it kind of fits the space you've got. Say you've got, you know, a smaller space, you can have them stacked like so in front of you.
You can even have them just one kind of story height.
All,
couldn't you?
yeah, all the way
A
across.
windowsill or a shelf or something like that.
Yeah, you can have them like so.
Now, I did warn you that we were limited with regards to the quantity that we've got available, very, very limited. So changing the details on your screen, just £24.99 being your price on this one. Lots of you realise just how useful this is. I've got a feeling some of you might be going for an additional one-to-ones that you've already got at home. If that is a situation, please make sure you're adding it to your basket, but more importantly, checking your basket out, because we don't have a bountiful supply of these. And we have now got a situation where people will miss out on these in that short time that I've just been chatting to you. I think we've only got about half a dozen opportunities to start with. It's the tail end of the stock that we've got here. We will hopefully see it back again, but sadly not today. So it's fastest finger first. If you're one of those people that want it, then check your basket out, because it is going to sell out. So yeah, I can see them checking out now. So yeah, there's only going to be a few more of you that will be able to take advantage of this, but a lot more of you trying to take advantage, and it has now sold out. So thank you to you guys that have gone for that. We will see it back again, so do keep an eye open for the Deflecto shows, but that one sadly we're going to have to say goodbye to. So I'm going to pop that one over there. Whoops, to the side. Now, where are we going next? Sorry. I like those ones. This one.
The stackable one or the solid one?
This one.
Oh, that one.
What are we calling it? A single tray storage? Oh, I didn't realise that's what it was called.
This is lovely.
I don't know what I thought. In my head, it's workbox or something like that. So that's why I was a bit confused.
I don't know why, as a crafter, but I always think of fishing tackle when I look at this one, which of course is one use for it. And I don't know why that comes to my brain before anything crafting, but it does. This is a great one for all sorts of storage, not just crafting, just around the house, because it's really solid. They're stackable, so if you get more than one, you can stack them. You'll see very much like the caddies that we just looked at. You've got that same system here where you've got a little indent in the top, and if you look at the bottom,
so you can stack them,
there's a corresponding, so they stack nicely. So great for all sorts of storage. I think this would be great for things like makeup and also sewing, all sorts. So you've got a really solid clasp here that kind of goes up and over, so very secure. So again, if you're putting heavier things in here, that's going to hold them nicely. And then when you open it up, you've got a little tray that comes out.
Oh, okay.
So that can be great for pens, knitting needles, all sorts of storage. And then you lift that out and you've just got a really nice space in here. Now this one would also be quite good, I think, for ribbons, washi tape, that kind of thing.
Nice idea, yes,
you can have them sort of really visible, lift them out, and then you've got extra storage there. So it's more about, and it's hard to get this across on television, it's the quality of this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's solid, you can hear that.
Really solid.
I like that semi-opaque look as well. So if you've got several of these, you know which one you're going to be going to when you need
it.
So,
yes, it's not completely clear, but you can still kind of see what's in each one.
Yeah.
And it's going to look very smart.
And also as well, if you are going to stack them, then the handle folds flat into a little bit of a recess as well. So
yes, they're very stackable. And if you think about the footprint, you know, this is the sort of thing, if you think about the width of it, you know, quite often I've got it in my craft room where I've got the end of my cupboards and then there's a gap.
Just a bit, yes.
And you end up shoving all sorts of, because you can't waste that space.
Yeah.
This is good for that kind of situation.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because you can stack them out and, you know, pick out the one you want.
I love it. There you go. Now, if you fancy getting hold of yours, the details are on your screen. As you can see, it's a good size. But this would normally be £48.99. I say would be normally, because of course that's not necessarily the way that we do it here at Hobby Maker. We have got a clock on the screen, which means you've got time to get involved. Now, not limited to one per customer, and I think you will be forgiven for going for multiples of these if you're wanting to. Now, I'm looking at my screen. We haven't got a bountiful supply of these again. So yeah, if you're wanting to take advantage, you need to get involved early. More importantly, you need to check your basket out. So it's one thing to get it in your basket, and you could be forgiven for thinking, well, I want one of those. I'm going to pop it in my basket. I'm going to look at the other bits and pieces and then check my basket out. Well, bear in mind, what did we say a few moments ago? £48.99. Laura, I think there's supposed to be a number in front of that, £9.99. Oh, no. Okay. £9.99. Wow.
Laura's gone mad.
Wow. Why are we selling these at £9.99 when they're supposed to be £48.99?
That's a great deal.
No wonder. The screen is filling up now.
Yes,
Lots of you
getting all the names.
I mean, £9.99. In my head, £9.99 is kind of like a Secret Santa or a birthday gift present. That kind of value. Can you imagine if you gave that to somebody as a gift?
Yes.
Well, you wouldn't want to part with it to start with.
No.
If you paid £9.99 for it, there's no way you're going to let this go to anybody.
No. Very useful. And I can think of so many ways to use this around the house.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it could be like a first aid box. It could be in the boot of the car with your essentials in there, extra, smart plugs, bulbs, first aid in the back of the car, all of those things that you might need.
I like the idea of a first aid box as well, actually.
Yeah. Or a winter kit. Sometimes a winter kit's a good idea as well, isn't it? With things like a torch in there and different bits and pieces. Now, I did warn you that we hadn't got huge amounts before we even got started dropping that price down. Lots of you going for multiples. Sandy and Anne, I don't blame you at all. You're going for multiples. Brand new crafters again. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Bianca as well, I believe you've gone for several of these too. So yeah, that's the way that most of you are shopping for these. We've got some of them flying out to Florida as well. So yes.
I'll deliver those ones.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to, yeah. Lots of you taking advantage. But as that screen is filling up, I get a little bit nervous because we hadn't got huge quantities, and pretty much everybody on the left-hand side of my screen now has got multiples in these. So if you bear in mind, that means that the quantity of our stock is going to be coming down. Now that we're in a situation where the amount that have been checked out and what stock we have got left is not going to fulfil all of the people that have popped this into your basket. So I can only apologise, but it's just literally as quick as you can check your baskets out, please do so. Don't wait for us to show the other products or decide what you're going to go for. You can decide that at a later stage. Time is of the essence now. If you want this, you need to check your basket out now, and lots of you are going to miss out on that one. So I'm going to move away from this, leave the details with you. Just be as quick as you possibly can. So yeah, well done on that one. That's an absolute bargain. Wrong place, wrong time again.
Yes.
But there we go. One of those situations. But I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you.
I know, every time we do these shows, I think I must remember to get one of those.
That's it, and then it's gone. Don't get the chance. Now, this is an interesting one.
This is a lovely one, isn't it? It's like slices of cake.
I just wanted to play a little tune as it's turning around.
Yes, this is so useful. Again, it's all about footprint and how much, well, as
Little,
crafters, it's how much you can cram into your craft room,
Absolutely,
basically,
yes,
which is what we're
yeah.
all about. I certainly am. This is fabulous because it's got that Lazy Susan sort of bottom so that you can spin it. And then you've got a really nice mix of configurations here. You'll see some of these are single pots,
yes, yeah.
stacked, so you've got 2 stacked on top. Those are great for all your little embellishments. And again, you can really quickly see what's in them. You can get quite a lot in each of these. And then you've got 3
Oh, taller ones.
taller.
Okay.
So a really nice mix for all the different things that you're going to want to pop in here. Really nice lids on these.
So you've kind of got like a recess again.
A recess, yeah, they slot in really nicely and snugly. I love the fact that you can just sort of spin them and see what you've got. And I love the fact that it's just white. It's going to go in any craft room. And that goes across all of the Deflecto storage, actually.
Lazy Susan on the bottom as well. So if you've got restricted area, I've got something similar to this in my kitchen cupboard, because the way that the cupboard doors, it's a corner cupboard, you don't have full access.
Yes.
So if you haven't got full access to an area, you can spin this around and actually get to those pots that you need.
Yes, really efficient way of storing things in terms of space.
Also nice as well if you're crafting in a group, because this could be in the centre of the table. We've all been making jewellery upstairs today. I don't know if you saw.
Lovely.
I just made a little bracelet because we were all part of this, like
isn't
the
that pretty?
biggest jewellery making thing. I don't know. I just made a bracelet. They said, do you want to make a bracelet? I sat down. But something like this would have been perfect because all of the different components as a group crafting could be in the centre of the table.
And it looks beautiful. You know, if you were filling this with beads or something like that, you could have, you know, you can imagine seeing all the different colours. I would have them in rainbow order, of course. And it just looks beautiful in your craft space, which for me is it's almost as important that my things look good as that they're practical, actually, because I'm a bit fussy.
But it reminds you that you've got things.
It does.
Because when things are tucked away in cupboards, out of the way, you forget what you've got. And then it's either you go out and buy it again because you can't find it, or you don't take advantage of using that gorgeous crafty stuff that you've bought and you've put away. Use it, get it out there.
It's very true. There's a kind of balance, isn't there, between having things out of sight and forgetting you've got them.
Yes.
But then if you have them just everywhere, the clutter puts you off.
Yes, yeah.
So having them in containers that you can see what you've got and it looks pretty and inspires you, I think.
Now, if I remember rightly with this, because each one comes with its own Lazy Susan, you probably wouldn't do it anyway, but I wouldn't go any taller with the stacking of these.
No, I wouldn't stack these because you'd have to lift the top one off to open these anyway. So, yeah, I wouldn't do that. But, I mean, you could if you were just storing them in the cupboard and lifting them out. But yeah.
But if you go for 2 of these, it might be that you have all of the tall ones on one rotating.
Play around with the
system
configuration.
And, play around with it and make it what you want. Now, details are on your screen, £49 and 99 pence. Now, we have bought this to you previously. I've no idea where we're going to go with this on price-wise. So, 26 seconds and we will be revealing that price. But I have Laura's promise that she's going to bring it to us at the lowest price that we have ever seen it. Now, we've got reasonable quantities of stock of these as I look on the screen. But, of course, once we reveal that price, that situation can often change very, very quickly. So can I make a suggestion that if you do like the idea of this, get it in your basket, ready for you to check it out. Last 2 items that we brought to you have sold out very, very quickly. So I don't want you to miss out on this one. And as that clock gets to 0, that price is coming down to just £19 and 99 pence. first time we have ever bought this to you for less than £20. I don't think I've seen that price anywhere for this.
No, and I can't remember the last time we had this on. It's been a long while, actually. So I'm sure people have been waiting for it.
Another nice one for you to use in many rooms of the house. I mean, you could have staples in there, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
Again, another one for makeup that would be perfect. You can have all your bottles of foundation and things. And then these are great for your smaller things like lipsticks.
It could be jewellery, it could be beads, could be that it's going into your kitchen cupboards and you're using it for all your cake decorating elements. Again, I'm going to say it, it's not classified as food safe purely because it hasn't got a grade on there. So we do suggest that you keep things in packets, but do I do that myself?
Nope. No, me neither, but we have to tell you.
I'm still here. So rapidly approaching 20% of the stock. Now, this might have been one of those items that you've looked at, you're a fan of Deflecto and you shied away from it because of it being $49.99. I get that, because you would think to yourself, well, I want to use that money elsewhere. But when it's been brought down to $19.99 and potentially the last opportunity to get it at that price, then I would start thinking about getting hold of this.
Yes, that's great value for that. When you think of all the individual tubs you've got there, there's a lot you can get in there.
Absolutely. And it takes up a very small footprint. I mean, I'm looking at that thinking 12 by 12 cardstock. Probably smaller than that,
a little bit smaller, I'd say. But yes, and the rotating thing is just such a space saver.
Absolutely. Now, rapidly approaching a third of the stock having gone, so lots of you taking advantage. These are going the length, the breadth of the country, and also internationally as well. And that is the beauty. I mean, this is something that's quite bulky for it to actually be dispatched to you.
It is fabulous, actually, that we offer shipping.
Our postage system, it works brilliantly. And if you're watching from America, then you could go for several of these. You could go for some of your caddies with the wheels on. They can all come to you under one post and packing for the day. So you imagine that. I mean, $3.95, it could be that you're going for one of those if you're in the UK, or two of those, and then you're going for your caddy system with the wheels, the additional caddies. You've got a big box coming to you. But you're going to have so much fun getting yourself organised and getting everything into its little place. So, details on your screen, $19.99. Probably going to leave those details with you for the time being. We will revisit that, I am sure, to give you an update on the stock, but it's literally flying out, so take advantage while you have the opportunities. So, now, we're going to be looking at 12 by 12 storage. Well, I say 12 by 12 storage. It doesn't have to be, does it, I suppose?
No, it can be all sorts of things, but it is ideal for 12 by 12.
Now, we have got a series of trays here that interlock together brilliantly. And they are brilliant because they're solid. Solid trays.
Really solid, really good quality. Stackable as well. So you're not looking at just 3, you can buy as many as you want to fit all your papers in. I would probably go for, I'd have 3 sets of these and have 9, so I could have a whole rainbow of colours.
Absolutely.
You can stack them as high as you want to, depending on where you're putting them. They are really good solid acrylic. They're also see-through, so you can see exactly what you've got. Each one has also got little silicone feet at the bottom, so it's not going to slide about on your desk. The other thing to mention with these ones in particular is if you've got the cube type storage that lots of us do have, these do fit in there.
Ah, okay, good.
Now they're designed for 12 by 12 papers. They're slightly larger than 12 by 12 in that, you know, sometimes some of the 12 by 12s will have a little strip on them with like the name of the cardstock. And I've bought storage for 12 by 12 before, and then I've had to trim those bits off because it makes the card just a little bit bigger than 12 by 12. They do all fit in here because I've tried them. So really useful for that. And of course, being stackable, you can go as high as you like. I quite often store my 12 by 12s in collections.
Yeah,
you know, when you buy a collection and you get rub-ons and ephemera and all sorts. I keep the whole collection together on one sort of tray or
clever
drawer.
way of doing it, yeah.
So really useful for that. Also great for drying things.
Yes.
If you're someone that does maybe a lot of watercolours or something like that, and you want to use it as like a drying rack, great for that.
You could stack kind of 3 pieces of work.
Yes,
drying,
and just pop them in, and they're going to dry without you, touching them.
Love it. Little rubber feet on there as well. So again, if you wanted to use it maybe as an organiser, it doesn't have to be stacked if you don't want to. Or it could be that you're going for multiples of these and choosing to stack them high and have them kind of a full width.
Yes.
That's another way of using them.
Yes, yes.
Love it. Really, really sturdy as well. I mean, they're gripping onto our table here.
They are, and it's lovely crystal clear acrylic. You know, some acrylics not as beautiful as this. I don't know how to describe it, but you can see instantly it's really good quality.
And do you know what I love about these? You've got those solid sides, so even if you kind of only got access to the side, you know what's in there. But you haven't got, and if you've bought storage like I've bought storage over the years, sometimes you will buy stackable trays that have got like pins in the corner.
Yes.
And you go to pick up the tray and all the pins fall out all over the
out,
place.
yeah.
So with these, you've got that sturdiness where they are literally going to stack. In that little ridge there.
Yeah, there's like just a little ledge that
Yeah.
it sits on top of each other. So in terms of stackable, it's nice and secure.
And
Yeah.
good solid base to it as well. Obviously, if I could press harder on that and I'll probably put my full weight on there, it's going to break. But if you're thinking about your 12 by 12 cardstock, you've got plenty of weight in there. And again, that's something else. I've bought storage where you've put quite a lot of paper, which can be heavy. And it
Yeah,
pulls the
and it-
sides in of the,
Yeah,
of the whole
yeah,
thing.
it
and
kind of
makes
bows,
it
doesn't it?
unstable. So yeah, brilliant. So 3 trays coming to you under the details that are on your screen, $39.99. For the quality that you've got and the durability, I think it's brilliant value for money, but it's not the price we're going to be bringing to you today. Get involved as early as you can with this one, and for each set of 3, we are now bringing them to you for just £24.99, potentially the price of one 12 by 12 pad actually, and then keeping it nice and sturdy.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
And accessible. You know, how many of us have got all our 12 by 12 sort of shoved away in drawers and you have to rummage through to find them?
Yeah.
To be able to sort of store things by collection, I think means you're going to use them more.
Absolutely. So if you like the idea of getting hold of this, and as we've heard there, if you've got that cube system at home, then you could go for these. You'd probably go for another couple on top of that, to be honest.
I think you can get 6 in
it's about
I did measure
33 centimetres, I think, the aperture, isn't it? Them, so yeah, that would make sense. So yeah, stack them high, use them. Oh, somebody's at Florida again, back again. I don't blame you. Don't blame. If you've got your post and packing for the day going out to America, is it $12.95? You could literally change your craft room, couldn't you, with everything that's coming on its way to you. So I don't blame you in your slightest. Lots of you shopping for multiples again. We're going the length and breadth of the country as well. Some are staying local, which is nice to see, but most of you are shopping for multiples of these. So yeah, do take advantage of those if you like the idea. So we've gone from New York to the West Midlands with the people shopping for this as well, which we're just in the middle of the two. Yes. I love it. Brilliant value for money. And this might be the first item that you go for with your Deflecto products, but you will be back for more.
Definitely.
We all do.
And again, modular. You know, you might only have enough cardstock at the moment to fill 3, but when you fill this up and you need more, the great thing is you can just buy another set and add to it.
That's
you
the
haven't
thing.
got to go and do something else with your cardstock.
Yeah. And rest in the knowledge that it's still going to be the same side as well. Now I'm going to move this one to the side because we've got something that on the first sight does look very similar. And it could be used for your 12 by 12s. But I also think this would be nice where you could actually, I'm just going to try it before, because I think that if you've gone for that.
You could do a mix of the two.
You could have a mix of the two if you wanted to. Put your 12 by 12 papers on top of the drawer. So let me move that out of the way. Now, this one, am I able to take the label off this at all? Because I think
it's hard to see, isn't it?
It's hard to see without it. I don't know where the join is. There we go. There's the join, I think. Let's pull that down there.
Yeah,
I can't do it in a neat way, really. Sorry.
I must get one of these.
Sorry.
Just bring back and forth with me. So
apparently Dave Bradford had just ripped the layer off, so there you go. We can stick it back together though.
We can.
Sharon, talk us around this one.
So this one is an enclosed drawer system. So this is great. Perhaps, you know, the other one I think is great if you've got those cube units and you want something to fit in those.
Yes.
This is more standalone. Again, you can stack multiples of these. You can stack them on top of each other. It's got the same silicone sort of rubber feet at the bottom to stop it sliding on your desk. And then you've got 3 drawers. Again, they're larger than 12 by 12, so you can get sort of the 12 by 12 sheets that have a border on. You've got this lovely sort of chrome colour knob.
Fancy, doesn't it?
And the thing about this is perhaps, depends where your craft room is, but this is going to keep your papers dust free.
That's a good point.
So that's a consideration because it all depends on your crafting. For me, in my shed, I'd be fine with either system. My shed doesn't get particularly dusty, but you know, you might want to consider that. The other thing is that I think it's really clever. It's got these little holes here. And that is so when you've got this full of your 12 by 12, sometimes you can't get your fingers in to get, so you can go from underneath and push your card up so that you can grab it. That's really clever.
Now, we'll warn you, we've not even dropped the price on this one yet, and we're at limited stock. So, yeah, we haven't got very many of these as well. And the previous one, is that gone now as well? Oh, no, we've still got that one. Oh, the others were very... Oh, sorry, everything that we've had that's been limited has sold out. So yeah. Can I just show you some serving suggestions? Because on the packaging, it shows you some of the ways that you might want to use this. So obviously, you can use it in a crafting or in an office environment if you wanted to. Just looks really stylish, doesn't it?
It does.
I'd be tempted to use this in kind of like in the bathroom or in a dressing room.
Yeah, again, it would be great for
combs,
cosmetics, wouldn't it? And all your makeup brushes, all your makeup. And it is that lovely, beautiful, crystal clear acrylic, so you really can see what you've got.
Absolutely. Classic look, and it's not going to look out of place in any home, I'm sure, but even more useful when you are in your craft room. So, yeah. And the drawers, do the drawers come out completely with these?
Yes.
If you needed to change them around, you can.
Yeah, and say, if you perhaps had a whole collection of cardstock with, with all the ephemera, you could just bring the whole thing over to your desk when you're working.
Clever, yeah, very useful. So, price on your screen is not the price you're going to pay. You've kind of got the twist of how the show goes. Sandy out in America has already put her order in for these. So, yeah, you're going to be paying the lowest price alongside everybody else. So, yeah, we've got them going all over the place again. But lots of names popping up again that we've seen previously. So, you know the range. So, look at that, $39.99. That is now a half-price deal. Wow. So that is phenomenal. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful to look at. But so many of you checking your baskets out. If you want it, check your basket out. And by the time everybody has checked the baskets out, over half the stock has gone. So I'll keep you updated with regards to that one as well. So, yeah, it's flying out. It's flying out. When you realise the urgency, a lot of you kind of increasing the quantities that you're going for as well. So you might have shopped for one before and then thought, do you know what, at that price, I don't know when I'm going to get them at that price again. Going back in and getting more.
Yeah, I love it. It's such a solid, nice piece of storage. I'm really a big fan of this one. And I think the ability to, again, with all the Deflecto, to add to it as you get more supplies is great, because you're not going to have to, throw this away and buy something else that then fits your papers.
And of course, you were talking about the cube systems. If you've got a cube storage system at home, then the width of that will fit in there. And I think if you were to pop that one on top as well, which is the original 12 by 12 that we were looking at, that would potentially
Yeah, we'll have
fit
to
within
measure
the
it.
cube.
I know 2 of these stacked on top of each other is just slightly too high.
Okay.
So I would say for the cube system, the trays are probably better for you.
Right, fair enough then.
Because it would be a bit frustrating to not quite be able to fit 2 of
Yeah,
these.
no, that's
Whereas
fair enough.
I know you can get 6 of these.
So to be sure, go for the open trays.
Go for the open tray.
Fair enough. Good advice.
Yes.
There you go. Lots of these are flying out. So the details on the screen are for your drawer unit. So $39.99, half price deal, but over allocated now. So you need to check your basket out as quickly as you can. Speedy quick. Speedy quick. Now I'm just going to slide these to one side because we're going to go back to our first item that we were chatting about, and that is the fabulous caddy system. Not just the 2-level caddy system, which we'll have a chat about, I'm sure, but the 3-level with the wheels. And this, for many people, is where we start our Deflecto journey.
Yes, it was for me actually. Well, and I've still got them here. This is my starting point. These are just really, really versatile. I know lots of you that are buying these today are just adding to your stack, basically. So we've got the three-layer set, which comes with the wheels. So for each tray, let's call them. I never know what to call these. For each layer.
Yeah.
Let's take one off.
I call them trays, actually.
Trays.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So for each one.
Trays and pods, I think.
Trays and pods. For each one, you're going to get 4 of the small and then 1 of the medium. So I like to call them single and double because that makes more sense to me. And you can play around with the configuration. So say you're going off to a crop and you want to take lots of tools with you, you can grab another double from a different layer and perhaps have 1 of those on each side and then 2 single pots. So depending on what you're taking where, you can juggle these around, which I love. The other thing is when you get to say you're off to a craft workshop, when you get there, you can just take the pots that you need for that moment, pop them on the desk in front of you and you're good to go. How many of us have been to a crop with a tote bag? you've got to try, you can't fit it next to you, it's got to go in the corner of the room, and then you're just bringing over bits and bobs, making a mess. This is just such an easier system. Then when you get back home after you've been out to your workshop, you know, you can just pop this in the corner of the room, keep out what you want to on your desk, you're good to go. So to stack them, it's a modular system, so you can add as many as you want to, really. But each layer, first of all, on the top of each little pot, there's a little recess. And then underneath, to match, there's a little square. So before you even secure them, they do fit quite snugly. So if I pop this on here.
Let's just pop that one up there for you. There you go.
And then you've got these little grey clips here. And they just click together. So that's now secure. You can lift up the whole thing. And then if you want to add more, you just keep going, adding them as sort of high as you want to. So it's a really secure system. The wheels are 360. So very easy to manoeuvre, even when it's full of all your heavy crafty supplies. And I think the ideal height, if you're taking it out and about and wheeling it, you probably want about 5 or 6, because then it's going to be waist high.
The one that I've got under my work desk, I think it's either 5 or 6 high, I can't remember now. But I wouldn't want to go any taller than that, partly because it wouldn't fit under the desk, and also it can get a bit dodgy.
You feel it's a bit wobbly, yeah, exactly. And it kind of depends on the weight. So if you're only putting light things in, you could probably go higher, but you'll kind of know when you do it.
And I must admit, in the winter especially, because it gets quite cold in my cabin, if I was crafting back in the kitchen, I could come out to the cabin and just literally take the tray that I need.
Yeah,
and then
fill up one or 2 layers and take them into the house.
I love it.
Yeah.
Lots of you as well, not only going for the trio where you've got, so if you're wanting to take advantage of that, brilliant, details are on your screen. Lots of you added in the 2-level one as well, which is what we've got, because that is going to neatly sit on top. Now, we've got it obviously on the work area, but you can see that height that you've got there. I don't know if you've actually got a ruler. Have we got a ruler or anything handy to see just how high that goes? Oh, Levi, bless him, he's gone to find us one, because that'll give you an idea, but it's a good height, I think, an optimum height with regards to this,
I think
especially
so,
if you've got a desk area.
for wheeling. And of course, the beauty is you can wheel this out to your car. When you get to your car and say you need to split it in half to pop in the boot, you just separate it at the point you want to, lift off and pop them in the car. So very easy to transport.
There we go. So there you go. So if you're looking at to the highest point, I suppose you'd say with the handle, we're looking at, where are we with that centimetres wise? So you're looking, have I got that the wrong way around? I think that's taller than 30 centimetres. I've done it the wrong way around. That's more like it. So there you go. So yeah, if you to say, give yourself 70 centimetres under your desk area, it gives you the chance to get your fingers in there and get hold of it as well. So yeah, that's not a lot, is it, really?
No.
I was measuring my desk area today. It must be 5 that I've got, because my desk is about 75 high.
Oh, perfect.
So yeah, it must be that many that I've got, yeah.
And it's fabulous because the footprint's still quite small. So if you are sliding it under a desk or in the corner of your room, maybe you don't have a dedicated craft room and you're crafting in the kitchen or the dining room, this is great because you can wheel it into a cupboard when you're done and it all looks tidy. But then when you get this to your desk, you can just have it next to you and pick out the pots that you need. You don't have to have all of your things out.
I'm just going to grab a piece of paper just to show that, because it's been kind of like an A4 size. Just want to show you so you've got an idea.
Yes,
so,
the sort of footprint.
There you go. So that's an A4 piece of cardstock. So there you go, you can see.
Yes, it's not
Not
much
taking
bigger.
a lot of room at all. So yeah, if you thought to yourself, oh, I haven't got space. And this is very useful, I think, to make use of those spaces that get wasted. You know, sometimes when you've got a door in a craft room and you've kind of got the side of the door that's not big enough to put anything in, you could put this behind the door very easily.
You could. And the other thing, because of the wheels, it's great because you can put it in front of other things and just wheel it out the way. You know, you can put it in front of a cupboard.
Yeah. And I've got 2 of this scenario. So the wheels unit that we've been chatting about, and then the additional ones on top. And I've got 2 sets of those. And I literally will slide them in and out. One I've got for most of my sewing stuff, and then the other one I've kind of got bits of cake decorating stuff in there, some like little toggles and bits and pieces. So things that I don't use all the time, but I need to know where they are when I need them.
When you want them, so that's key.
Perfect system, I love it. So there you go. So for anybody that's thinking about getting involved with Deflecto Deflecto? I mean, Sharon, we're preaching to the converted.
Yeah,
with
both
us
of us,
here.
have been using it for years, haven't we?
Yeah.
And I have to say, I love it. And I think the 3 with the wheels is a great starting point.
Yes, let's get it back down to that position. So
Yeah, so we can just separate it there, lift that off. Yeah, I think this is a great sort of starter kit, because with all of these little tubs, you really are going to get a lot in here. Let me bring mine in just to show you a couple of size-wise.
I always love looking into people's tubs because there's all sorts in there.
Now, you can get your ink pads. I usually bring mine. I must have forgotten this time. You can get your ink pads in these. The other thing is, of course, the tubs have got the same as the base of each layer. You've got this little square. So even if you're just using the tubs on your desk, you can stack them. So they're quite snug and secure. They're not going to topple because you've got that little recess to sit them in. So if you've taken them out of your caddy and you're working on your desk, you can even stack them on your desk in front of you.
And I don't know if we have them from Deflecto here, but there are additional pods that you can invest in. What I call the triple pod, which is the whole of one side, and also a bar that you can hook them on as a.
Yes, I did mention to Liam actually. We might have that in the future. That there's a metal bar you can put on the wall in your craft room. And when you come back in, you hang these up.
That's
so,
a good idea.
So yeah, that's something that hopefully will be coming. So, because I know lots of you are gradually adding to your Deflecto collection, and you're going to want all these other things that we can bring you.
Yeah, it's a brilliant system. It's just what are you going to invest in to start with? Now, if we go to this particular one here, which is the details that are on your screen, over half the stock has gone. Now, it is an investment of anybody's money, but trust us, as like-minded crafters, that it is worth it. So, yeah, I'm with Sharon. Go for the wheeled base to start with. You've got your 4-way split on that, so it makes it very affordable way for you to get involved with it. You're looking at less than £20 for that initial investment, which I think is brilliant, because you'll probably find yourself shopping for this, and then after your 4-way splits have been paid for, you'll potentially be looking to see if you can get another one, or the 2 layers to go on top of it, because that's kind of how it works until you've got enough.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of you buying the 2-layer today are adding to
absolutely,
your stack.
Definitely worth doing so. And of course, don't forget about all the other bits and pieces that we've got from Deflecto on the show as well. We have had lots of sellouts, but there's still stuff that is available to you, including the 3 stack of caddy and your double set as well. So whichever you're shopping for, or if you're shopping for both, then by all means, please do so. And as I'm reiterating, we've got lots of people watching from America who have shopped for Deflecto products during this hour. If you imagine you're paying $12.95 for just one of these to be shipped to you is just an amazing deal. But if you're going for multiples, so do consider that. Go for multiples of these. Get them on the way to you. $12.95 I think is ridiculous.
It's crazy. I mean, you would pay that within the States, wouldn't you, for postage? So it's a great deal.
I love it as well. So do continue to keep checking your baskets out. Sharon, when are you back on our screens, my lovely?
Back tomorrow with Sizzix Summer.
Oh, are you?
Got some lovely summery things tomorrow.
Brand new collection.
Yes, new things. Yes.
Love it. So 1 o'clock tomorrow, you need to make sure that you are tuning in for that show. We've got new faces for you tomorrow as well, haven't we? Yeah.
Yes.
So you'll have to tune in tomorrow, and you'll be able to meet a brand new crafter who's not been on TV before. He's lovely. You're going to enjoy his company. Well, can I say thank you, Sharon? Yeah, again.
Thank you.
Lovely to spend another hour with you. Don't go anywhere, though, because we are going over to the later shift on Hobby Maker. Davey's coming up with Sheena after the break, and we've got loads of fabulous things to share with you. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
You'd think when you get to my age, 39, that you'd have a nice, quiet birthday plan, maybe a meal, see a show, quiet night in maybe.
However, I've got a better idea. Come to work and you join me as well on the 3rd of June. That's actually my birthday. You get the presents, you get the discount code. So make sure you join us on HobbyMaker 1 until 8 on the 3rd of June for Dave's birthday bash. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Yes, it is. Sheena. That's what you got to do whenever.
You've got to hyphenate Dave. Dave.
Whenever Sheena's in the house, you've got to do that. The Sheena chant. Great to have your company. Thanks ever so much to Hayley for the last few hours. With you till 8 o'clock tonight with the evening shift here at HobbyMaker. And 3 wonderful shows to come. 3 great guests as well. Sheena, of course. We've then got Craig a bit later on as well from Crafter'S Companion with the return of the Gemini Stepper card dies. They sold out, I think, 2 or 3 times. We've got them back in stock tonight, so that's going to be a busy show at 6. You can now make your own steppers so easily. It's genius. 7 o'clock, we've got the WeRMakers Button Press back with a lovely Carla, so you can make your own badges, and we've got all the extra refills and that sort of thing for them if you've already got that. But we will have a great deal on the machine for you at 7. And of course, between now and 6, it is lovely Sheena with some amazing stencils.
Oh, the stencils are fab. You know what? They're Crafter'S Companion product, and absolutely like right up my street. I love masks. We're going to show you how you can play, how you can be so creative with these, from simple can be to a little bit more arty and affordable.
That's where you come in with the arty bit.
Well, yeah, what can I think?
I'll do the affordable bit.
I was thinking more simple as simple can
be.
be.
Okay, now I've got to let you know, this is an instant stencil collection or mask collection. Call them what you will. Stencils and masks are very similar things, but masking is when you block something off and a stencil is when you actually fill in the open space. So $43.89 for 11 stencils is pretty good. That's $3.99 per stencil. I always think in my mind, rightly or wrongly, stencils are about £5 or £6, £7, something like that. So $3.99 is a really good starting point, but that is not the offer today. Look at what you've got. You've got flowers, you've got feathers, you've got wonderful flourishes, and Sheena's going to give you some ideas how you can use the Crafter'S Companion products and sprays and ink pads and that sort of thing to create some amazing designs. Butterflies in there, of course, as well. We've got a peony or two. We've got the peacock feather, the roses, the entwined hearts. It's all there for you. An instant stencil mask collection, not for 40 anything today. We're going to give you a very special deal. Use UZ2072 as a product code if you want to get stenciling and masking. We're going to drop that price. We can take it to £38.99 for all 11. We worked that out earlier on. It's about £3.54.
Yeah, for a mask. And you know what? The thing is, when you see the size of these, I mean, these are the main focal point of your arty looking cards. And if you think about if that was a stamp, that would be 3 times the price
yeah,
because
totally.
you're paying for the material. And because it's Mylar and it's affordable material, doesn't mean that the finished product reflects the investment in the cost of the crafting material that we've used.
No,
It's
exactly.
fabulous. And if you look after them, they look after you.
Exactly. They could last you, hopefully, your crafting lifetime without any problem whatsoever. So $38.99 for 11 individually packaged masks. They don't come in one box or one packet. They're separate. So if you do want to split them up, maybe a couple of masks or stencils for a friend and that sort of thing, you can do that very affordably. And everyone will get so much use out of them, definitely. Now, we've got some individual boards
Should we
and some
look at
finished
them?
cards to give you some inspiration.
Yeah, so what I've done, Dave, I've picked some cards out to show you how you can, different ways you can use them. So that's just simple, just a block ink in there. So stencil, a mask, and then the negative of the mask. But look at what happens if you add more than one colour. All you're going to do is just add more than one colour. It's simple.
Absolutely.
That is so cool. And little wording, little squiggle, boom, you're done.
And that fills a card, but also, of course, it will look great in a picture on a wall as well. This doesn't have to be just for card makers. This can be for wall art, very inexpensive wall art. You can make wall art and sell it. You can make cards and sell it if you want to, earn a little bit of extra pocket money.
Absolutely, yeah. And look at that. What mixed media? What's going on there? We've got it embossed. It's embossed. It's also got gilding wax on it. Hello. We've got an inky background, all possible with your mask. Who would have thought?
Exactly, and you can stencil with them as well. You can actually emboss with them as well if you want to. So you can put it through a manual embossing machine, your Gemini 2, whatever embossing machine is your machine of choice. It will emboss beautifully. This one, I love this. Look at these hearts.
Oh, these hearts, gorgeous. Look at that,
dozens of them
bigger.
there.
That's a big stencil there, Dave. And that one you can use for example, your cards. Let me show you what the card looks like.
That's called the entwined hearts, and all of these are available individually on the website. If there's only 1 or 2 you want, and you're thinking, I don't want all 11, but I'd like 2 or 3 of them. $3.99 each, 1 P&P for the day of $3.95 as ever.
Brilliant, and look at how it looks with the if you want to go larger. So if you're a scrapbooker, if you want to use it for a freeze, just however, you can use aspect, you can use sections of it. You can use it with your glitter paste. Look at that. So that's just the heart one. Ben, look at this one. I love this. Look at the echinacea. Isn't that pretty? It's beautiful, isn't it? Look how
Glad
big
you
it
knew
is.
what that was. So I wouldn't have known that was echinacea.
It's well, most you know because there's kind of tell you on the back.
Right, okay,
but I'm quite good.
Cheat.
Certain flowers I'm good at. I know it's not a daffodil. That's about it. But you can see how delicate, how detailed this is, which means you can get it detailed just sponging through it, stenciling through it with your blending tool, with your inks. But then if you want to go a little bit further with it and you can use a coloured background, colour inside the flowers, you can absolutely do that. Then we've got the cherry blossom or the sakura.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Again, look at how big these are. If that was a stamp, it would be at least an E5. You quite a bit of expense.
That would be a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. And but then look at how beautiful that is. So just using aspects of it to create that gorgeous card there. Look at that. That's just a bit of ink, a little bit of torn parchment with the wording on, and that is just so exquisite. And then look at what else we can do with it. That does not look like a mask. And
So
we're going
what's happened there if they're drawn around it?
Wait and see. I'm going to show you that one.
Oh, okay.
That one's going to one side, Dave, because we're going to revisit that little baby. Yeah.
To be revealed.
Absolutely. I love this. I love this mandala. It is so zen, isn't it?
Yeah,
That is
absolutely.
absolutely zen. Not as zen as I was earlier when I was stuck in traffic. Zen
You and me
wouldn't have
both.
been the word, Dave. Was not the word. But look at how gorgeous that is. Look, with a little bit of embossing through it, embellishments, and change of the colour. Mix the colours up. Use your blending.
Who doesn't love a mandala? That's the thing.
Oh, look at that as well, Dave. Look, using texture piece to create that background. Look at the book, the background. This is all texture with texture piece. Amazing, isn't it? What you can do with them.
I've said it for years and I'll say it again. I think stencils are very much the unsung heroes of crafting. You know, I think a lot of people own them and forget to use them, but there are so many different ways of using them.
Absolutely, and look at how delicate. Wouldn't that be a lovely wedding card or invitations?
Yeah.
very classy. Use the colour, that whatever your colour theme is, but really pale, and that just one word on there. And then, but look at, absolutely. And then again though, use your sprays, your shimmer sprays on the background with your inking. Again, another really, kind of like this one, so is it a stencil, is it a mask? It's both, one. Yeah, because you've got the shaped mask, so you've got the positive, but you've also got the cut into stencil negative, so you get all that detail.
And that was the peony, isn't it?
This is the peony, yes. Oh, that's the wrong. All right. Well, actually, that's the one coming up. It's not the right example for that one, but we'll find one for you.
Okay.
And then we've also got this one. Now, you love this one.
The way to tell the time when you're a kid.
Absolutely. We all did it, didn't we? With the whole, and the dandelion there. Just a great iconic, simple image. But look at that. So this has been combined with the mask and then stencils for the background as well. Super popular, this one.
Now, the dandelion has completely gone on its own. That was the individual most popular single, but it is in the bundle. You will get it if you order the bundle that's on the screen now. UZ2072, you get the lot.
And then look at the difference in the colour from that pale pastel to the full-on intense colour. But look at this one as well. What's going on here?
Wow.
Shall I tell you? This is a great one. So, you know what? I bet you've got backing papers at home that you forgot about or you haven't used, or maybe the colour's not quite right. It needs to be a little bit more funky, yeah? That's exactly what this is. So it's an uncoated backing paper, and all that's happened is the mask being put over it, and then a darker ink over the top, and look at how cool that looks.
But also think about the occasions that this would be appropriate for happy occasions and also for the sadder ones as well. A lot of these will work for both.
Precisely, and that's the beauty of it. They're so generic. They're so like male, female, young, old, any occasion. For things like that. Feathers, feathers are a great one for like kind of watching over you and kind of things like that. They're quite symbolic. And then look at this one as well. So this one with a different look again, that looks like a stamp, does it not?
It does actually.
Look at this. And this one has been letter pressed, which will show you how that works. And then the little bit of pen for a little bit extra detail, but also to remind you that you can use it with your glitter paste, with texture paste. And then coming to the end of the other, that's a different feather, completely different shaped feather. And then we also have this one here, which is this one is the rose, yes. And I think we showed a card with that in the wrong place earlier, but that was the rose, yeah.
Well, we've seen all of them, so you get the idea.
All of the masks,
There's 11 individually packaged stencils here, which is quite incredible for the price. So split them up if they are thoughtful gifts for crafting friends and you've got a budget. It's only costing you £3.50. That's not even a coffee these days in many places. So, you're giving, if it is a gift that you're giving, a really, really practical gift that's going to be used again and again and again. We talked about letter pressing, we talked about embossing, we talked about tracing around them, spritzing them, using your texture paste, using your inks with your blending brushes, embossing powders. Yeah, you could use it for embossing powders if you wanted to as well, using your sticky ink. But what you'll get at the end of the day, a stencil turns everybody into an artist. And one of my personal pet hates is when a stencil looks like it's a stencil.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them do, and I think that kind of gives the game away a little bit, but none of these look like stencils at all. They're just beautifully arty images that have been very cleverly transferred into stencils, into the Mylar by Crafter's Companion. They know what they're doing.
Oh, they do know what they're doing.
Today for less than £39 and one payment of the P&P of £3.95. That's all you have to give us for your P&P for all of your orders today. So if you've ordered from Carla earlier on, if you've ordered in the last show with Sharon, no more P&P for you until tomorrow now. £3.95 for the whole day's orders. Free phone number if you want to call the call centre and order this. Just jot down the item number. UZ2072 is the product code. UZ2072. Ask them for that. They'll ask your name and address and how you want to pay. And then you're with us at HobbyMaker making your first order. Or come back and welcome back if you've ordered from us before. What are you going to show us first then, Sheena?
Right, well, I'm going to first mention a great product that if you can pop it in your basket, if you've got the masks, you could do worse than to pop this in. Because here's the thing. We want this guy here to stay where we put it and not move, right? But we can't tape it down because then that would mask the tape as well, wouldn't it? Yeah. So that's where the stick and spray comes in. Not the stick and spray, there's two, there's a bundle.
The stick and stay is the permanent one.
Stick and stay is permanent, so that's a great way of sticking, edge to edge things against something that you want to perfectly flat surface stick.
Yeah.
Artists use that kind of thing a lot for poster art and things like
Sure.
that. But this is repositionable, so this is great for masks and things like that. Or sticky notes, you know, if you make a mask for stamping and things, and you can take it away and put it back and take it away and put it back. It's a really cool thing to pop in your basket if you can.
Well, we do actually have a bundle. It's not available individually, but we have got the permanent stick and stay and stick and spray, which is the repositionable, as a bundle on the website right now for you. I think it's about £15 for both. But it is there if you have a little look. Just search for stick and spray. It should be there for you. You can use it on fabrics as well, can't you?
Oh, yes, you can. It's just such a useful thing. So all I'm doing is I'm deciding which side I want that to stick. And you see how little I put on? Barely anything, okay? So just a quick spritz of that. And then if you leave it for like, you know, a few seconds, a minute or so, preferably, that solvent, the carrier, kind of evaporates, and then you're just left with just the right amount of cling.
Just a bit of low tack.
Low tack, exactly. Hold this little guy down like that, and then you get to choose whatever colour you want to stencil with. So if you want to keep it as simple, as straightforward as possible, you could, let's pick out, we're going to use the duet ink pads as well.
Right.
All right, so let me pop that there so I know what I'm using.
Now,
So
the duet ink pads, where do they fit into the scheme of things with ink pads? Are they the ones that are kind of like a hybrid?
they're the hybrid ones,
Right.
and they've got a matte finish, flat matte finish, and you can lay them up and things like
And
that.
you can put your clear embossing powder over the top of them. while they're
Those
still
ones,
wet.
yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
with the duet. So what I'm going to do is the next thing is that we've got the full collection here. Pick out the colours you want to use. If you want to kind of follow something like this pretty card here, you could go with vintage Merlot or even raspberry in the middle, and then we could go with the pretty kind of like maybe Sailor's Wake, definitely, and a bit of Midnight Mist. Let's just start with that, but let's keep it as simple as possible to start with. Let's just say you are going to go ahead and we'll start with vintage Merlot. And I'm going to take my applicator. Now, you can either use the larger applicators like this, you can use the egg-shaped ones, or you can use these little Dober guys here. Depends how much detail you want to get into the mix, all right?
And just to let you know, we do have the duet ink pads in the show as well. Pack of 10, all different colours. And you heard what Sheena said, they're really versatile in that you can stamp with them and then put your clear embossing powder over the top, so you get that lovely shiny finish because they stay wetter for longer. $59.90 means they're $5.99 each. That's not the price today. We can give you a deal. All 10 of them, you can have them with a tenner off, basically, so it's almost like you're getting 2 of them virtually for nothing. CP 2052 for £50, $49.99.
So all I've done, Dave, is I've used a little bit of that purple, right, around the outside and the middle.
Yep.
Now, that look great. You know what? Should we just do it one colour and just let you see how cool it looks, even just that one? That vintage Merlot. So this is as basic and as easy and as simple and as quick as it needs to be. We'll get into different colours shortly, but that's it. That's the technique. Just nice and gentle, light pressure. What I would say is this little guy, even though we've put the stick and spray on it, just anchor it down a little bit because it's a long stem. So just hold it a little bit to keep it where you want it to be when you're inking it up. Okay? And then what you can do as well is, you see where we've got a little bit, it's caught a little bit there. Either continue to blend it, or if you want to blend that out a little bit further, a little bit of glycerin will do that for you.
You're the first person that introduced me to glycerin.
I know, nobody else. You know the amount of people who are doing that with glycerin now. So many people doing that.
And you get a bottle of that from the chemist.
Yeah.
It's not much money.
Absolutely.
And it just makes your inks go further.
It does. It makes them easier to blend. And if you've got a card that's a little bit tricky to blend on, if it's gripping and grabbing the ink a little bit, then it makes it blend so much easier. So if I popped a little bit of glycerin on this here, I'll let you see, we'll see, but I wouldn't necessarily take a loaded glycerin applicator to my ink pad, but I'm going to put a little bit on now just to go ahead and just blend this out a little bit. And what you can do is just take a little bit of ink like this out of your ink pad, pop that on. Now that's made it lighter and it's made it more kind of, it's kind of as if you'd oiled it.
So it kind of puts your inks on skates. It
Yes,
just makes
exactly.
things glide that much easier and
Exactly.
blend that
That's
much better.
exactly what it does, Dave. And it just makes it just go to that lovely ethereal, almost nothing there, blended to just a halo. That's what I'm looking for. So you think, well, okay, don't know what it looks like. This is the fun bit. You go, right, what have we got? How does it look? Did it work?
fanfare,
Yeah,
please.
It did.
Ta-da! Look
Yeah,
at that.
it did. how difficult it doesn't have to be.
That image just takes me straight back to my childhood.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's the first. That's it in essence. That's.
I didn't ever understand how it
masks.
told the time, but I was just told that it did tell the time. I
Yeah,
don't know
nobody
how,
said that,
no.
did they? What are you supposed to do? Count them? You'd be there for a while, wouldn't
I know.
you?
Yeah, you would.
What? Imagine. I think it's just to keep the kids busy, you know, from under their hair, you know.
Absolutely.
That's how you count all of those little things flying. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, when this arrives home, just set aside an afternoon and dabble and play. Maybe you've never really experienced stencils that much. Letterpress with them, that's when you put the ink onto the mylar and then run that through your machine. So it's not only is it embossing, but it's actually transferring the ink over, letterpressing. That's a great technique.
Yes, great technique.
Now, we're getting messages come through. We do all the time here at HobbyMaker. And Dorothy in Merseyside messaged through earlier on, but this is the latest message from Ros in Nottinghamshire. Sheena, are the Duet ink pads good to use for alcohol or watercolouring?
Yeah, you can watercolour with them, absolutely. Not alcohol, but watercolouring. You can mix them together and we'll do a little bit of that as well. Let's do a little bit of watercolouring.
Basically, Ros, you could put it down on your glass mat, pick it up with a brush,
you.
with a bit of water, and yes, you can paint them.
Right,
so.
let me do a little bit of that. Let's say, if you're going to do colour mixing, let's say you want to mix a greeny colour, all right? Let's use this yellowy colour here. Got that one there, which is the Sunrise Glow. Lovely. And we'll use some Waterfall, okay? So if I can pick them up, I'll be great.
I do love the shapes of these new ink pads as well. They're very organised.
They're really
organised,
really cool to hold. So let me show you how. So if you want to use this yellow just to paint with, you see how intense it is. It's a gorgeous, quite opaque colour, but look at, if you want to have it pastel, you just keep adding water. Look at how well that works on there. Same with the blue.
But don't put your brush directly onto the ink pad.
No, never do that. Never do that. It's like crossing the streams in Ghostbusters. Never do it. Yeah, thanks, Dave, because that just dilutes your ink and you don't want to do that. But that's just painted. Look at the control. That's a lovely finish. But check this up. And I'm using watercolour card.
Right, that's important.
It's really important. So this is about a 50-50 mix of these two. Check that out, 50-50 mix. That's a green that doesn't exist, but it does now because we're colouring with it, we're watercolouring with it. I was talking earlier about the fact that once you've got a good selection of ink pads, if you want to make it a little bit more bluey, we'll just pop a bit more blue. Look at the different shades we're getting.
It's more tealy now, isn't it?
More tealy colour.
By the way, we do have watercolour card A4 sheets in the show as well. They come in packs of 15, but we've got a special offer. If you buy 3 packs, you're only going to pay for, I think, 2, if my memory serves me correctly. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. So 45 sheets of A4 watercolour card. You can cut it down to A5 if you want to, just cut it in half. £20.97 should be the price, but today you can get all 3 packs for £13.98. So basically, yes, 1 pack is absolutely free, and that's top quality watercolour card. It's not too pitted, this watercolour card.
No, that's important because it was created by Crafter'S Companion for stampers.
Yep.
So if it was really textured, that makes it more difficult to get a really clean image when you stamp it.
Yep.
So it's just got enough that you can see that lovely traditional watercolour effect, and also it doesn't grab your colour, it allows to move like this across the surface. That's how it could blend it.
It's fine for your pencils, your paints, distress inks, spritzers, and all sorts. So if you want watercolour card, if that's what's missing from your card stash, 45 sheets, 3 packs of 15 for £13.98. That's really good because watercolour card normally is a lot more than that.
Honestly, you know, those kind of deals, when they come up, don't miss them because they're your bread and butter, they're your foundation, they're your consumables. You can't do any of the good stuff if the foundation's wrong.
No, that's true.
It's not going to happen for you. So, so look, that was just those 2 colours, and that's just 3 greens, just quickly mixed because with these 2 here. So no green ink pad, just these 2, but we could keep going. You can keep, and that's just an illustration of just 2.
So although you've got 10 ink pads, you've got probably 30, 40, 50 colours, infinite number of colours if you mix them together. So yes, you can paint with them, if that's what your question was. Absolutely, you can stamp with them. You can use them, of course, to brilliant effect with the fantastic stencils and masks as well. And the ink pads are flying at the moment. 10 of them. Not for £59.90, we're going to give you £10 off. That more than covers your postage and some. £49.99, so it's £4.99 per ink pad, plus your P&P of £3.95.
Fab. So let's do a little bit more colour now, and then we'll get in with mixing it up a little bit. So we'll pop the butterflies. These butterflies are just adorable.
Well, the ink pads, by the way, sorry to interrupt you,
Yes.
are on split pay, by the way, too.
Oh, fab. You know what? You need good ink pads, and
Yeah, you
these
do.
are really good ink pads. I have to say they're large, they're really big. I mean, I've got huge hands, but these are big ink pads.
Yeah.
And again, like Dave said, the ergonomics of them are so that you can get into the little nooks and crannies and do a little bit of like spot colouring on your stamps or wherever you want to do it, or effects
It's
on
like
your
a comma.
background.
It's shaped like a comma.
It's like a comma, but if you want to do a bulk lot of stamping on get a big surface, you hold it like that way, and that sort of fabulous. Great ink pads, a great quality. Great colours, and do everything they should. So next thing is you want to do your little butterflies, the different colours. Let's use a little bit of pink.
Okay.
Let's use a bit of yellow. Let's use that Sailor's Week again, or Waterfall. Let's use let's use Sailor's Week.
What I love as well is that in the stencils you've got so many images that there's no rules when it comes to colouring. Like with butterflies wings can be any mixture of colours. You can really go to town. Same with the flowers. Same with the peacock's feather. Loads of colours in the peacock's feather. So you can really have fun blending and being adventurous with your colours.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Loads and loads. Oh, peacock feathers are fabulous. Yeah, really loads of fun with that. So I think that might have had some water. When you blend in, be careful if you spritz your back card or your background or anything like that you don't spritz your blending tools. I've caught a little bit on the blending tool, but I'm not worried because it's still going to look cool. I'm all right with that. I can live with that, Dave. It's fine. And then, so I've got the pink, then I'm going to go into the yellow. And just one colour's going to then merge into the next. But what I'm doing is, the only thing I'm doing is I'm making sure that I go outside of that area, because if I don't go outside, the edge of the butterfly won't have any definition, will it?
Right.
You need to expand outside that a
Giving
little
like
bit.
the butterfly a frame of colour.
Exactly, exactly. Or there's no contrast to show the shape of it. So just enough just to go outside. Just like that. Just continue, and then we'll take the last colour, which is the Sailor's Week, and we'll pop that on there, just like that.
Great colour choices.
Are pretty, aren't they?
They are gorgeous.
Absolutely. So we've got, look at how pretty they look. I want that blue. Look at it going into the pink. So you've got all those colours just kind of breaking the boundary of the next one. And I'm going to go over a little bit more with that pink into that yellow as well, because you get an orangey mix there, you see. So this just shows how, and just
It's creating like an ombre effect now, isn't it?
It's really pretty. So now, this is the best bit. When you've done that, we're like big kids.
The
when
reveal.
you reveal, yeah, exactly. And then you peel that back. And just look at these, keep them flat. Don't try and get too zealous cleaning these guys. Look at that.
Look at that. And again,
How
as
pretty.
it's a stencil, if you only want to use one butterfly, you can do. You can even snip them apart if you wanted to separate them.
Oh, you
I'd probably
absolutely
keep them
could.
together and just use whichever butterfly is right for the project that you're working on. Then a little bit of
Absolutely.
faux stitching with the fine liner.
Absolutely. So all you do, Dave, all I'm doing to finish this card off is just a little squiggly line. I want it deliberately weakly squiggly like that. And then you've got a gorgeous card, and then there's a card in here somewhere. There you go. Which is the inspiration for that one. This is on a multi-purpose card, so it's a flatter surface.
Yeah.
But you can see how you've got the different colours there, and just have a play with them. But how simple is that?
Yeah.
Anyone can do that.
Anyone can do
You
it.
can do that.
Everyone can become an artist when you use stencils that are of this sort of quality. You know, there are other stencils out there, like I said before, that actually look like they're stencils, and I don't think that looks particularly good. It's a bit of a giveaway how you've done it. But with Crafter's companion stencils, they're so detailed, they're so fine, you can't really tell that it's a stencil that's given you the effect in the first place. And because there's so many ways of using them, so many different effects you can create with them, to get 11 all individually packaged for £38.49. It's £5. Was it £5.44? No, it's £3.44, wasn't it? £3.54. Yeah, I think it's £3.54 each. Yeah,
All right.
£3.54 per stencil, and they're a really good size. They really are.
Fab, Dave. So, another one. Let's have a look. Let's try the Sakura, the cherry blossom.
Okay.
So another technique, yeah?
I didn't know cherry blossom was called that, Sakura.
Yeah, Sakura. Yeah, that's what Sakura is in Japan.
Oh,
Cherry blossom.
right.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, you learn it
Learn
all on
something new
here,
every
don't
day.
you? Oof.
Every day's a school day.
Aye. So I'm going to make sure that that's the. So it's decided which side you want. Of course, with them being masks, same as stencils, you use either side.
Got left and right.
But, yeah, exactly. But what happens is when you spray them with a stick and spray, it kind of builds up, yeah?
Yep.
The stickiness. So that's great if you're going to keep it all the same way. If it builds up and you want to use it in a different orientation, a different, like, you know, flip them over, you want to use something like stick away to take all the sticky off that one side. Does that make sense?
Could you not wash it with soapy water?
Wash it with soapy water too, but wash it carefully. Don't scrub, pat, yeah? Because you don't want to bend the stencil. If you bend them, then they crease and it's hard to get them straight again.
Okay, right.
So, but yeah, that should go about there like that. So what you're going to do here is we're going to use the smaller applicators this time, so these little guys, and we are going to start just picking out colours we want. We want the pink, we want a bit of green. Let's use the spring buds, and we'll use a bit of the blue. Waterfall, possibly waterfall.
Now, if you are treating yourself to the stencils and you're new to crafting, you may have already got some blending brushes, but have you got finger daubers? They are brilliantly versatile. And this is a box full of, you get, I think, a total of 40 daubers in a Perspex case for $24.99, which is pretty amazing. And each dauber can be, you know, colour specific. Keep one for your pinks, one for your reds, one for your oranges, one for your greens, one for your blacks, that sort of thing.
Absolutely, yeah. And then pop them in the little, don't clean them, don't keep cleaning them, just keep it a sign of one particular colour. So what I'm doing, when this is picked it up straight away on the dauber, is picking up quite a bit of ink, right? So it's quite dark. And that's good because that's going to give me little petals and my flowers a little bit of shape and a bit of interest.
I mean, you'd struggle to do that sort of detailed work with one of the larger blending tools.
Yes.
So to have a really quite small finger dauber, you can put your finger in it or you can hold it with your thumb and your forefinger.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Dave. And they're brilliant for that detailed application of the colour. When it's a detailed stencil mask like this one, you do need the smaller ones if you want to give this effect. So you just go ahead like this, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to use the glycerin again, and I'm going to just lighten that pink a little bit so that the rest of the flower is a little bit more kind of ethereal, a bit lighter. I haven't even put any more ink on this, but I'm just going to go ahead and just use what's on the applicator and colour these little right just to the end. And don't worry if they go over a little bit, because that's the nature of this. I want it to look kind of watercolory, little bit, you know, that wet into wet watercolour look.
Now, lots of you coming in for the daubers. They are a brilliant idea. Over 10% of the stock has gone on the daubers to get 40 separate blending tools, which is basically what you've got in that box. And they've got a place to live. They're not just loose in a drawer or a box somewhere. And you can, through the Perspex lid, see exactly which one you need. Yeah. I think they're such good value at $24.99.
They're brilliant value because they're also becoming essential. They're essential for me now, because for things like this, you really do need them. Now that has worked out really nicely because I've got a darker centre, and look how quick and simple it was. Get yourself to your chemist or online and look for just glycerin, vegetable glycerin, and that's going to give you that control there. And then what you do is you take, keep a different dauber. Look, so we've assigned that one. We've already got a green. Hello, I can pick that one up. No point in dirtying another one. That looks suspiciously like it's been used before for that exact same thing. So I'm going to take a little bit of that. I don't know if I'm going to use that.
Do you normally talk to your daubers?
I talk to everything. I've got my sponges on name, Dave. Come on, you know when you say like you need to get, you need to circulate a bit more, pet. It's like really when you've got Brian and Trevor sitting there and then I've got the kitchen sponges. Case in point, you know it's gone a bit too far. So
I think everybody at home's probably nodding, going, "Yeah, I do the same thing."
Yeah, absolutely. As long as it makes you happy, Dave. It's not harming anybody. That's fine. So I'm just going to pop that little bit on there. I'm going with a bit of speed stenciling here. And then we're going to go in with the blue. Okay. So the blue. Now this is where I'm going to, more than likely, I'm going to take some blue out of here because that's quite an intense blue. And I'm going to use, there's no blue dauber, so there's going to be a newly assigned blue dauber. And I'm definitely going to use glycerin on this one because I want it paler.
To be fair, when you've got your daubers and you've used them all, it's like you're looking at a rainbow in the Perspex box all the time.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, really pretty.
It's lovely. Cheery. And then I'm going to go across around the outside like this, like that, like this. And then what I can do is once I've gone around the like this with this, I can get the larger blender and blend out a little bit. So if I want to kind of blend that a little bit more and diffuse around the outsides a little bit further, see, I can use the bigger one and it'll do it. It gives you a softer outline than the smaller one. See how we're using the tools appropriately?
Lovely. And of course, with the stencil, not only is it great for giving you the shape of the image when you're using your ink pads, but also if you've got fine liners, you can trace around them. Round the inside, round the outside, it's up to you.
Well, that's exactly where we're going with this, Steve, in a minute.
See,
all these simple things, a little bit of glycerin added to your mix, yeah, that's affordable. You know, a couple of quid or whatever, you're good with that. A fine liner, most of us have got one. If you can't, the Crafter's Companion do the art liner sets, which are amazing. And of course, there's loads to choose from, I'm sure, online.
If
on
you
the
do
website.
that, that's going to give it the look of a hand-sketched floral image, isn't it?
Absolutely. So now we've got that there, and we're good to go. We'll pop that back in this little thing. I'm going to wipe that up because that's definitely going to go. But look at how much ink is in these. Look at all this. You just absolutely need to, when you do this, get a kitchen, like a plate, a white plate, or a tile, and put your ink on that. Because if you don't use it all up, like I clearly didn't, you don't have to wipe it up and go, oh, my ink. You can just leave it and use it the next day.
And spritz with water.
Yeah, absolutely. Now,
bring it
watch
back to life.
This is the fun bit. Watch.
Okay.
Oh, stop it.
Look at that. Isn't that amazing?
Stop it.
And of course, you don't have to stencil just cardstock. You can stencil objects, you can stencil boxes, you could stencil fabrics if you've got the right ink.
Absolutely. And then, if you want, you take your, it looks so cool, doesn't it?
It does look cool.
So you take your pen, and then you're doing little things like this, just little circles in the centre. But you can see where the little bits are there, and then you can take, little tip, go a bit irregular.
Yep.
Okay, go a bit squiggly with it, a bit serrated, and it looks so much more natural and more like the real kind of flower. Can you see how now you've drawn and you've used that? And what you're doing, you know, all the time you're doing these techniques like this that I love to show you, is you're learning art. You're learning traditional art and you're getting better at it. And Dave will vouch for that because that's exactly what you did, Dave.
Exactly.
Got the confidence to have a try something.
And do you know what I realised? I realised that for years I was overthinking it.
Oh, absolutely. And trying too hard.
I was thinking it was something that only a certain percentage of people could do because they were really talented. I'm not saying they're not talented, yes they are. But if you just go for it and don't overthink it, 9 times out of 10, what you get left with is like something that will surprise you.
You absolutely will. The limits are usually the ones you put on yourself.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and that's so true because we do a lot of art at home, Maria and I, and Maria's background certainly wasn't art. It was very, very different to mine, and told at school that she wasn't good at art, which a lot of people are told, you know, that art isn't necessarily your thing. And
well,
that's
Sandra
a sad
Rushton was
thing.
told that from Soundtangle. She was no good at art. Now look at her.
Oh, good grief. Seriously, have a word with me. But, I mean, Sandra's amazing. And so is Maria because it's just, but her confidence wasn't. Confidence was terrible.
I think that's what it is, confidence, just to have a go.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's all you're doing here. Now, let me show you, we'll do just a little bit more with this, just so you can see how it's going to develop. And absolutely, so doable. So this is something, once you've done your little colours on this, sit in front of the TV of an evening and take your time. Little circles like that. And you're done. Look, you can get fancy and put a few little bits like this to give it look like you've got some little ripples in the petals.
And if you're thinking, actually, Sheena, I can't do that, I've got wobbly hands or whatever, use the stencil to trace around.
That's exactly what exactly.
If you are a little bit worried about doing it freehand.
And then if you want to go a little bit off-piece with it, watch, this leaf here, it's a very smooth kind of leaf like that. If you think, well, my cherry blossom, I want a little bit of serrated, I want to make it a bit bigger. When you get your confidence up, you're just following that basic shape, and there's the centre, but you're just extending it tiny little bit like this, and now you've got something that looks like more of a natural.
And what sort of fine liner is that? Is that like an 03 or? This
one is one of the Spectrum Noir art liners. It's the set from, and it's a pigment, it's a waterproof ink.
Right. Like a permanent?
A permanent ink,
Yeah.
yes. And it's a really fine one, a 0.3.
Right.
So that would be my tip, is use a fine one. Don't want it thick and chunky. And if you want a thicker line, it looks cooler, I think, if you go over it a few times and have a scribbly line to give it the impression of thick rather than use a thick pen. But can you see how, if I do that
It's more sketchy now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all sketchy, exactly. And that's what you want. So if you're thinking it doesn't look like clip art precise, brilliant, well done, you've done it right. Because computer clip art straight edges doesn't look like a naturally drawn look.
But now the stencil has given you the outline that you're going around with a fine liner, it's not daunting like a piece of plain white card would be. Like, how am I going to fill this in? The stencil's done the work for you, so it's going to help you build your confidence up, isn't it?
Absolutely. And look at the difference with that. Look at the colours in that. Isn't that stunning?
Yeah.
That's what you want. But, you know, even that look gorgeous, but that's like a quick one, an ethereal, and put your word and put your big die word in over it. But if you want to impress your friends and go, oh, I've done you in watercolour here, there you go, put your name on.
Absolutely, yeah.
Your thing. It's this tool,
And
what
remember,
you're doing.
that is the complete stencil as
Yeah.
it is, as it's intended, but there's nothing stopping you just doing that flower there and putting maybe that flower there next to it. Move the stencil around and make it a design that you've done yourself, makes it more original.
Absolutely, absolutely. How fun is that?
Yeah.
So I'll pop that to one side. Let me get myself prepared
Okay.
and we'll try a different technique.
Well, let me remind you, you're going to get all 11 for $38.99, which actually makes them only £3.54 per stencil. Now, they are on the website as individuals. I know the Dandelion did sell out as an individual, so that's not there. But the rest of them are. So if you like the idea maybe of the entwined hearts, you can buy that for £3.99. They are individually. But if you buy the set, the complete set that's got the dandelion in it, that makes them only £3.54 each. And again, those 3 butterflies, they can be snipped to be individuals if you want them to be, or just do the larger one first, the smaller one second, and so on. Do them in the order that's right for what you're working on. It could be a big surface area you want to actually colour with the stencils. Maybe you want to do fabric for curtains. You want to have a whole curtain full, or Roman blind or something like that, full of butterflies. Nothing stopping you doing that at all. Look at those entwined hearts. Aren't they just lovely? Really beautiful. $38.99 today. It's UZ2072. UZ2072 if you'd like that. And remember, we are Hobby Maker. We've been here well over 2 years now. But if you've never shopped with us before, you've just stumbled across us, found us. It's a free phone number. Everyone doesn't pay for the phone call, even if you use your mobile. It's a free phone number, 0800 001 4433. If you want to use the website, it's hobbymaker.co.uk, and we have an app as well, which I know loads of you religiously use every single day. Just go to the app provider, whether it's Android or whether it's Apple, and you can download the app absolutely free of charge and watch us and order that way as well. But whether you've been with us since day one or whether you're just joining us today for the first time, it's great to have you with us. We're here every day 1 until 8 at the moment.
Fab. So I've gone back to those butterflies, Dave.
Okay.
Right, and I just wanted to show you 2 things. How easy it is to reposition the mask. That's perfectly on top of that previous image that we worked with. But if you want to then take a little bit more of that mixed media, which is basically using more than one medium on a piece of work.
That's what mixed media is.
That's exactly what it is. We also have the sprays on the show.
Okay.
Okay. So now you can use them in its traditional fashion as a spray, and you literally just spritz them and then spray on. But I like to use them in a different way. I like to sponge them and maybe drop them on there.
Could you paint with them as well with a brush?
You can paint with them with a brush.
Pour them into a palette if you wanted to.
Absolutely, Dave. So what I'm going to do is I'm looking for the colour that I'm probably going to use. I think the gold, maybe a touch of, maybe a bit of that, and maybe we'll just keep it at that, I think, rather than possibly
Do you
the
have
pink.
to shake them before you kind of pour them out?
Shake them, absolutely. I, to be honest, use them more often with a sponge or a brush than with the spray, because they are, I've got more control and there's more things I can do with them like that. So I will, like this one at the bottom here, this one is Celestial Map. So give that a shake to get, because this is mica, this is a solid. Now what will happen is, and I'm just going to tell you, it'll clog up.
Right.
It'll clog up.
I think all sprays do, don't they?
Yeah. It's a solid in a little tube with a spray mechanism and a liquid. they knew that at Crafter's Companion, but they've got a kit that you can purchase too, basically. Or if you've got time, you just take the lids off them all, put all the bits in a soapy water and a soapy bowl, let it soak, and then clean them and put them all back and have a day like that. If you want to use them as a spray.
Just pump some clear water through it. That normally kind of clears them.
Absolutely. But that's basically it. And there's no way if you're ever going to kind of resolve that because of us being a solid in a liquid. Yeah, and coming through the thing. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some out like this. Look at this. Look at that. It's so pretty, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
I mean, the colour is as gorgeous as the name.
Oh, it is. It's stunning. And then I'm going to take Brian or Trev here. Possibly Trev.
How do you know which one's which?
This is Brian.
Okay.
That's Trev. Yeah, clearly. Come on. Can you not tell the difference?
Brian's brown. That's what I can see.
Yeah,
Okay.
Brian, yeah. Brian's the older kid on the block. Yeah, okay. Trev's the new young, young and all, yeah. So I'm going to wet it and dry it out and take most of the colour out of there, but I'm going to pick that up and then I'm going to just pounce around this butterfly here like this with the sponge. With that...
You've got more control of it doing it that
yes,
way as well.
If I spray it, you get a lot of spray and it goes everywhere. Yeah. Right? And
which is maybe what you want.
And that could be what you want, exactly. But you might not know that, hang on, didn't realise and I didn't think. And yeah, of course you could use it like that. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. I'm taking these little guys out and taking that bling, taking it out of there. And I'm not going to need much because you can see how intense the colour is. Mm-hmm. Just make sure you've cleaned it. Take the water out because I don't want to dilute it. I'm just taking the water out. Pick up carefully, don't press down, so you're just absorbing that bling and then just tap over like this and then you're going to get a more intense, a bit more, slightly grungy but in a blingy way.
Now in the shimmer sprays, there's a pack of 10, I think it is. Is that right, 10? Yeah, 10 in total. Should be $59.90, so $5.99 per spray. But we'll do a deal for you this afternoon as well. £52.99, and it will be on split pay as well if you want to spread the cost of it. 10 different colours. You've got some gorgeous oranges and yellows. You've got golds. You've got beautiful fuchsias, greens and blues as well. £52.99, JP2007. JP2007 is the item number. It may not be on split pay. If it isn't, apologies, but...
Can I just also note, though, that how little I'm using? Big money saver if you use them like this. If you spray it, you've got that measured full pump of the spray. It's out there. If you do it like this, you're picking up the smallest amount and then using it in a more controlled way, placing it where you want it, and you are getting a more kind of like intense cover as well. You're getting it mixed up a bit because where the... where you want it more, you can just go over a little bit more. Where you want it less, you do a little bit less. So... With
the sprays, you're kind of in the lap of the gods as to what you're going to get, but maybe that's what you want.
Yes.
If you want more control, use a sponge, something like that.
Absolutely. Definitely, Dave. And that's the way I use all of them. Just the way I used to. Now, the next thing I want to do, though, is I'm going to gently dry this because I don't want to remove the mask.
Okay.
And basically smudge all of that because it's a wet product. I could use a bit of paper and go over the top of it and then just blot the excess off my mask because, it's going to sit on the plastic, isn't it? Yeah. And then that would make it easier when I remove it. But I'm just going to gently dry this, because I don't want to melt my mask. So be careful because heat guns are powerful things, aren't they? Mm-hmm. Also, what's happening is when you have anything with bling in it, you never see the full bling until it dries, and then you've got that, look at that flash of intense bling and sparkle now.
That's something I've noticed with stencils over the years, that you can put the lightest lay down of colour on a stencil and it looked like there's nothing there, but when you remove the stencil, it's even if it's just a very, very light covering, it stands out. It really is impressive.
And that's gone from cool before to wow now, because you've now got that in more intense colour.
You see the mica, especially in the yellow.
Yeah, look at that.
And in the blue.
Yeah, are you getting that on there? Am I jiggling it the right? Yeah, and look at the blue and the pink in the middle here. So that's what I wanted, that texture on top of there. So if you like journaling, if you like a little bit of mixed media, and you know what, you can do the same thing again. I'm not going to do it, but I mean the whole thing. But if you wanted to, get your pen and just start doing your,
I do love this technique. It makes such a difference.
even if it's just that guy in the start here that you're going to do this with, like this.
It makes it look more hand done.
Absolutely. And then what you can do is just, you know, you really, you know, you can do, you're following the pattern. It's
Yeah.
being done for you. Just follow what's there.
And if you've got shaky hands, which I know a lot of people have, I have myself, that's just adding more character to the finished artwork. It's not going to look odd. It's going to
No,
look
absolutely.
handmade,
That
hand
looks
done.
really cool. You don't want it to look mass-produced. And then you can literally, and then
Because
you've
normally perfect is mass-produced. It's normally a machine that's done the
Absolutely.
same thing over and over and over again.
absolutely, and then you've got your little, and then you can do the little things like that. So just, can you see how that's going to come together now? So this guy in the middle, and then if you want this to be a little bit stronger, you can just reinforce the edge like this.
Quite a few of you coming in for the sprays now. Remember, you can spray them, you can pour them into a palette, paint with them with a brush, use sponges. There's already kitchen sponges. That's all that Sheena was using there for that demonstration. And you
These
can
are-
mix those together to change the colours as well.
I love shows like this, Steve, because there's so much to play with and there's so much that works just out of the box in a simple way that we saw at the start of the show for a quick card that you just want to make and it looks cool and you're done with that. And then, but there's you can go so much further with it. You can take it so much further and you can,
Going heavy, it's making it almost look like a shadow. So it's making
Yes.
the butterfly look as if it's lifted off the page of it.
Exactly, and that's something else you can do with just a little bit of the application of the, you know, the way you apply a little bit of grey or a colour around the outside. There'll be one of them you can do that with. In fact, let's show you how you would do that. Okay, with that middle one, we've only done half of it, but if you wanted to give it that effect, we can take this blue, for example, and then just, if you just paint that under there like that, can you see how you've just...
Making it look even more 3D now.
Yeah, so that bit, see how that wing looks now like it's lifted up
It
a
does.
little bit?
Yep.
And that's what you would do to develop. So that's a new one. I haven't played with that one before. That was Sheena's just having fun and playing and forgot what on telly again.
Well, they're the
But
best shows.
that was-
I learn the most when you're doing that sort of thing, just having a play. And
And then if you imagine that, and then you can use the black, you can use a thicker black if you want, and emphasise some of these little bits more in the wings, and just have fun with it. Take some of the bits darker in there and some of the bits lighter, but again, just play.
And nothing's stopping you doing these techniques that we're showing you on the butterflies on any of the other stencils.
Absolutely.
The love hearts, the flowers, the peacock feather, all those things.
Absolutely, and you're going to have something that looks uber cool. That isn't a
It makes it look
stamp.
like it's almost been sewn now.
Yes.
It's like a stitch.
Yeah, exactly. And it just depends. And if you wanted to, you could even do that little thing like that, as if it looks like it's just the little faux stitching around the outside. If you've appliqued it on there, and then it looks again more grungy, a bit more of a, you know, you can see how you're playing with it, can't you? You can see how you could just play with this guy and just let your creativity, you know, run away with you. It depends what the look you want to achieve with it. But if you look now from where we started to where this guy's developing with that wing, and that's all just following that technique and that demonstration.
Some great ideas, which maybe you've never really thought of stencils in that light before, and you've seen some ways of using them from Sheena that you maybe didn't realise you could do that. The deal today, I know 5 o'clock on a weekday is a bit of an odd time. Lots of you are in the car today. I think we've all had a bit of a nightmare journey in today, haven't we?
Tell me about
Roads
it.
out there today have not been kind. So lots of people travelling around. If you've got home now, switch the telly on, maybe a bit later than normal. This deal that we started at 5 o'clock is backed by popular demand. You've got a total of 11 individually wrapped stencils, okay? And they're all the same size, basically, all really good size, perfect for card fronts, but also great for wall art if you want to put some of that into maybe a picture frame, hang it on the wall. If you want to use them for fabrics, if you want to maybe do bags for life, t-shirt fronts and backs, curtains, any soft furnishings like cushions. Obviously, make sure you've got the right ink pads for the fabric or for cardstock. Now, approaching half the stock of this deal has already gone into baskets and checked out. UZ2072. Normally, they're $3.99 each, and you can buy
some of them, most of them individually on the website for $3.99. You'll qualify for the 1 P&P as well per day of $3.95, whether you're buying the big bundle or whether you're buying just one. The only way you'll get the dandelion, by the way, is by buying the big collection, because that did sell out on its own. It was the most popular individual. But there you've got your flourishes, you've got your trio of butterflies, which you can use individually if you don't want all three of them side by side. You've got your peony, you've got your roses, you've got a couple of feathers, you've got a peacock feather and a general bird's feather. And that could be, again, a lovely sympathy card maybe, or thinking of you cards. So they're right the way across the board. The entwined hearts is one of my favourites. I love that. That could be members of the family, it could be your other half, a relative, a distant relative maybe. You've got the whole lot there, the charming cherry blossom that was in that demo that Sheena did a few minutes ago. Another favourite is the decorative lotus, which is basically a mandala at the end of the day. That could be for men or women. There's your dandelion clocks. Beautiful, stunning. You choose, and we've got, to back up the stencils, the products that you can use with it brilliantly, including the ink pads, the duet ink pads, including the spritzers. We've got those in the show, of course, as well. If you want the Spectrum Noir fine liners, they'll be on our website. If you have a little look at the Crafter's Companion brand shop, they'll be there, I'm sure. Just search for Spectrum Noir fine liners, you should find them. Okay. So we've got enough time, hopefully, to do one more quick demo.
Right then, Dave. So this is the letterpress embossed, right?
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
So we've got the sandwich. I've got the white base, the main plate, the base plate, the frosted shim, the embossing mat, my card, and which I'm now going to go over with an anti-static bag, and this will be clear why shortly. So just go over with that, and that's going to go there. Now I've got my peony here,
Yep.
and I've got a Harmony, the opaque pigment ink, all right?
Right.
And I'm splodging this directly onto this, and I'm being really generous with this. Now, this is, yeah, what you want is a slower drying, gloopy thick ink. You can do this with an embossing ink, but I love those opaque ink pads because they're fabulous for embossing, and I like to use the colour because, especially something, if I'm going to use a gold, for example, or a copper, if I use the colour, if there's any little breakouts in that, right, it'll show a pretty, a bit of colour inside rather than just a blank white bit of card.
Okay.
So I'm going to pop that through there now.
So you can put it through any embossing machine, any die cutting machine that you own. And what it will do is it will obviously emboss the image of the stencil into the cardstock, but because the ink's on there, it's going to hopefully transfer that ink as well at the same time. So it's doing two for the price of one, really.
And then what I'm doing is I'm going to take that off there, remove that. Hello.
Oh.
All right, and then
Wow.
I'm going to get my embossing powder.
So that's not the stencil, that's what the stencil's left behind.
Absolutely. Pop that on there. Now this could be gold, I happen to have copper at the minute.
Yeah.
And then you just pop that across there.
This shows that the duet ink pads stay wetter for longer.
Absolutely. Oh, that wasn't duet, this one, Dave. I've
Oh,
got to
this-
say.
oh, beg your
This
pardon.
was the, because the
opaque.
this is slightly thicker, yeah. So can you see on the background where it's clinging a little bit? That's just speed. So what I would do is you take your brush and you take some time to get rid of these little bits here. If I'd used that anti-static bag a little bit more and used a little bit more time with it, but that's what you do. You're going to just tap that excess off, clean the background. If you don't clean it now when you heat it, it's there forever.
Right.
But that there would be enough to then just show you. You get your heat tool.
Shall I put that back in the pot
Thank
for
you, Dave. Yeah, I'll be melting the whole thing on the permanent fixture there on the thing. And then go ahead and melt this. And even if we run out of time, I have one I created earlier, which is all good. And that is where you then have when we said about the cost of a stamp.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you've got a mask that's behaving like a stamp as well.
Exactly.
So you've got everything you can do with a mask, but now you've got what you can do with a stamp as well for a fraction of the cost.
I don't know of many other products out there that have got so many ways of being used. I mean, there's at least half a dozen, if not more, ways of using a stencil. So for the value for money, it's one of the most cost-effective purchases you can make in the world of craft ever.
Yeah, they are. They
Even
really
at $3.99. But they're $3.54 if you buy the big bundle today with a discount.
Definitely. Stencils and masks, great creative tool, an affordable creative tool. That's it, because of the affordability of the base material. That's it in a nutshell. Doesn't hold back the cool pattern that you're going to get and the creativity you're going to get with it once you've got it in your hands. So that there, speed embossing. Now we've got a fabulous image that we can colour in. Look, that's it.
Oh,
Look at
wow. Look at that. Can you see the shine on it?
That there looks like a clean, gorgeous stamped image. That's where that little bit of colour mix in when we mixed all the, there, you're going to colour it in like a stamp now.
And if you'd
Boom,
used
you're done.
the clear embossing powder, we used a copper, obviously, so you've got that lovely kind of burnished colour. If you'd used the clear, it would have been the orange, because it intensifies the colour of the ink that you've used in the first place.
Exactly. It's kind of like an underpainting like we did in the previous show. And then there's a card example that Debbie's created for me using that same technique with a little bit of stencil in the background, but you can see the gold embossed line
Now,
there.
I don't mind. No one anywhere would think, oh, that's a stencil.
No way.
It doesn't look like it.
No way.
No.
That looks like a very large stamp, stamped and embossed. How cool is that?
It's brilliant. 11 stencils today from Crafter's Companion for £38.99. There they all are, all individually packaged, so you can split them if you want to give maybe 2 as gifts to other people, friends, and keep the others yourself. If you've got a couple of favourites that are yours and you want to give the rest away as gifts, it's got to be one of the most cost-effective gifts that you can give anyone and the most versatile gifts that you can give anyone. So you're going to get the entwined hearts, you've got those beautiful feathers and the peacock feather there as well. The mandala is there, the lotus flower. It's all there, the flourishes for you, the dandelions, the cherry blossom, all there, all 11 for just £38.99. Sheena, safe journey home. It's hopefully
you.
a better one.
Oh, I hope
Than on the
so.
way
Everyone's where they need to be.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Well, we're here till 8 o'clock. More to come, more surprises, including, you love stepper cards. I know that because we often see stepper cards that you've made on Show Us Your Makes. But have you just got one type of stepper card you make, or do you sometimes go wrong with the measurements? You're not quite sure where to score and where to cut.
Oh, yeah, I can't do the measuring.
We have got the solution. We've got the stepper card dies from Crafter's Companion and the brilliant Craig here in a couple of minutes after a short break. We'll see you for that. Don't go away.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
You'd think when you get to my age, 39, that you'd have a nice, quiet birthday plan, maybe a meal, see a show, quiet night in maybe.
However, I've got a better idea. Come to work and you join me as well on the 3rd of June. That's actually my birthday. You get the presents, you get the discount code. So make sure you join us on HobbyMaker 1 until 8 on the 3rd of June for Dave's birthday bash. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from HobbyMaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Craig, David's in the house again.
We are indeed.
We're in the house.
Yes.
Good to have your company this evening. It is Crafter's Companion. Craig, how are you, mate? You all right?
I'm doing good, thank you very much. Yeah, really looking forward to this show. It's always good when I'm here with you, Dave.
Thank you.
But something that I launched on a Sunday with Nigel, and they flew out. Debbie's brought them back, and they flew out.
They're sold out again.
And Debbie brought them back, and they
sold
flew out.
They flew out. So we've been able to get them back for this evening, which is great news. Now, the reason I think these were so popular was normally you see craft demonstrators demonstrating how to do a stepper card, and it's very, very impressive. There's lots of measuring, there's lots of numbers that kind of sometimes go over our heads.
Yes.
Where to score, where to cut, whether you want a centre stepper, whether you want a triple stepper, whether you want a side stepper, whatever. And it kind of gets a little bit blurry. You end up wasting lots of cardstock doing it wrong because you've misheard or whatever. I'm in that camp, Sheena's in that camp with measuring, Craig's in that camp, I think we all are.
Yes.
These are dies that are going to create perfect steppers, and you've actually got 7 different sets of dies to create 7 different stepper looks.
Yes.
And this is £244.93 normally, because there's a lot of dies here, but the good thing is you can say bye-bye to the ruler, bye-bye to... Well, you don't even need to score because the dies will score for you.
They'll do them. And the thing is, so many that know and watch and follow me, and let's put our hands up here, we know I'm not a concept card maker. I'm not one from a twisted E. Occasionally I'll do an easel or that, but I'm not one for stepper cards, centre steppers.
Is that because of the measuring?
Because of the measuring. Because of the measure. It's not that I don't have the patience. I've got a lot of patience. I just go to the square cards or the rectangle cards, whereas these, we're going to do it later on, but one pass through, Dave, you're going to be able to make, whether, of course, it's the centre card, whether it's the side stepper, you've got rockers. I'm not going to show you all just now, because we'll show you just shortly. Oh, do you know what? Let's do it. I just heard,
why not?
In my ear. So actually, then this gives you an idea of what you can make, because all that you need to have, Dave, is your card and your paper or embellishments. The mats and layers are already done for you. So can you imagine like that one there, that kind of unique shape there? Can you imagine trying to do that? I wouldn't even bother.
I
wouldn't even
know
bother.
where to start. And I'd never get them even. I'd end up with one side having too much of a border, the other side not enough border. These mean that you get everything accurately positioned and accurately displayed, even a rocker or a Noah's Ark card as well.
Exactly, yeah. But then, because you've got the mats and layers, what about doing them into shaker cards? Again, that whole construction of that one is one pass through. Every single one, apart from the mats and layers, Dave, are one pass through. Mats and layers then enable you to do your apertures if you want to. But then these ones, again, this is another one where, you know, having to draw it and then score it and then cut it. But then these cut lines, you have to make sure you don't cut too far, because then you cut into the base of your cardstock. But then you've also got like that one there, which is definitely given your roaring 20s. So then,
very Art Deco.
Yes, from our collections here, but did you get the Roaring 20s collection, or you got any Hunky Dory's collections of that Art Deco feel, or any other brand? What now, start to expand it with the card blank, with the layers, and then you decorate.
Now, not only have we been able to get the stock back in for you for this Friday evening, but we've also been able to bring back that price. The deal that sold out, I think it was 3, maybe even 4 times. FA2068, look at all the stepper cards you can make. They're all labelled on the top there. I would tend to kind of keep them in their envelopes so you don't get them mixed up. Because everything you need is in each envelope for each design. You've got your rockers, you've got your side steppers, you've got every type. And I'm really glad that they've done it in black and white on the packaging because it makes it obvious as to the style of card you're going to be making. Do you use A4 sheets of cardstock for all of these?
A4, every single one of them, A4. Some of them you might need a little bit, or you'll just need it a little bit smaller. Okay. But yeah, you're going to have A4. No bigger than A4. Okay. Every one, yeah. Apart from the mats and layers, of course. Of course. Every one is going to need A4.
Okay, so 7 die sets to make 7 styles of stepper card. Normally 2 for $4.93, not this Friday evening. If you haven't seen it before, you won't know where we're going to go. If you have seen it before and missed out, you'll know exactly where we're going. Not even 200. Not even 190. Look. 139.99. Now, Alex and I, we knew it was on split pay, but until the computer puts it on the screen, we don't know how many split pays are going to be there. The system says 4. So you can get this home. This will be on its way straight away for $34.99, your first split payments of 4. How about that? $34.99 to make all of these rocker cards, stepper cards. I had a rocker card, but you can basically make them and charge a bit more for them because there's a lot more work. It looks like a lot more work's gone in to make them, but in actual fact, the dies have done the work for you.
They've done the work for you. I've got the board here also within that black and white form to really just show you. So within this one, you've got your triple stepper card. You've got 12 dies in total with this one alone. Yep. Look at the squares that you've got as well. Really lovely generic nest and die squares that you've got. So you've got the main actual concept of your triple stepper, but then you've got all of the mats and layers. That could be a header for just a card or a memory book or a scrapbook page. So that's the one there, Dave, that's going to make that one.
See, that's the one out of all of them that I would never, ever attempt any other way other than having the dice to do it. Already we're getting busy. Hello, Crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire, Karen in Merseyside, Beryl in Wiltshire's coming in as well. Loving these, wanting to make them, but maybe not really knowing how to do it or getting the measurements wrong and ended up wasting cardstock. Margaret in Cumbria is coming in as well. Hi to all of you. But you've got your mats, your layers, you've got your tags, you've got every element you need to make your stepper card look absolutely spectacular.
Absolutely, they really, really are. Then this one, you've got your Grand Centre stepper card, 10 dies within that one there. Lovely tag dies. That's one we're going to use within the first demonstration. Yep. And you're going to be able to make that sort of style there. But all you need to choose, Dave, all that you need to decide is what paper, what cardstock. Can you imagine doing that in your luxury cardstock? Oh, wow. You can absolutely do that.
Is there a minimum weight of cardstock you recommend for these?
So what I would say is, because essentially it is a card blank, think of your card blanks. 250? So I would say no less than 250. I always say 300's perfect. Right. 280 to 300. You can get away with 250 because you're going to be matting and layering on the top. So you're going to give it extra strength and stability. So yes, think of it as a card blank because it is, but it's all these really, really fancy ones that you've got.
Wow, we're getting busy for this. I'm not at all surprised. Loads of you coming in. This next one doesn't have to be Art Deco, but it's certainly got a nod to it, hasn't it?
It definitely does have that feel. Or of course, it's like a water feature, maybe within the garden there as well, the fountain at each side. And then within that one, okay, we'll have decorated it when it comes to that Art Deco feel. Another prime example, could you imagine going in, drawing, cutting, positioning, whereas it's all done there. You would lose, you definitely would lose the will to live. You've got some rectangle dies in there, 9 dies in total being your double-side stepper card. So you've got a fab one. Always, always, so everyone's favourite. Everyone loves these ones. It's a rocker.
And you've got to tap them every time you walk past them. You just give them a little tap and they'll rock for you. It is like a Noah's Ark or a seesaw sort of style, but you can put anything on it you want. Just make sure it's kind of even in weight on the left and the right, yeah?
That's it, yeah. So, you know, exactly that. If you put more weight to one, it's going to rock. But then if you try and make them yourself at home, which you absolutely can do, but when you cut it, Dave, if you're just slightly out at the opposite side, it tilts. Now, not only is this going to rock, it's not going to rock on a flat edge, it's a scalloped edge. Look at that, you've got the scalloped edge, but it's perfectly positioned. Or, could be toadstools. Or, if you've been watching Britain's Got Talent, it could be the buzzer.
The golden buzzer.
There you go, it could be that if you want to. But then you've got the ability of having the matte and layer dies, so if you want to frame, or you want to turn them into shakers, you can absolutely do that. But there you go, that is your card that one creates. Fab is that one. 9 dies within that one.
I love all of them, but I'm a big fan of this one as well, the centre stepper, the Deco centre stepper.
Very grand, isn't it? Very theatre.
It's almost like going to a cinema or watching a stage in a theatre.
That's it. That's it. Exactly. Right up your street. You love that, don't you? So absolutely perfect for that one. All of these layers within that one there, you're going to be able to make that sort of card. And we've done them predominantly on your white card, but as we said before, like Dave said, in 250 onwards.
That could be a dressing table with a mirror, couldn't it, as well?
That's a great idea. That is a really, really good idea. And you're going to start to cut, you're going to start to create, and then you're going to start to think of other ways. 2 more, that one has been your opulent side stepper. 7 dies within this one here, and that one being exactly as it says, it's at the side, it's a side stepper. So this is another one where if you were to cut from there to there, if you cut too far, then of course you're going to slit your card. But if you don't cut far enough, then of course you're not going to get that nice score.
Now, to give you a real sense of the deal that we've got here for you, oh, there's one more.
Just one more there being the centre stepper card. 12 dies within this one here. So this is even that's just giving you a house feel, isn't it? Makes it looks like a house. But that is just very square, very symmetrical, but a really nice one as well within craft cards.
Well, Margaret in Cumbria is the first person to check out, hotly followed by June in Nottinghamshire, and many, many more of you coming through for this. To give you some sort of idea as to how good this deal is, you can buy these individually, if you're wondering that. Yes, you can. If you go to our website, any of these 7 will be £34.99. £34.99. That is your first split pay to get all 7 home. And you only pay 3 more. So you're only paying for 4. You're getting 3 free.
Oh, I love free.
Isn't that great?
I love
3 free at £34.99. That's a saving of well over £100 just by ordering this bundle today. And they'll be equally popular. All 7 of these you'll want to make, and they will sell. If you are selling your cards and you're looking for a kind of a new look, a new design that's going to be different for you to offer your customers or your friends, they're going to everybody loves steppers, and it gives you so many panels to display things, whether it's messages, whether it's photographs, whether it's toppers, whatever it might be. It gives you a much more interesting construction and structure to look at and enjoy. So yeah, for the cost of your first split pay, £34.99, that's the cost of that die on its own, but you're going to get all 7 arriving in the post in the next few days. And you'll be absolutely delighted that there's no more waste, there's no more scratching your head, there's no more trying to go online, trying to find the dimensions for stepper cards, or messaging us saying, what's the dimension? What you often hear our demonstrators, whether it's in Crafter'S companion shows or hunky-dory shows, whatever it might be, giving you dimensions, and oh, that's 1.5, and that's 2.5, and that's 1.5 again, and you kind of think, oh.
But then you need to score into this far here, but don't score too long enough. And what's also great with these ones is they're not seasonal specific.
No.
Because anytime, summer, winter, autumn, you know, think of Halloween. You can imagine these, someone's having the columns at the side there. Some of them you could have Santa's sleigh going from one column to the other as well. It's the base, it's nice, it's fancy, it's different. One pass through and it's cut.
The one that I said looks like a theatre or a cinema or a dressing table with a mirror, that could also be a fire, couldn't it? Like a fire hearth for Christmas.
Yeah, do some of your inky techniques
with stockings either side.
Sheena's done, like the yellows and the oranges for the fire.
Yeah. Could be anything. So it's up to you what you make these steppers into, but £139.99, and you don't have to pay that in full. You can if you want to, obviously. If you want to pay in full and just have done with it, that's fine. But for those of you that want to just buy 1 today and get all 7 home and then pay for a further 3 over the next 3 months, it's 1 payment today, 1 in a month, next one in 2 months, the final payment in 3 months' time. You're buying 1 at a time, a month at a time, but you're getting all 7. 3 of them will be free. You'll get all 7 of them home to play with in the next few days. And these will work in any machine. Obviously, we promote the Gemini 2 because that's the current machine of choice from Crafter'S Companion, but it doesn't really matter what machine you've got, provided the mouth is big enough for the dies to go in. Would you need an A4 machine?
For the base of each one,
The base of each one,
absolutely.
yeah.
The mats and layers, a lot of them will go through your junior, your midi, but yeah, to actually make the actual construction of each one, you'll need your A4 plates.
So provided you've got an A4 machine, manual or electric, these are going to work absolutely fine. FA 2068 to kind of do away with that kind of wondering, how do I make the perfect stepper cards? You've got the dies to do it for you in one pass through your machine, which is pretty amazing. And Craig is going to show you.
I am. Let's have a look at the Grand Centre stepper card here. So with that one, we've got all of our dies, 10 dies there, and then we're just going to take away the main one that's going to create the card. Now I do, as you can see, Dave, exactly as you said. I do it with all my dies. I always keep them in the original packaging, and I just think it's a good way. They will fit on your A4 magnetic sheets if you've got storage binders, but yeah, I like to just keep all of mine in each pack. Now you've got all of the areas that will then cut, but where you've got your score lines, these all score. So you don't need to worry about doing two passes, Dave, one doing a cut and one doing an emboss.
Okay.
It's all been thought out. So where you've got your score lines, they're not as deep as the cut lines. So therefore, the cut will cut and then the score will just score. So it's another way of creating them instead of cutting, but then having to go to your scoreboard and join all the connection lines and that, the scores are done.
And no ruler needed, no tape measure needed. The
Nope,
die
not
does
at
all
all.
the work for you.
And because these are relatively simple shapes and these are relatively new plates, so you might have heard that crack there a minute ago, that's absolutely normal, don't worry about that. But then some of them you're left with all these cute little shapes and that you can start to use.
collect them.
Keep a hold of them. But that is now it cut. So all that
blank.
we need to do is we're just going to fold, fold, fold. This front one, what we're going to do is fold up, fold down. We're going to fold up and fold down.
Mountain and valley.
Absolutely. And then we're going to do the same and then the same there. And then do come along and take your scoring tool or your bone folder and we're just going to press, press, press. And we are going to decorate it. But Dave, that is your Grand Centre stepper card.
That has got to be the easiest and quickest way to make a professional stepper card that I've ever seen. Normally, you wouldn't have even probably measured it by the time it's taking Craig to actually make that. Then you've got to work out where to score and where to cut. Make sure you don't overcut or undercut. The die does it all.
Does it for you. And then you come along with all your mats and layers. So let's come in. I'm going to go in with the black cardstock. I know we'll show you just afterwards. We've got that on the show. So I'm going to go in. So that one, once again, could you imagine drawing around, then trying to fussy cut around? And because you've got all these bevel edges.
Getting it even would be a nightmare.
So they are there. And then I do have a lot of layers already cut, but we'll still do some of them here. So we're going to bring these ones into here. Let's also, I'm going to do them as well. And these smaller ones are going to be great for little your bit box.
Yep.
You know, all these ones here, this one here. And we're going to go along, same plate configuration.
All one pass.
All one pass. And this is the point now, Dave. If you want, you're already using your A4 machine, so you'll still use your A4 machine. But if you did want to then maybe give the kiddies some a cut out and they've got the midi or the mini, you're going to be able to use them for the decoration and the mats and the layers. So we're going to, let me pick that up, I don't want to lose that. So we've now got, let's take that one out here. Just going to carefully, so spot on, perfect
Everything's
layer.
perfect.
Everything is absolutely perfect.
Wouldn't it be awful if there was like one line that was a little bit off, it was a little bit wonky, or you've gone a bit too narrow on one of those parts? The die makes it perfection every time.
It does. Also what I love, we could have, now if I bring in, let's bring these back in just so that you can see. So if I bring these into place, I'm going to put white cardstock underneath and quickly put them back. What we've done as well is these two are exactly the same, Dave. Now we could have given you one and you have to cut it through twice. The same with these ones here. They're exactly the same. You could then have to cut one, but we've not. We've given you them both. And then I've got my other one on my plate there as well.
If you just have one that would have done that job, but you had to cut it twice, that would get a bit tiresome.
It would, because, of course, you're cutting that one once, then that one again, that one, that one, that one. So, yeah, it's just about the time that it takes to actually cut. So what I've got, set that out the way, and let's bring these layers in here. So if I set that one there, now where we've got that one, I'm going to come along, and this is the one, the elongated one. So I've already done it in black and white.
Yeah.
What I need to do is I need to come along. Now, I'm not sure. I know Sarah had this paper pad on the other day with her takeover. It was the plaid one. I'm not sure if we still have any. It was in a bundle, Dave.
Okay, not sure.
So I'm going to use it.
If it's available, it'll be on the website.
It will be, yeah. So it's a 12 by 12 paper pad. It is the plaid one.
Okay.
So I have pinched some from mine, and this is then going to be
I think
a
Alex, our
decoration.
producer's found it, so we'll put it on the screen in a minute if you've got it.
Nice one, Alex. Brilliant, because I absolutely love it. And if that is the case...
So hang on, there's 36 sheets. This is the paper pad, blue pastel plaid. 36 12 by 12 sheets. £12.99. No? That wasn't the price. We're going lower. HO 2063.
Shut up.
£8.99. I know. Is that what Sarah crashed it to the other day?
I didn't see. I just seen
I
on
wasn't
our
here, I didn't
info
see it.
sheets that Sarah had these.
I do not know of a 12 by 12 paper pad that goes for £8.99. Not even a 24 sheet one, let alone a 36 sheet one. And plaid is perfect for spring and summer, isn't it?
It is, but not. I don't know. Don't take me for it. I don't think we've got them in stock on our website, and I absolutely blinking love it.
I can see, yeah.
That I did not realise that, and this is my one, £8.99.
And if you've bought something already today, you don't have to worry about postage. That's a delivered price. Already, lots of you coming in for this. If maybe like myself, you didn't see the takeover the other day. I was in London, I think. So here's your chance to get that paperback.
Yeah.
That price doesn't happen. £8.99 for 36 sheets of plaid. HO 2063.
Do you know what, Levi? We're going to go straight back to the demonstration.
Okay.
I think it's worthwhile.
All right.
Just showing you. It's single-sided, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all the blues, it's all the mints. You've got the teals in there, all uncoated in there.
Well done, Jackie. Well done, Celia, Shirley, Alexandra, Crafter in East Riding of Yorkshire, Maria in Merseyside, Lois in Florida coming through. Shirley in Cambridge is thinking, do you know what? I want 2 of them. Thank you very much.
Can you please not buy it all?
You want one?
Because one.
You're half a dozen at that price.
Flabbergasted.
That really
one.
surprised me. I wasn't expecting
No.
£12.99 was the discounted price. A further £4 off that for £8.99. HO 2063 is the product code. It's going quick.
Right, let's get my mind back. Let's start to decorate and just show you this one. So I've done 2 of them. We know by now I love a drop shadow, and that's not going to change. So for this one, you can absolutely use your tape runners. We will be using them as well. But I think as well, because it gives you that little bit of wiggle room, if you've got our tacky glue or any tacky glue, it just gives you that nice little wiggle to get that into position, gives you that drop shadow, pressing and placing that one in. And then I'm just going to add a little bit more. And this, you'll probably not be surprised, it will be themed Scottish, but you can then start to theme it for whatever occasion, nationality, whatever it is. Use your papers, your pads, your collections, and we're just going to press that in. Let's then take the 2 centre ones. So I'm going to keep these ones black and white because I want to break it all up. And again, we're going to go in with a drop shadow here. And just while that goes, that little bit tacky, that smaller centre one, I've done in black, and then the plaid as well.
Perfect.
So we can then take that. What you can also do as well, Dave, although I've cut this into a white smooth, what about taking your watercolour card, doing all your inky backgrounds, let it dry, and then cut into that? Or use the mats and layers to cut
Have you
into
bought
that.
any of the spritzers or the ink pads from Sheena in the last show? Yeah, do your A4 sheets with the spritzers and then
Do
just
all
let
of
them
that.
dry, die
Do
cut them.
all of it and just have fun. Because yes, these are the plaid papers, but these could be your backdrops and the backgrounds that you've created. So that medium or the largest one is I've gone in black and then the plaid. And then I've got my second one. We've got the black and then we've got the plaid here. So let's press them in. I'm going to say it again. Even the tips of these ones, the fine, fine detail. You know, they're straight edge, so you could get in with your scissors, but what you're going to be left with is the little snip indentations and, you know, nature of the beast. So we've got these two. Now, within these two, what I'm doing is I'm going to do black and white, and it'll all become apparent the way that it looks as we build. So I'm just going to lift, bring that in. You could have, although I'm using my tacky glue, you could be using your double-sided adhesive sheets. If you've got them, that would be a good one. And then when it comes to the two smaller squares, I've also already done these ones within the plaid. So we're going to
do
these.
all of these elements, all these mats, all these layers by hand would take you, I reckon, best part of an hour and a half with all the measuring. You know, it'll take you a long, long time. The die has done all that cutting perfectly in 2 passes through the machine. And then you just have the fun putting it together.
Now, I know that, okay, I've cut the black card and I cut that one in the plaid. So all the additional layers I've already cut.
Yeah.
But I've done the card base. I've done most of the layers. I've now started to glue it together. And then all that I'm going to do is I'm going to then start to build these up, and height and dimension is optional. You don't have to do the foam pads. They're still going to look absolutely beautiful if you keep it completely flat. But that's going to go into there. And I'm using all the layers. You don't have to, Dave. Maybe you don't want to put that middle one in. Maybe you don't want to put this top one in.
Yeah.
It's entirely up to you.
You can add as much or as little as you like.
As little as you want. Now, I'm going to go into here, and because every single one of these, Dave, the back is exactly the same. So if you want to decorate it as well, you can do that. Of course, for time and speed, I'm not going to, but we're just going to mat and layer all of them into their own sections there. We're going to bring these on in foam pads as well. So let's lift that one here. I'm going to pop that in, and if you're using glue gel, the only thing you're going to have to do is let it dry. That's going to go into there, and then let's start to just finish this one off. So I'm going to bring these in. Now the flower die that I have used has been on the show many times. It is not in stock anymore, so just in case anyone goes looking, but the chances are many of you will already have it from collections and goodie bags and mystery bags at Hobby Maker, and it's the scent of summer.
Okay.
And there's a thistle dye in there. So I've taken the thistle and I've just coloured along with my tri-blends. That's one of our expression sentiments we've had on the show as well. So I've already just cut these ones. I'm going to add that onto a foam pad. And that I'm going to sit into the middle there, Dave. And then what I'm also going to do, last but by all means least, the thistle, I've done in white and black, done a drop shadow. I've trimmed slightly at the bottom, but I'm going to just assemble this because I want to get that base depth in. So let's bring in our dots. So if I bring that one into there, and then press that in there. Let's bring in our other one here. Now, I have purposely gone to town on the height. You don't have to go high like I've done. But then there we go. I'm just going to give that another burnish there.
Does that make you feel like you're at home?
It does indeed.
Thought it might.
It does indeed. Now, it's on our glass mat. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move that out the way. Always remember as well, go back and burnish the back, and you can decorate the back if you want. Remember, burnish inside as well, but then we've got There we go. How fab
Wow.
is that?
We are, if you just got in on this Friday evening, looking forward to a lovely weekend, we're starting the weekend for you with a brilliant offer that has sold out, I think 3, maybe even 4 times since we brought it to you. It's always a firm favourite. Making a stepper card successfully is a massive achievement because there's always lots of measuring, there's always lots of scoring, there's probably lots of frustration that goes with it as well. Because normally you've got to get an awful lot right for it to come out perfect. So what Crafter's Companion have done is they've done 7 different stepper styles. Can't say that. 7 different stepper styles, and they're charging you only for 4 of them. You get 3 of them free if you buy the deal that's on the screen at the moment. Now, if you go to our website, you can buy them individually, but you'll be paying then what you'd be paying for the first split payment of 4. We didn't realise they were on 4 split pays until it actually came up on the screen. We knew split pay was there. We didn't know whether it was 4 or 2 or 3 or whatever. There they are, look. On the website, they're $34.99 each. If you want the rocker, it's $34.99. If you want the Grand Centre stepper, that's $34.99. But if you think to yourself, well, actually, I do like all of them. I love a stepper card. I don't just want 3 or 4. I want the whole 7. All you have to give us with split pay is $34.99 today. That's the cost of 1. All 7 will be shipped from Crafter's Companion direct to your door. The next payment this time next month will come off your card. So the end, well, actually, it could be payday today, couldn't it? It is for an awful lot of people last Friday of the month.
It is for us at Crafter's.
So maybe you want this to come off your card on the last working day of next month. That's what will happen. Then the next month, then the final payment in 3 months' time. So you can pay for 4, but you're actually going to be given 7. So you've got over £100 worth of dies there that you're not paying a penny for if you go for it today on 4-way split pay. FA2068 is the product code. And don't forget that wonderful plaid 12x12 pad that Craig showed you. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's this price.
It's just sensational, isn't it, Dave?
I mean, it's really classy. It's, makes Craig think of home. It makes me think of like picnics on the park with the plaid picnic rugs, that sort of thing. But it's beautiful. And normally when you see plaid, I always think of like red and green and gold, but it's nice to see it in blue.
Exactly, yeah. So this was actually a shock horror, an idea that I put forward to Leanne and product development, being a tartan or plaid. Now, when I put the idea forward, I did have greens and reds and that in mind. I didn't necessarily have these colours. When I seen these, I absolutely fell in love.
Me too. Absolutely love it. So it's a mixture of plaid and tartan, $8.99, and you might think, oh, there's going to be hardly any sheets in there. It's a 36 sheet 12x12 paper pad for $8.99. I mean, that is unheard of. Normally, you'd expect to pay probably £25, I would have thought, for a 36 sheet 12x12. Maybe if it's a discounted price, a special deal, maybe £15, £16, you'd be lucky. $8.99 is nothing short of ridiculous.
And with it being 180 GSM, and I know obviously you weren't on earlier on, Dave, but we had the launch of our floral frame dies where I used some pattern papers that we had on that show. But having these so fresh, good for the men, you know what I mean? Yes, the ladies are going to love it as well, but Father's Day coming up on the 16th of June, just a really, really lovely one. I've shown you on Hobby Maker just the last time as well how to make your gift bags. What about making the gift bags from your 12x12? Because isn't that right, Carla? You can absolutely do that, yeah. If you're going to try and make us laugh, I'm going to call you out live on air.
$8.99, HO2063 is the product code. Go for more than one. Lots of you have gone for 2s. Some of you, I think, have gone for 3, maybe even 4. Because, I mean, you get literally 2 for what I would expect to pay for 1, without a shadow of a doubt. You're looking at $17.98 if you want to. 1 P&P, that will weigh quite a lot, and it is quite large. 1 P&P of $3.95 for all your day's orders. Okay, HO2063. And just in case you've just got in, I think we're going to show you again.
Well, I thought what we'll do, I don't know if Alex was wanting to show the black card and the white card.
Okay,
what we're going to do is, obviously I've just done that demo there, but what we're going to do is we're going to cut the remaining 6, not the mats and layers, but obviously the remaining other ones, just to show you how really, really easy it is and straightforward.
Okay.
We'll cut them and shape them.
Now, we've got a triple pack of black card available for you. I've got 2 black and white here. Okay, we'll show you the black to start off with. Okay, so a triple pack of black card. So basically what you've got here is 120 sheets of black card, and you get 40 sheets in each pack. So 40, 80, 120 sheets, that's right. $29.97 should be the price. So normally it's $9.99
It is
per
indeed,
pack.
yeah.
That's not your deal. We're going to give you something for nothing. That's not the price. WU 2005, what can we do this afternoon, this evening? You get one free.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you're going to get 40 sheets for nothing if you buy WU2005, the product code. 19.98 gets you 3 times that, basically.
Stock up. You know how many times I use black, how much I love black with the bright colours, the fresh colours there. It's A4, so if you do want to do, of course, each of these dies within that cardstock, brilliant, you can absolutely do that. But your metallic ink pads, your metallic... Now,
pencils and pens.
I wouldn't saturate, it's not watercolour card, so I wouldn't saturate it, but your metallic, you know, your palettes, metallic palettes that we've done, metallic pigments and all of that, absolutely beautiful.
But also, maybe not, well, you can make the card blank out of black if you want to, but maybe use the black for your mats and layers.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes whatever you've got on the front of the card really pop. A black frame around it would look fantastic. It really, really would. Now, lots of you coming through for it. You're getting 1 pack of 40 sheets, absolutely free. Is it black core as well?
It is indeed.
Oh, well, I won't tear it then. Okay.
Yes.
I won't tear it. Black core, so if you are die cutting, you haven't got a white edge around it. Everybody in the gallery went,
They did, didn't they? Yeah, they did.
There's the proof.
There you go. Look at that. It's like a hill. There you go.
Perfect. 1998, you get 1 pack of 40 free, WU2005. So we're going to cut every element of the other dies out so you can see all the shapes and see how quickly they come together as well in a tick or two. So, okay.
Right, I'm going to go back to my side.
All right. I'll stay here and remind you that if you want the plaid, please be quick. That is going very, very fast at $8.99. I mean, to be fair, if you buy nothing else tonight, over half the stock's gone. And the other half's in baskets. And if we get this back in the future, will it come back at Sarah's takeover deal price? I very much doubt it. Worth double that, in my opinion. 36 sheets, HO2063. But yeah, check out your baskets, then it will be a complete sellout. So.
Can I just say, for the sake of security in this building, that is mine that I brought in. I'm not doing something that some people does.
Oh.
Shall we?
Casting
Shall we
aspersion.
Shall we cut each one? Apparently, Carla never takes a thing. Never takes the things. On purpose. So we've now gone in with our opulent side. So again, we're going to cut each one, Dave. I'm not going to do the mats and layers. I just want to show you how really easy it is to cut them and then, of course, just shape them. The cut's done. The score's done. As you said, absolutely, these work perfectly because of the pressure, the way that they've worked, the way that they're designed with the Gemini. As Sarah says, time and time again, even if you don't have a Gemini, don't worry, our dies will work with any other branded die cut.
Now, that cracking might unnerve some people. That's just basically the fibres of the card being cut.
So what it actually is, it is the blade of the die cutting into the plastic plate because the lines are straight, essentially. I know you've got the rocker, but still it's a straight kind of
I know what you mean.
edge, if you know what I mean. And my plates are relatively new, so it's actually the crack of going into the plates. It's not damaging your plates, it's not damaging your machine.
What it's supposed to do.
Your dies, it will do it. The more you use the plates, the more that will lessen. So yeah, to start off with, you do get,
have I broken it? No,
I've broken it,
it's normal.
but you've not, so don't worry. So this one here being the opulent side stepper, so let's take that one out, and then we're just going to fold it in half, and then as Dave was saying earlier on, I'm going to fold up, which is a mountain, because we're folding up like a mountain, down like a valley, and then up like a mountain, down like a valley. We're just going to give that good burnish, and then there you go, Dave. Opulent side stepper card die.
It's that quick, it's that easy.
That's that
It would
one.
take you probably a good half an hour to do that with a ruler, a scoring tool, a craft knife. The die has done it in one pass through the machine.
One pass. And it's doable. Don't get me wrong. It's absolutely doable. Not everyone wants to do it. Not everyone has the patience to do it. Not everyone can do it. And this is where dies come into their own. So let's go in now. So this one we're going to go in with is the Deco. This, I'm going to be honest with you, this puts me off because it's called Deco Centre, and I always think of, you know, Art Deco. And I think of the other one in the set as being like an Art Deco. But
Yeah, this one is the one that I refer to as maybe like a mirror on a dresser,
Yes.
or it could be a theatre, an old-fashioned theatre, anything like that, really.
anything. It can be absolutely anything like that. So if you're doing it with the theatres, coming along, says the crack again, going around with your browns, like your woodwork, or of course the golds, of course, if you've got the reds with the curtains and all of that. So you can really start to theme it. And because a lot of these are simplistic shapes, bring in your fabrics, bring in your different mediums as well.
Totally.
You may need to then use your metal shim for any of the mats and layers and fabrics or that.
That's what it's
but
there
it's
for.
definitely doable. That is what it's there for.
Valerie has said, this set of dies are so quick and easy to make your shaped card with. Thank you, Valerie. Absolutely. That's what they were designed to do, and that's why they're such an amazing steal of a bargain today, with 3 of them not costing you a penny if you buy the whole collection.
And then there we go, our Deco Centre stepper card done, ready for you to then come along and decorate and mat and layer.
Just thinking, if you normally buy your stepper card blanks made, what would you pay for a pack of 5?
Well, do you know what? You make them,
£10?
make them yourself and sell them.
You can do. And they're allowed to do that.
Yeah, you've made them, you've cut them, you've spent the time.
So you can either sell the decorated finished cards, or you can sell the card blanks in packs. Yeah, what a great idea.
And then what to do is, they all, if I remember correctly, Dave, every one of them fit a 5x7, so every one of them are worked to 5x7 snugly. So I would make an envelope, but just make it, you know, maybe a couple of mils bigger or something.
Okay.
So can you imagine making a pack of these, selling them, but then also make an envelope to go with it?
Yeah.
Put it in the pack, and then that's you ready to sell and sorted. This one is going to be the centre stepper card. So run that one through. As I said right at the start of the show as well, you've got many of them, squares, rectangles, you're maybe going to start to use for your mats, your layers out with these. But then you can use them to mat and layer your stamped sentiments, so start to use them as well. So this one, always go to the centre one first.
Yeah.
So I'm just pressing in the centre one, and it's always, because it's a card, it's always folded in
Is there
half.
a right side and a wrong side? Is there a back and front, in other words?
No, they're all symmetrical.
Okay.
Is front and back symmetrical? If it's they're both the same. The front is the back is the same. The difference, although it's still the same, but like that one we've done, Dave, if you turn it that way, it's a left side.
Sure.
That one's a right side. But either way, the front and the back is exactly the same.
Loads of messages coming through. Moira, hello to you. Good evening in South Yorkshire. She said, hi, lads. I love being called a lad at nearly 60. These stepper dies are amazing. I cut out 250 for my granddaughter's play school.
That's really good. Wow. But then one passed through. Oh, kiddies would love making them, wouldn't they?
Yeah, 250. How much? Well, I mean, that's more, I would say that's basically paid for your dies, hasn't it, really?
It has,
250 of them. Yeah.
Nice one, nice one. And the fact that they're so easy, like within this one here, we're just doing mountain, valley, and then we're going to do the same on the opposite side. You're just going to concertina them. We're just going to then press there. And I done nothing more there while Dave was reading out that question. So that took no time. I'm going to not contradict what I just said a moment ago, but that one, it's not the same.
Right.
On the back.
Gotcha.
So that was
plenty of room to write a little message on the back.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
So that one being your centre stepper card. So I've got 2 more to go. So let's go the triple stepper. This is the one that Dave would not even contemplate attempting to do.
Now these could be, you know, stairs, going upstairs in a house. It could be a new home card. There could be little building blocks that you could make into a card for kiddies.
That's it. It's that fun aspect. And there's nothing stopping you as well. For instance, this one, there's a few of them, but this one, do a couple and then join them on at the side as well. So really expand it. So as that one runs through, and if you're using the G2, then of course it's now 13.5 seconds. 13.5 seconds.
To make a stepper.
To make a stepper in whichever form. So this, you've got all your edges there. The cuts are there, just done perfectly.
That's the big deal. It's so tricky with a craft knife to get the cut straight to get the cut the right length without undercutting or overcutting, whereas the die does it 100% perfect every single time.
Every time. So then all you just need to do, now of course, I know we say this a lot, Dave, but you're going to take a lot more care than I am. And I know we have said in the past, if you want to enhance the score lines with a scoreboard, you can do it, Dave. I really don't think you need to.
No.
I really, genuinely do not think you need to come along and enhance the score lines.
There you go.
But then there you go.
There's your
with
staircase.
the layers, and you've got every single die there, but all these ornate different shapes to create the layers for. And then we can go in with our double side stepper. Do you know something?
Go on.
Oh no, I was right enough. Do you know, I thought I put mine in the wrong pack, and that other one was the deco one, because this looks deco. But no, it's right enough.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Definitely
Is
right
this the
enough,
seventh
yeah.
one now? The last one?
This is the last one.
Right.
So double side stepper. We're going to come in with this one. Let's take that one off, and we're going to run it through, and we're just going to do one pass, 13.5 seconds, giving you that really beautiful shape there as well. It's kind of the fountains at each side, or maybe within the garden, the columns. And then this is a good one with your luxury cards, so your golds and your metallics in there. And then we can then move that one out of the way, Dave.
I think
Pop
this one's
that out.
perhaps the most ornate and the most dramatic. They could be
I
flower
like that
pots.
dramatic,
They
yeah.
could be pillars on an Art Deco building, in a theatre somewhere.
And then there we go. That is now, including the demo that we done, all 7 of these ones done. You just need to come along, mat and layer and decorate, and maybe bring maybe some of the staples earlier on from
from
Carla's
Carla,
show
yeah.
there. You can do that.
And that could be posh topiary, either side of an entrance hall to a nice big stately house or something like that. It could be really whatever you wanted it to be. But again, where do you begin to make a stepper card like that? It's not easy, but the dies make it so. And so many of you have already ordered these and are messaging in today, so that's lovely to know. But the thing that really blows me away is not the fact that the dies do such a great job. There's no surprise there about that. It's Crafter's Companion. They're going to be fantastic. But the fact that you can get all 7 die sets today for the cost of what one should be, $34.99. Yes, I know it's the first split pay of 4, which you can spread over 3 months. So it's first payment today, next in a month, second in 2 months, and then the final payment in 3 months' time. But you've only paid each time for 1. So you're paying for 4 over the 4 payments, but you're getting 7. So 3 of them are free, and they're $34.99 each. So that's it's about £105 worth of dies you're not paying a penny for with 1 P&P. You've got it at one of the best deals. It's been an offer that's sold out again and again and again, and we've got it back tonight to see you start the weekend in style. We've done them, or Crafter's Companion have done them, in black and white on the packaging, so you can see without a shadow of a doubt what the dies will do and what cards they'll make. How you decorate them, what colour cardstock you use is entirely your call, and you can make them traditional, you can make them quirky for youngsters and that sort of thing. The fact you've got a rocker in there as well, which is great. I love rockers.
Imagine like a snowman in the middle there at
Yeah.
Christmas time, and the snowman's rocking away. Then you're bringing in, your colourful collections there, just your block cardstock, and then decorating it into these ones. But I mean, that one there, there's something so crisp and clean about that. Really, really is beautiful. But your pattern papers, our papers, other companies that come here to Hobby Maker, their papers and card, because of course, Dave, it is such a lovely basic die to then be creating all these card blanks. But if you wanted to, then of course it could be that way if you want. And then that theatre style with that one, and then you've also then got the Art Deco one, which is not the Art Deco one, but to me it just looks Art Deco on that one.
There are some great deals in the show today, none more so than the actual dies. Don't forget the plaid 12x12 paper pad, I think, is on the brink of going. We basically had, the amount of stock we had were all in baskets, so hopefully you've checked out your baskets. Many of you going for more than 1, many of you going for 2. $8.99 for 36 sheets. That's unheard of. And this was put into development and into production on the ask of Craig here, obviously, the plaid and the tartan, we're used to seeing them in red and green and maybe gold, but to see them in blue and purple, it's a nice departure, I think.
It is, yeah, and I was just going to reiterate what I said before. When I did put the idea forward, I did put it forward with the reds and the greens and the, you know, the golds and that in mind. And then first I heard was when I got mine, and it was that, and I was like,
wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it was part of the takeover that Sarah did a couple of days ago here at HobbyMaker. This is what we have left, and the stock is virtually gone, so I hope you get yours. It is going to be a sellout, I'm sure, later on the website. But it's all about the dies. It's all about the stepper dies that I've been in awe of for years. It's been many, many years since I've seen the first stepper card made, but I never actually took the time to sit and write down all the measurements that were needed. And because of that, I never thought about making a stepper card myself because I couldn't remember the measurements. This means you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to remember anything. The dies will cut a perfect stepper card that will fit into a 5x7 envelope. And there's nothing stopping you making these as card blanks, non-decorated. Just make them as card blanks and sell them as packs at craft fairs. You're quite within your rights to do that. But then when you want to decorate them for special occasions, family, friends, or for colleagues or whatever, you can really go to town, and everyone's going to be so impressed that you've made that by hand. The die's done the work, but you've got the fine results.
Yeah, to do that base, to do the layers are going to enable you to use them as mats and layers, not just for these, for others. I mean, like this one here, so if we go into that one that we're just looking at right there, that's a good one to use for your stamped sentiments, and then your mat and layer for that stamped sentiment. But that one being your centre stepper card, which gives you 12 dies in total. You've got your grand centre stepper card, which is giving you 10 dies in total.
Oh, half the stock of the dies for the steppers, the Ultimate Stepper Die Collection has gone. So bear in mind, this show does get repeated throughout the night.
Yes, it does. It really, really does. It's constantly so busy. And that is, you know, it just speaks volumes. Not only the product development team, because we're not reinventing the wheel here, Dave.
No.
But what we're just doing is we're making it easier. For those that don't want to, don't like drawing and scoring and cutting yourself, it does it all. You're not left out within that one there being the triple stepper.
How often have you tried to do a stepper card and then just kind of abandon it halfway through thinking, I haven't got a clue what I'm doing, I'm just ruining craft card or whatever card you're using? This makes absolute sense. Once you've got them, and you can make stepper cards for the next 50 years. And you don't have to buy anything other than the dies that are here today. And remember, your first split pay is the cost of one of these die sets. You're going to get all 7 for just paying $34.99 today plus your P&P, and then the next payment in a month, next one in 2 months, final payment in 3 months' time. So you've bought over 4 payments, 4 die sets, interest-free and fee-free, but you're getting 7. So 3 of them you're not paying a penny for. That's £105 worth of dies, basically, bar 5 pence, for no money. You're not having to pay for those at all. So you haven't got to choose. You get all 7 sets for $139.99. And it may be that you don't want split pay. You just think, no, I'd just rather pay on a debit or credit card. That's absolutely fine. You can do that, of course. FA 2068, and it's on its way to you. I mean, this one here, totally different, really quirky as a little girl's card, birthday card, something like that. There we go. We are busy this Friday evening.
So fun. But it could be your character stamps that you've got.
Yep.
What about your cheers to you that we can see within that one here? So I know I keep saying it, Dave, but this is about bringing all your other collections, all your other paper designs, all of your other layers to then decorate till your heart's content. Your sentiment stamps. Now these hearts are from, so Jackie's made that one there. So these hearts are from just her stash at home. Then you can start to decorate, of course. But with them, because you're going to get multiple mats and layers, that then means you can create your framework. You could create your shaker on the, I mean, a shaker on a stepper card or a centre stepper card is absolutely epic.
But that would be normally a step too far.
Good one.
Hey.
Good one. Like
that was unintentional, actually. But anyway, yeah, now you can do all those sort of fancy effects because the dies are doing it for you.
And see this backdrop with all the polka dots? That's our polka dot stencil that we've done.
Right.
So inking through your stencil onto your white card and then die cut that one. But more, the flower there that's been used is just a fabric flower to decorate. Cheers to you. But don't think that you can't not use your texture cards, your glitter cards, because that is all of your glitter cards as well.
So once you've got a fancy blank like this, a fancy card blank, how you decorate is entirely up to you. And like we said before, I never really thought about this, but why not make packs of blank cards to sell at craft fairs? You're quite within your rights to do that. You've spent the money and invested in the dies to do the work. And these are the sort of things that big companies invest in on an industrial scale.
Definitely.
To do that for themselves. This is like a domestic version of those dies that allow you to be able to do that if you want to. Well, now we've put loads of great deals on the website, I've just been told. We've got a deal on the Duet ink pads. We've got a deal on a toolkit that's got low-tack tape, tape runner, die brushes, palette knives as well, mixed media knives. It's all on the website if you have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. And these dies are just flying. They really are.
They are. What was just a way to say a moment ago there, Dave, shouldn't say this, but we have done recently packs of stepper cards and that are all pre-made for you, but once you've used them,
they've gone.
Whereas having the die, you just stock up on your card stock and you can use them. You look after them, they're going to last you a lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely they are. All you need, remember, is an A4 machine. Doesn't have to be a Gemini 2, can be any machine, manual, electronic, doesn't matter. As long as it's got a wide enough mouth, which is going to be basically A4, you can make as many of these as you wish. Make them out of your mirror card, make them out of your non-shed glitter card. They look incredible. And of course, you've got the animation of the rocker there. You've got some that look like theatres or screens. You've got some that look like kind of building blocks or steps. We are busy this evening for all of these. And it's a problem solver for so many people. I reckon about 7 out of 10 people that I know that make cards would struggle doing a stepper card.
Yeah.
From start to finish.
From start to finish, yeah. I think we're going to go into the night with another sellout with these.
I think we are, if not during the show, shortly after the end of it. You're back tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm back tomorrow, different shows, same time, 2 o'clock and then 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, okay. So Craig's back tomorrow. I'm back in a second though. Carla's here. We've got the return of the button press. Now, what's a button press? It's actually a badge maker from We Are. After this, don't go away.
Introducing the Gemini 2. Our brand new electronic die cutting and embossing machine has all the power and precision of the original Gemini, but with updated functions and innovative new features. Faster and quieter than ever before, the Gemini 2 does all the hard work for you. Cut out the most intricate designs in seconds, and all at the touch of a button. Technology to apply higher pressure than many other machines offers perfectly crisp and clear results every time. The Gemini 2 has the power to take creative projects of all shapes and sizes in its stride. It will cut through a range of materials, from card and paper to cork, thin metal, leather, and multiple layers of fabric. So you can save time on your papercraft, sewing, and multimedia projects. A new and improved optical sensor runs the full length of its 9-inch platform, offering edge-to-edge precision with cutting plates of any size. Pause, rewind, and resume functions take the guesswork out of crafting. Smooth gliding feet make light work of moving and maneuvering your Gemini 2. And a turntable offers 360 degrees of crafting freedom. Neat storage compartments hold craft tools so they're always at your fingertips right when you need them. A built-in media stand and 3 USB charging points invite you to craft along with your favourite tutorials and workshops on your tablet or phone. Easy to use and with everything you need to get started right out of the box, the Gemini 2 is for beginners and experienced makers alike. From scrapbooking and home decor to handmade cards, quilting and everything in between, bring your creativity to life with the Gemini 2.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
You'd think when you get to my age, 39, that you'd have a nice quiet birthday plan, maybe a meal, see a show, quiet night in maybe.
However, I've got a better idea. Come to work and you join me as well on the 3rd of June. That's actually my birthday. You get the presents, you get the discount code. So make sure you join us on HobbyMaker 1 until 8 on the 3rd of June for Dave's birthday bash.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hi Al, look who's back. We've nicknamed you Crusher.
Crusher.
Crusher Carla.
Crusher Bagshaw. Buns of steel.
I could see them queuing up round the block for that wrestle match.
I could see you queuing up round the door for that wrestling match. I'd win.
Yeah, you would actually. Carla is back with us.
I'm very tall.
Yes, you are. Got your heels on. Carla's back with WeRMakers and the return of something that I love this actually. It's called, in America, they call badges buttons, don't they?
Yep.
So that's what buttons are. Buttons over here for us are these things. But in America, they're badges. This is a badge maker, but it's called the Button Press from WeRMakers. We've got it back by popular demand today. It should be over £100, should be £109.99, but that's not the deal that we're going to give you today. I mean, this has been such a popular item.
I love the Button Press.
I do too.
I've loved the Button Press since it first came out, a long time ago actually. But what I love about the Button Press, I don't know if you'll be able to see this above my head, is how much it has expanded over the years.
Whoa.
And so it's not a tool that is just what it is. It's expanding. They're bringing out new elements for it all the time. So it's one of those tools that keeps on giving. You buy the main tool and then we get extra elements all the time, new ways to play with it, new different things to make it. So it's one of those investment tools. I love investment tools. I love the fact that in 5 years I'll be doing something completely different with this because it's always given me a new kind of array of things that I can make with it. Yes, they're all as such buttons, but we don't have these here, but I will show you them because I think it's valid. What we can also do with these is create key rings. Can you see these key rings?
Yep.
We've got little key rings like this. This one is actually a mirror. There is a mirror that goes in front of it. Little pocket mirrors that we can make as well. Then we have also got rosettes. So if you want to make rosettes for birthday parties, that kind of thing, we've got rosettes that you can make with it. You can also make paper clips. You can also make hair clips. You can do all kinds of different things with these. You can make magnets, you can make badges, you can make all of the things. So it keeps on giving. There's loads and loads of different things you can do.
As you want to grow and do different things with it, it will grow with you.
Yep.
I want to show you, though, exactly what you're going to get in the box to start off with, because you're going to get 3 different size adapters. One that gets you the small, the next one allows you to make the medium, and then you've got the largest button as well, now, or badge. So you can actually make, with what you're getting with the machine, 30 different badges from what's in there. And then if you want to buy extra adapters for different shapes, like we do a heart shape and that sort of thing. I mean, look at these.
I want to say, look, I'm going to get myself into trouble here because my memory's very bad and I say the wrong thing all the time. Last time we brought the Button Press, it didn't have all 3 in the box. It didn't. I know it didn't.
Oh.
It did. I know it didn't.
But it has now.
So
This is
the
a new
old,
offer.
so we must have had a different set.
Yeah.
Because the last time we did it, if my memory serves, I think it only had the medium, which is the mint green one in the middle. And I know it didn't have the large, and I'm pretty sure it didn't have the small, because we also brought at that time the hearts and the ovals and the squares. So this is actually, I believe, a fuller package.
Well, you can see on the back. There we go, look. So you've got the small, you've got the medium, you've got the large. So that is technically a small badge. This one is, of course, the large badge. Have we got any mediums anywhere? Got a medium
What
one?
are you saying to me?
Medium.
No, Dave. No, I can't just magic things, Dave. I can make you one.
Okay. Small, medium, large. That's a large.
That's the medium.
That's the medium, okay.
Have you got a little
and
one?
I've got a small.
We haven't got a small. I'll make you a small in a
All
minute.
right. but you do get the adapter that just fits onto the machine to make all of these. And of course, then you can add to it if you want to do maybe the heart shape or make them into keychains and that sort of thing. This is what you get in the box. All of this, enough to make 30 badges from the offset, and it should be £109.99. This is a really good bit of kit that's going to last you a long, long time. There's nothing you need to plug in. There's no batteries needed. It's basically just like a clamp, isn't it, really?
It's a ka-chunker.
Like a chunker.
It ka-chunks. When you get it, by the way, this won't be attached. You've got to screw it on. It'll be separate because it's too tall for the box.
Okay.
So it just unattaches. So it's just a screw, and then you just screw it on when it's ready. So when you get it, don't think it's broken. You do have to attach it.
Okay. Now, elsewhere, we've just been online, and we've looked, I'm not sure what the website is, but we've looked for, of course, WeRMakers and the Button Press. It's elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the right price.
For £153.99.
That's the right price for it.
Yeah.
That's the retail price for it.
That's how much other people are charging for it. Today, our price, as you can see, is showing £109.99. That is not going to be our price. You've already saved £43, £44 off what that other website was asking for exactly the same machine and what's inside the box. CK4614. To be able to make badges, those badges could have pictures of you, your children, whatever you want them to be. If you've got favourite designer papers that you want to turn into a badge.
You can do some fabric in there as well. So if you do embroideries on a thin fabric, you can pop those in the badges as well, which are super cute, super pretty. You get the option of using mylar or not, so you can make them shiny or you can have them matte. It's up to you what you want to do, and it's the same process. There's loads and loads of different benefits to this, but they look lovely on cards. Listen, when was the last time you got a card with a badge on and didn't love it? Everybody loves a badge on a card.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I was made up when I had like my age as a badge on the card. That's a long time ago.
Were you ever a child, Dave?
Yeah, I think I still am.
Inside?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. £109.99. Now, if you took that price that we showed you on the other website, 153, what was it? 153.99. Okay, we're going to take off in our price deal today nearly half that price. We're taking 48% off the price of that other website we've just shown you. You can have the button press today with the 3 different size adapters for $79.99 with enough to make 30 badges in the box. But then there are extras that you can buy if you want to, and it's on 3 split pays, even better. So what's that first split pay going to be? 80 divided by 3, I can't do that.
How many split pays are we having?
3. $26.66 to pay today. That's all you need paid, plus your P&P, unless you've already paid it. And then the next in 4 weeks, the next in 8 weeks.
And you're getting the extras.
10%'s gone.
Because this is a bigger one than the last one.
Yes.
So you're getting more. So that's very good. We love it.
John in Hampshire's got in touch. Good evening, both. Carla, you're absolutely correct. I have the first one. It only had the medium one.
John,
thank you,
you're
John.
a wonderful human. Thank you for letting me know. I thought my brain was doing a thing because sometimes I get a lot of things wrong in my head. Indeed, the fact that yesterday I was thinking a lot about whether Carol Vorderman had eaten cheese yesterday, and I couldn't get the thought out of my head. And so we don't trust me on anything. She might never have eaten cheese.
I don't know whether she... I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'd like to ask her to find out. But why that comes into your head, I don't know. I don't know. That's Carla for you. CK4614, already the stock... Leave our camera is going. CK4614, $79.99, but only give us that first split payment if you want to spread the cost interest-free. Fee-free, interest-free, $26.66 is all you pay today. What about that? To get badge making at home. Badge making for groups, organisations, your kids can get involved, of course, as well. Are you going to show us how it works?
I'll show you the basic fundamentals.
Right.
Let's just go in.
Quarter of the stock gone, everybody. Quarter of the stock gone.
Grab it. Right, super easy to use. And you get to do a trick like your Debbie McGee. For those of you who haven't seen this demonstrated before, you too can be Debbie McGee.
You're going to make me disappear?
Yeah, I'm also going to wear a leotard and some feathers.
Oh.
Not tonight, though, but one day. It's a dream of mine. It's not. Right, let's... Who's had a Pepsi Max Cherry? Debbie McGee, she might have done. Right, let's do this.
Random or what?
Let's... It's been a long time since I've been on telly. I've forgotten how to do it. Right, not this, but, you know, just telly in general. So you have die cutting platforms on here, and in here you've got to have your base and your top.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to be... Let me move all my kerfuffles. Hold on. One there, and then one here. Right, there's my machine.
Yeah.
So you can see it here. I've got a widgie look. Okay. that I can swivel around.
Right, yeah.
So I need to have my base plate on here, and that just sits. Then you've got a magnetic one for the top. Just get it seated. You've got little sort of holes in there that you can put it in, and it just sits nicely in there, okay? And all this is going to do is basically crush anything that's on here. So you're going to push those together like that. So in order to do your die cutting, which is super easy, we've got dies, which is exciting.
Makes sense. Yep.
So you get your die, and you place your cardstock on the platform, put your little die, and it's got, you can see through. Can I just borrow the overhead for a second, see if I can see where that is? Can you see here? I can choose what's inside. So I get to sort of work out whether that's in the right place, which is really nice. We're going to put that in, and then you're just going to crush this down, which is why I'm still on a platform and slightly higher than usual, because you need to just press down here. You'll hear it crack.
So it's not like a big die. It's got a concealed steel die.
Yes, it's that same sort of principle. Sometimes you rotate it if you just want to make sure it's gone through. So you can see here, there's a little bit where it hasn't quite hit. Now, the reason that would happen is, as you saw there, it's coming out too far from the machine. So if this crushes and your die is not on it, can you just see if I do this? And that metal's not going to hit your paper.
So you need to get it in
the
middle.
You've got to get it into your central spot. Now, if I was to do it with this one, that's fine. But once I start using the bigger die, and I'll show you all this today, I'm going to have trouble rotating it in and out of the machine. So we're fine with it this way for this one. Just make sure that your die is big enough. Your metal die is actually quite close to your central point. You can see it. Don't pull that back when you're at home. Don't do as I do. But you can just see if I pull this, there's a ridge. The metal is just inside there, so it's very close. So, you know, this should be fine here. Now, if you're going to put this in and you're worried about hitting it right in that middle point, and I'll be honest, doesn't usually matter with the middle one or the small one. The big one is where you're going to have to rotate.
Right.
So this one, you've got to make sure it's in that central point. Crush. You can hear it cracking. If you're worried, just gently rotate again and crush again.
Do it again, yeah.
Now, you're going to have to do that with the big one. The big one the surface area is too big. It will not cut through them all. Now, just let me release that bit. So, we've got our circle sitting here. I'm just going to take these off now because I don't need to die cut anymore. So, therefore, you're die cutting.
Okay.
But I do need to make this into a badge. Now, listen very carefully. Right, you've got a base. It says here, base, A and B.
Yeah.
You see the A, you see the B. You've always got to have your A's lined up and your B's lined up. So if I take this and I pop it onto here.
Is there an A and B on the base then?
Yeah, A and B on the base. I'm going to try and get that so it's off kilter. As I go around, it'll drop. Did you hear it?
Yes.
It drops in. That means I know I've got it where I want it to be. That's really important.
Right.
Then I've got my top piece, so I'm just going to put this in. The other one stayed at the top. I want this one to drop. Can you see? It's not at the top, it's dropping. And it's important that it does that. I need to make sure that that is on A. Now, it's not rotated to the right stage, so if I put it here, can you see where you are? There's B and there's A. Rotate A. Same at the bottom, you're going to make sure it's on A because we're starting off with A, okay? So for this piece, what I need to do is get a badge that is the right size. Look at me being organised here. I've got so many pieces. So if I come in here, so this is my medium. You're going to need a top and you're going to need a bottom. So you've got a flat one for your top and you've got one with a pin for the bottom. Can you see them? Okay, so this has got to go in here. So I'm going to seat my paper in.
So paper goes in first?
Yep.
Yep.
If my memory's right, why do I think that badge is too small for that one? Just bear with me, 1 second. That's not the big one. My brain's going fuzzy. Hold on. This is why, because I'm being a plonker. Let me put this one in here. There you go. Now that's better. So you put that in. You've got 2 lines here. Can you see them? If you've got 2 lines, if you've cut a certain pattern in the paper, I've got 2 clouds here. I'm going to want that to be straight. So I'm going to use those guidelines. If you're using something random, it really doesn't matter because there you go. You're just randomizing, so it doesn't really matter.
So you want it pattern side up, yeah?
Yeah, pattern side up. So because I've got the butterflies there, I'm going to go about halfway across my butterflies, and that is all good. I need to get that paper to attach itself to the metal below it. Now, you can put Mylar on if you want at this stage, but I'm just going to place that in here. We've got both of them on A. Remember, they have to be on A for this point.
So the Mylar is the clear dome?
Yeah, so you can put clear plastic on the top. Crush it, pull it up, That's
That's the Debbie McGee moment. It's
Look at that. You magicked it away. It's gone away. Now, the bottom part, we now need to rotate this to B and rotate this to B. It's really important that you change it, because if you don't, it won't work. And I've done that many times live on air. It is what it is. Now, your pin, you want that bit of the pin that you're going to wear to sit on the outside of the badge, not the inside of the badge.
Yep.
So you're going to put that pin down, okay? And you're just going to pop this into here, like so, and you're going to line it up. So where I've got that at the B's, because I want to line it, I'm just going to line it up to those lines that I had there. Remember? Okay? So it's lined. So is everything on B? Yep. Now you go in. Everything should be lined up. Crush again. Pull it out. Da, 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 da.
It's back by popular demand.
And it's now
There's your finished
a full
badge. Look at that.
It's so easy to make.
Now you're going to get 3 different size badges, 10 of each, plus the different adapters for the base, for the small, the medium and the large. That's a medium one, yeah?
That's the medium.
Right.
My head did a funny thing because my brain was not working.
So you've got enough to make 10 small, 10 medium and 10 large badges with the mylar in there as well.
Shall I do a small one while you're talking?
Okay, cool. And of course, if you want extras, they're on our website right now for you as well. Different shapes and different sizes, all available for you. But what an opportunity. When it's nearly £154 somewhere else, you can get it for under 80 and on interest-free, fee-free split pay. So it's only £26.66
That's
today
such a good
to get
price
badge
for
making.
this, to get a full badge maker. Now, you can use these obviously for school events, you can use them for birthday parties, you can use them for all of your card making needs, like literally all of your card making needs, because everybody loves a card on their a badge on their birthday card. Of course they do. It's been traditional for years, hasn't it? So you can use those obviously for littlies or for the grown-ups, doesn't matter which. And so the uses for this are exponential, aren't they? They're just really, really cute. And the fact that this is going to grow with your crafting needs, because they're always bringing out new things, well, that's excellent too.
And the fact you can put a personalised badge on a card, so it's a gift and a card all in one, you've got your own little production line going here. It could have your favourite verse. It could have a picture that you want to put onto a badge that you've taken with your mobile phone. It could be anything at all. Favourite papers, designer papers you've got that you want to turn into badges. Of course, people sometimes put badges on like their tote bags and things like that too.
Yeah, which looks super cute, right, of course, as well. And you can do funny tongue-in-cheek ones as well. It doesn't all have to be serious, does it? So, flat part of the badge on first.
Or name badges for people that work with you.
Is what?
Name badges for people that work with
Oh,
you.
I thought you said ornate badges for people who work with you. I was like, do I suddenly need to make you an ornate
Kids'
badge?
names for, like, you know, kind of play groups, that sort of thing, so the teacher knows what everyone's name is. There is that element of fun about it as well. It really is.
So exciting.
It disappears.
So where's your pin bit? That's there. Put your glasses on. And then we're just going to put this into the bottom there, okay? Change it to B. If you don't change it to B, ain't going to work. Pop it in. B and B, am I lined up? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I crushed the paper. Don't be a crusher like I did. If you crush too hard, too fast, you'll get that. Okay?
Okay.
Don't fan it. You need to, I didn't do it on purpose. They've been lovely in my ear, so you did that. I didn't, I just crushed it because, you know, I got excited. Don't do it too fast, too hard. So that's another element of it. Just, you know, push. It does need some kind of oomph behind it. Anyone who's got these at home, John, who's just saying there about his set, you'll know that you do have to put some pressure on this. But they've done it so, because not all of us have got that power, have we? So they've done it so that you can hold it with 2 hands.
And it's geared
so
well.
You can really push well. What I will say to you is I'm on an incredibly tall counter here, which makes it really difficult. So they've stood me on a platform, so I'm a little bit higher. Normally speaking, this would be on my desk, which is much lower, and you're above it. So actually, the expenditure that you're using is very low, but because I'm high up and I'm trying to push high up, it makes it that little bit more difficult. So my advice, definitely do it when you're, you know, it's much lower than you are. That's going to make it life easier for you.
If you wanted to, you could do it on the carpet, do it on the floor. It doesn't have to be on a table.
Yes.
I mean, it's easier to sit at a table and do it, obviously, but it's up to you.
I just stand. If you're working at a desk, stand
at a
when
desk.
you're doing
Yeah.
it. That's all I'd say is standing's going to make your life a lot easier because you're above it and you've got that weight. Now, one of the other things I'm going to show you in a second, I will try and get one of these small ones and try not to crush it for you. If this one doesn't work, then I'm doing something else because I'm getting very hot. Right, so once we've done this, I want to start showing you how to make puffy stickers with it, because we have got something brand new for you today, which is so exciting. And it's a brand new launch with from WeRMakers for the button press.
Okay.
So for this, you crush it till you hear the click. Can you hear it?
Yeah, heard it.
And then that'll come out and you'll have your circle, okay? So
Perfect.
it's die cut that. And that is just a joy. Now, I will show you again in a minute. I may not do the badge, but I'm going to show you how to cut the larger ones on the die, because it's not as straightforward as the other ones, so that you've got the knowledge when you get home. Let's see if I can get this to do it without crushing. Hold on. Can you hear it click when that drops? It's really important to get that drop. So that's my A, and I'm going to get my badges. Where have I put my little ones, Dave? They're just here. I was so organised, Dave. So I sat.
I'm very impressed. You are well organised.
I sat and separated everything out. You know that's not like me, Dave.
Oh, no, it's not like you.
They're proud of me. That's 2 good things I've done in 2 days. Right, and then I'm going to tell. If anyone was at Crafter'S at the weekend and they're watching now, please say hello.
Oh, did you have fun?
I was feral.
Yes, I had heard.
Did people talk about it?
On a cart?
Golf carts. Golf carts at midnight, ladies.
Oh dear. Gloria in Warwick, she says, hi Carla, enjoyed the lovely crafting weekend. Hope there'll be another one soon. Can't resist a gadget. Can't wait to get this. Gloria, nice one.
It's great. This is Gloria. You're going to love it. We did have the best time, Dave.
Anybody putting you on a golf course where there are golf carts are going to know that something bad's going to happen.
And a swimming pool.
Oh.
And then I woke up in the morning. I woke up and there was... Because I was joking about the golf carts, obviously, because I didn't want to get everybody arrested. But I did think having a mugshot for your journal would be quite good fun. But then it didn't happen. But then I came down my stairs in the morning, which was like a spiral staircase. Not good for the vertigo first thing in the morning. And I walked outside. Dave, there was about 50 golf carts. And so I was trying to send out a siren call to the girls, you know, come on, golf carts, golf carts. And the fire alarm went off in the hotel.
Oh, no. You didn't set it off, did you?
No, Dave.
I'm not so sure.
I would not. I wasn't even concentrating on what I was doing. I've crushed it again, Dave. I'm giving this one up as a bad job because I'm doing all the things and I want to show you the big die cutting before I get into a kerfuffle with this. Let me just show you the big one, and I'll come back to that one because it's getting on my nerves.
Okay.
Right.
So the new one today is the puffy sticker and the shaker shape inserts, yeah?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm showing you first.
Okay.
What I want to show you before we get into looking at the puffy stickers, because the puffy stickers are so cool. And it's not just puffy stickers, it's shaker stickers as well, which is epic. But let me just show you this first, because I do want to show you it before you get this home, because it'll frustrate you. When you've got your big die, this one, when I put it on here, if you look, it's ever so slightly bigger than the platform below it.
Right.
Now, the actual die is around about here. You can see where there's a change.
Well,
Can you
ridge.
see there's a ridge?
Yeah.
The actual die is about there. Now, the problem is when I take off the top bit, it's only just covering that, okay?
Right. Yeah.
So your dispersion of weight is not quite even, so you're going to need to rotate it.
Right.
So what we're going to do is just make sure that you've done that, because if you don't do it, it's going to get right on your nerves, okay?
So you won't get a full cut if you don't rotate it.
You don't, and there's ways and means around it. Some of the crafters move it to one side and just sort of crush a part of it first, then rotate it. You can do it that way. So this is one way of doing it, where you're just going to do a section by section. That's one way of doing it.
And it doesn't slip, it kind of grips into the
No,
paper.
it grips into the cardstock. The other way is to just put it in as you normally would and just keep rotating it. It's going to be up to you. It's not the quickest process. I'm going to be totally straight with you. As a crafter's crafter, I find it just easier to cut it either with a die or with a pair of scissors. Sorry, but I do. Because, you know, it sort of is frustrating. You don't really, the die part is just an extra bit. It's the badge maker that we're looking at.
Yeah.
It does cut it, don't get me wrong. It's just you're having to, you know, twist and turn. And for me, that can be annoying. However, if you do it enough, it does cut. Sometimes it'll just cut, oh, it has cut straight through. Sometimes it just cuts a portion of it. If it just cuts a portion of it, it's leaving an indent of the rest of it, and you can do the rest with a pair of scissors. No harm, no foul. It's just that frustration moment when you're first going into it. So just make sure you rotate it. That's going to allow you to just breathe a bit, because honestly, the vexation of it when we do it is just beyond. So just make sure you're rotating it. It does work. It's just too big. So let's go. That's the top. Is that my top? Oh, Dave, did you see that? My brain did a thing, Dave. Right.
So remember, this is actually coming with all 3 sizes of badge maker, the small, the medium and the large, whereas originally it only came with 1, we think. So that's...
the one we had last time did.
Yeah.
This is like the original one. The original one had all of the badges in, but since then I've only seen them do the medium size.
Okay. Well, now, the price comparison, us compared to somewhere else online, that's having exactly the same tool, exactly the same deal, but not at the same price. It's $153.99, and you're going to get the small, medium and large applicator and then 10 badge fronts and backs to make 10 in each side. So 30 badges included in there. But all you have to do is find the paper or find the picture you want to put into a badge. But look at our price, $79.99, and it's on split pay, 3-way split pay, so you only have to pay $26.66 today. That's your first split payment of 3. CK4614, CK4614.
It didn't. I know that when I first ever launched the badge maker in the UK, it did have all 3. But that was however many years ago, like maybe 3 years ago now. And I've never seen it with all 3 since. It's always had just the medium bat, and then we've sold the others separately. So this is a heck of a deal.
It is.
Because those dies on their own, how much is the square die? How much is the square set?
Square button insert, $24.99.
So
It's feature those at $24.99. You'd be paying £75 for those 3.
yeah, and then so you're getting the button press for free.
Yeah, if you want to think of it like that. So yeah, this is an amazing deal. And it's the relationship that we have with WeRMakers and Chastity and the team there that allows us to get a deal that basically it should be double what you're paying, as it showed you there on the internet, on the website. So that's what you're going to get inside it. 10 of the button backs and fronts, and the die to cut and to make your 3 different sizes. 10 small, 10 medium, 10 large. And of course, then you can buy extra button fronts and backs as well as extra items that are on the show today as well. They're all there if you want to have a little look at our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. But something that's new that we've got is the puffy sticker and shaker shape insert stars. Let's have a look at that. So what you're getting there, is that?
It makes the cutest things. Look at the little puffy sticker. Look at that. So it makes puffy stickers. Now there's 2 of these. There should be a shaker one and a puffy one.
Okay.
Have you got 2? Puffy sticker and shaker. No, it says both together, look. WeRMakers. Can you pass me the yellow thing on the front, please, Dave? The yellow box. That.
And these 2.
That. I don't know, do they come with it? Just the box.
Just the box, right.
Because there'll be like an upsell to it. Yeah, that's the whole jobby. So everything that you need is in there.
Okay, fantastic.
I've got all of that here then.
Okay. Now that is not your price today. It should be $24.99. You can get 5 of the actual plastic domes. You can actually create 5 puffy stickers and 5 shaker shapes. If you fancy that, not $24.99. You can get it for £14.99 today. That's VY4660. And we do have 2 different refill packs as well for you, which are here. I'll grab those as well so there's no confusion. There we go.
It's not the only ones you can get in the puffy range either. I don't know if we've got the other ones on there. They're so lovely because you can do shaker cut. They're tiny little shakers and they're so sweet. I'll show you them in a second.
So that's the shaker sticker refills. So that's coming in at $9.99. There's 15 in there. And today we're going to drop back to £6.99. Okay, so shaker sticker refills, DT4645. And then we've got the puffy sticker refills, which are these. So these aren't the shakers. These
Puffies
are
my
stickers.
favourite.
Right.
I love them. They're so cute and beautiful. They're great for any card. Lovely for little embellishments. These are just a joy to have.
Now this is going to make 30 of the puffies, and we'll do a deal on this price as well today. £6.99 for the puffies.
We like them apples.
That's C14604. C14604. Okay. We have got inserts and refills as well, which are down the bottom too, which we'll get to in a minute.
Always worth having. I've just cut a star. Dave, you've destroyed the set, Dave.
Oh, is it all fallen down? Sorry, Levi.
The staff. Sorry.
What have you just
Had you
done?
finished?
No, it's all right.
Do you want to carry on? I was playing.
Oh, okay. You're going to show us how to make the puffies?
Wow, Dave. Well, so you've got a star die, okay?
That's in the box.
Do you want to see it? Yep. So this is what you're getting. This is what you're getting. You get your little star die, okay? Okay. So this is coming in that box. Isn't it cute? It's like a little cookie dough. It's really, really sweet. So I'm just putting that onto my cardstock. Same process, guys. It's the same process for this point. So clicky click. They're doing clickety click. I did the bingo at Craftopia.
I can imagine you doing the bingo.
I was bingo caller.
Just to show you, that's what you get in the box, okay? So you do get the dies and everything you need to kind of cut out your card and your paper. That's in the box, okay?
Right.
So many of you like the idea of this at $14.99. I'm not surprised.
Are you ready for some fun? I love making puffy stickers. I've got a little sticker here. Can you see it? How close can you get into this? Probably pretty close. Which one? Which camera are we going? Hey! Right. Now, you see here.
Oh, it's got a peelable back.
Just wait. See here. Now, hold it there.
Yep.
Hold it there. Wait. Wait. I'm trying to hold it there. You hold it there. Follow me. Right. Are you ready? Have I moved it again?
That's your puffy bit. That's your bit of foam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you'll find a little tear just here. And I can remove all of that. Okay.
The edge, yeah.
Now can we go to normal overhead now that the close-ups are done so I can show you this bit. So I cut my star, right? So I've got my little star cut. So I'm just going to put this into its little casing just here. Into that bottom bit, okay? And I've got a top bit that's got two arms on either side here. So I've got that there. I'm just going to put my star that I cut with my die straight on the top. I'm going to put this into its house. You just got to make sure this is the right way around. Okay, like that.
Yep.
Let's bring in...
Oh, that's a good sound. It's a very satisfying sound, that, I think.
Let's just put that in there and say no more. And then crush. And then take it. Dave, are you ready for something just delicious?
Go on.
So then, I love these. You take them out. They're precious.
Look at that.
Look at this.
Your own puffy sticker or badge.
Little puffy star badge. You can see the little star outline. And then, the cutest thing is that you can just peel off. Hold on, Dave, because I've got no nails.
Perfect. Thanks. There you go. Now, how many can you make in there again? You've got 5 you can make to start off with, but there are refills available as well for making a lot more.
How beautiful are they?
I know, they're cool, aren't they?
Aren't they so cute? They're just the best things ever.
It's a puffy sticker.
And we've got a shaker one as well. Now, the shaker ones are super cute. Sorry. Oh, Dave, I held your hand then. The shaker ones are super cute because you can fill them with little bits of all sorts. Now, I stole some glitters off somebody last time I came in, and I still have them. So we're going to use them because I don't know who they belong to, so I can't really give them back because, you know, I don't know who owns them. So
see, Craig was right.
Is that, whose is that? Is that Hunky Dory? Is that Hunky Dory's?
Yes.
Shh. So, the shaker one, Craig was very rude.
Craig was saying that you borrow things sometimes with...
I don't borrow things, I take them.
Yes.
But
I was being polite.
I tell the people that I take it from. I don't see
Afterwards.
why it's an issue. Right, let's take this. And I'm just going to pop this in. Now, this has got the same sticky. You know where I was taking it, it was breaking, and you take it and you do this. Now, I'm using glitter, so worst idea in the world is to expose some sticky, right, and then put some glitter in it, because, you know, that's already a spell for disaster.
Yes.
I am going to do that because I'm on demo. I wouldn't advise it when you're at home. Put whatever you're putting in. I've put little dried flowers in these before, and they're super beautiful. But the only thing I've got on me, unfortunately, is some glitter. So I'm just going to take this.
And this, of course, could be a card embellishment as well as something you stick on yourself.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to pop this in. You don't need much. So that's probably ample. You don't need a lot. So I'm just going to can you put the lid on that? Because you know it's me,
Yep.
Dev. So I'll just pop that there.
I
Now,
do know it's you.
I've exposed mine. Now, the difference being this time is, if I put my pattern paper on here, where the sticky is, it's going to stick to the outside here. I'm not actually going to be exposing any of my pattern paper inside it. So what I'm going to do is turn it round, because the window and the sticky is then going to face my patterned paper. So I can do that, get my didgeridoo, pop it onto here, crush it, and then
You've made
I've
a shaker.
got a little puffy shaker card for my...
Oh, look at that.
And it's adhesive, so I can pop that onto any card. Is that not the best
That's
thing
the
you've
best.
ever
Yeah,
seen?
that's the
Will
best
you
thing.
pass me one of my big sheets there? My big, one of these?
One of these?
Yeah, that'll do. So it's just a case, literally, of exposing the back. And this could be, obviously, a greetings card.
Be a card.
It
Yep.
could be
on an envelope.
It could be anything, little tags for presents. They're just delightful. Really nice as well to fill in. You know when Littleys have parties and you have to do that party bag business? And you've got 68,000 pieces of plastic and 48 lollies in your house? Those, hold on, I can't do this, I've got no nails.
Do you want to go?
Can you do it?
I don't think mine are much better, but...
Dave, anyone's got better nails than I have. Tried and tested, I think. When we were at Crafter'S, because obviously I had an issue with my nails for 2 years, and everyone kept saying, "Look, it's you, it's the finger lady." I was called the finger lady many times. Yeah, I had a problem with my finger. All my fingernails dropped off.
Well, you had to wear protective...
I did have to wear finger protection for 2 years, black finger protection on all 10 fingers.
I'm just proving that my nails are no better than yours, Carla.
I lost all my fingernails.
Imagine it's sticky. I can't get it back off.
Dave, you're as hopeless as me. Hold, if I put my glasses on, I might be able to see what I was doing.
Need a pokey tool. Believe me, the back comes off, it's
I've
sticky.
just done it on his badge, so you've seen it. But the badge, yeah, it does. I'm getting my mad up now, and it's making me hot under my armpits. So...
So
they love it when I'm on air.
The $14.99 is going to give you the adapter to make the puffy stickers, to make the puffy sticker and shaker shapes, and you get 5 of the shaker shapes and 5 of the puffy stickers as well in there, but you can buy extras. Levi's got longer nails than both.
Levi's going to try.
Cheers, mate.
He's a better man than I am. It was getting right on my nerves, was that.
But they're just really good embellishments and decorative features, whether you're wearing them, putting them on cards, putting them on scrapbook pages or whatever, or journals.
Yeah.
Any luck, Levi?
They're just an incredible thing. Now, which other ones have you got? Have you got the squares? Shall we have a look at the squares?
Okay, so I've got the inserts, and I've also got the button pieces. Now, that is your price for the square. So this is basically going to be making these. So this is going to give you, you obviously got the small, medium and large in the rounds, but now if you've got the button press or you'd like to get this as an extra shape for your button press, that's what it could make. They look like lozenges, don't they? But they make square, rounded square
Aren't they
buttons.
gorgeous though? I think what I love about the button press so much, what's become so important to me with the button press is when I first came to wear with this, all you had was the 3 circles in the 3 different sizes.
Yeah.
And slowly but surely it's built into so many other things. And I love watching that progression as it goes through its kind of metamorphosis through the stages as being a really wonderful thing. Because if you already own the tool and you just need to buy the extras as you go along, it becomes a really, really economical way of crafting because you're constantly doing something different with a tool that does everything that you need it to do. And I love that about it.
Okay, so you've got the top and the bottom, the A and the B, and you've also got the die cut as well, the die. And you've also got, I think it's 1, 2, 3,
5?
5 to get you started. Yeah, 5 of the backs and 5 of the fronts. So that is what you're going to get for £24.99 if you want to make square badges going forward.
They're like a square oval. If you were getting your nails done, ladies, that's what you would tell the ladies at the nail salon. I want to squoval. It's that sort of shape. So if I remove my die cutting platforms and bring in my actual platforms, it's simple enough because it does say top and bottom. So I have got all my instructions there. But with the top, you see how there's a magnet here and you see how that rises and falls? That's what we're looking for with the top. That magnet needs to sit and the rest needs to fall down. That's what we're trying to do. If it gets stuck, and now I've had one before where I couldn't get it to drop, okay? So make sure it's doing that drop. If it sits like that, unless it's the die cutting plate, the white one should sit like that. Any others need to drop. You've got to have that pressure point there. Okay, that's really, really important. And this one, if I can get this to go into the wrong place first, and as I rotate it, it'll clunk.
There you go.
Okay, so I know it's in the right place. That's how I know what I'm doing.
Okay, now if you wanted to go for extras of the button pieces, there's enough to make 10 badges. You've got like 30 elements.
I love these.
So you've got actually basically 10 of the backs, 10 of the metal fronts, and 10 of the mylar plastic protection. And that's going to make a 10 pack, and that's $24.99. That's FW4623. FW4623 if you want that today. Well, that's not the right price, is it?
Have we got the wrong thing?
It's the wrong price. Okay, what we're doing is matching where we went with this before. So it's not $24.99 to make the 10 badges. FW4623.
I'm not taking the blame for that.
£8.99. That's right though. £8.99, that would be right for 10 badges. Yeah, £8.99 if you want to make that the purchase to go with the actual square button maker. FW4623, £8.99 for all of those.
I took this out, so this one isn't going to work. I just wanted to explain that before it comes out. Oh, well, it sort of worked. Because, yeah, I took it out. Oh, well, it has worked. Does it matter how thick your paper is? It's saying to me, yes. You wouldn't want to be using a thick cardstock in there because it's obviously not going to bend around the back of your badge, and you need it to bend around the back of the badge to make it.
Best GSM be?
So I would say the one I'm using here, which is beautiful actually for it. I cannot see a GSM on that. Hold on. 180 GSM.
Okay.
I wouldn't be going much higher than 180 GSM because all I'll say to you is that the thinner the paper or the least GSM the paper, the better the fold it's going to be.
Okay.
But you wouldn't really want it to be on printer paper. I would probably say 120 is going to be your sweet spot. What I did do ages ago, which was an absolute boon, is work out the size of each badge. And then I went into, I think I used Illustrator, but you can use GIMP or any of the others as well. And I went in and I designed loads of badges at different size that are already pre-circle. Can I do it that way? Is that easier? So they're already done. Okay. So all I need to do is die cut those with the machine, and I've got them all different sizes. Look at these, aren't they beautiful?
What about though if I've got a picture I've taken on my phone and I want to print it off and put it into a badge? Would photographic paper be okay, or would that be too thick?
No, I would imagine that's fine.
That'd be all right.
The only thing I'd say about photographic paper, and here's my brain doing the thing because I've never actually tried it. I think you're going to come into problems because I think it'll scratch it.
Oh, will it?
Photo paper's got a coating on it that can be scratched.
Okay.
I mean, try it, right?
Dan, you've got this at home, Dan. Similar, okay.
And you use it with photo paper and it works fine. Okay, well, take the risk is what I'd say.
Okay.
But all I know is that photo paper you can scratch it, right? And if that happens, don't put a real photo in there. Do a copy. Do a copy. Because what you don't want to be doing is ruining really good things. But if you look at these, if you make, the ones that are sort of something that you're gonna look at these, aren't they so cute? They're so lovely. So all I did with this was literally just go in, find the size of the badge, and then go from there. This one, I believe, is it a 2? I think 2 3/4 on that one by 2 3/4. So you just create the square and you just pop an image on the center of it, print them all out, and then they're ready to go. So that's a really nice way of doing things as well.
Okay, so we've also got the hearts in the show today as well. We've shown you the square, the rounded corner square. Now look at the hearts. I can't reach them from here, but
I've got it here.
You got it. Okay, so this is again going to be the die that will give you the ability to make the badge, but also the die to cut the card or the paper or the photograph, whatever it is you want to put in there. And there's enough in here to make, how many is it? Is it 5?
You'll get 5 in each.
5 with the main dies. Yeah, so you get the main dies, the actual making die to make the circle, and you've got enough to make 5 badges. There's 18 pieces, but obviously they count the back, the mylar, and the front and the metal as a 3-piece. So yeah,
so that's your 15, and then you've got the 3 dies as such as well.
There's 18 pieces in the box. So that is $24.99. So that's giving you the dies and everything you need to make the badges, with 5 potential badges you can make from that. And then we've got next to that, I believe, have we got any of the refills? Okay, so we've got the refills for you.
Is this the love heart one or the oval?
They're the ovals. All right, the love hearts, we've got the love hearts if you want those. That's going to make 9 pins. There's 27 elements. We're going to take that down to $8.99 as well. Okay?
That's a good price.
That's a really good price. That's JO4628. We haven't got them in the studio, but they are available on the show if you want to make more of your love heart badges. Okay. Now we have got the oval in there. So if you want to make oval badges, we've got the oval dies again. So the actual discs that fit onto the machine. And of course the dies cut your shape of cardstock or paper to the right size. And then you've got enough to make 10 badges if you go for the extras. So the details on the screen now are for the box that's on the left. So that's going to give you enough to make 5 of the actual oval badges, the metal, the back and the mylar on the front, plus of course the actual tools to make the actual badge and to do your die cutting for you. So that's going to come down to $24.99, same as the hearts that we showed you a few minutes ago. So
isn't it such a great system? Don't you think?
It's a brilliant system.
I just think I've always loved it ever since it came out because it kind of thinks everything through for you. What I will say again, as you know, they all love it when I come on because the Honest Crafter. Oh, my phone's talking to me. The Honest Crafter. Nobody likes an Honest Crafter. Is because it's not always going to be perfect, and you'll learn this as you go. And I think with any badge machine, it's the same thing. There's a process of learning, and it's always about getting your pressure right. So understand that you're going to have a couple, and that's why getting the extra ones are really useful because you're going to waste a couple. And if you go into it knowing that, that's way less frustrating than going into it thinking every time it's going to be perfect. You won't get a badge machine like one of these that will make it perfect every time because there's so many factors involved in it. Okay. But the majority of the time, like literally the majority of the time, they're perfect. Find your rhythm, find your pushing point, and make sure it's lower than you are.
Your machine, don't you?
Because you are. If mine's too high, you need it lower. Lower it down. Okay.
Now, if you want the oval badge making, the accessories, obviously we just showed you the tools for $24.99. Now it's going to be $10.99, and that will make 10 pins. Okay, so that's got the mylar. It's also got the metal insert, and it's also of course got the pin on the back. We're dropping that to $8.99 as well. So if you want the oval version, that's LY4608. If that's your favourite shape you want to stock up, we'll take them down.
The ovals are lovely as well. All these new shapes that they've done, because it's something a little bit different to a circle. How often do you find a love heart pin? Like they just don't really exist. So to have that is a really nice piece, a really nice thing to have. I love them. I love the puffies. I'm just trying to get my A's and my B's.
Okay. Now one last thing. We've got the insert puffy heart shaker, the insert circles.
That's not that one. For your puffy, it's at the other side. It's right at the other side. And that's the one. That's the jobby.
There you go. So there you go if you want those. So that's going to make the kind of scalloped edge, isn't it, really? Looks like a sweet. So, yeah, if you fancy that one, there's 14 elements in there, but you've got enough to make 5 of the badges. Then again, you've got, of course, the die, and you've got the attachments that will
I've got that here if you want to see it in action as well, because I'm all organised. Doesn't happen very often. Today it did.
So you can make really badges in any shape that we've had on the show today. We've had oval, we've had love hearts, we've had rounded squares, we had stars as well, the puffy badges too. So there's all sorts of elements you can buy to work alongside your machine. But the news about the machine today is incredible because you're actually going to get 3 different size tools. Not one, you're going to get the small, you're going to get the medium, and you're going to get the large. Now you've seen that all of the tools are on average $24.99 for a set. So you've got enough to make 10, 20, 30 badges, the small, the medium, and the large press, and the dies as well to cut out the shapes at the right size.
That's such good value.
It's amazing. For $79.99.
And then it's on 3 split plays as well. That's honestly genuine. That should be over 150 quid.
Yeah.
I think the last one should have been over 150 quid or around that price, and it only had the one in it. That's insane.
Well, basically, if you were paying $24.99 for the small, the medium, and the large tools, that would be £75. So it's like you're getting the badge maker for nothing, and it's on 3 split pays as well. So it's $26.66. You get enough to make 30 badges in the box, and then you can come back maybe for a few of the extras as well if you want to. CK4614. But look at that.
Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
Really, I love the heart ones. There's something about them because you don't see that shape very often.
And you can have it with a matte finish. If you don't want to have the plastic shiny coating, the mylar over the top, you don't have to. It could be fabric, like you said before.
Could be fabric. Do yourselves a favour. Go onto Etsy tonight and just type in personalised badges and see how much people are charging for personalised badges because it's quite a whack. And, you know, we always say about you guys selling things on. I'm a massive advocate of that because we spend a lot of money on craft tools, and it's a really great way of getting some of that revenue back. And the way we do that obviously is then to sell it. I'm not saying everybody wants to sell. I understand that it's, you know, only a few of us that wants to. But just imagine that you go onto Etsy tomorrow, you set up a little shop, your badge maker comes and you make up 100 badges in a day, which wouldn't take you very long. And you can personalize them or do whatever, just make really beautiful ones, sell them in bags of 5, have 5 different shapes. And you're taking in, say, I don't know, 10, 15 quid for those 5 badges. Go and have a look on Etsy and see how much they're coming out for. Suddenly you're making your money back, right? Because you could have paid off the first 2 installments before the second one is due.
True.
Because you've made your money back. And tools should work for us. That's the point of having them, right?
But also think about name badges. If you've looked into how much they can cost for members of groups, organisations, social clubs, maybe members of staff, all that sort of thing, where you've been getting quotes for a fortune to have personalised name badges. You can do it yourself with something like this. Obviously print the names out onto paper, use the die that are in with the boxes of all of these and cut them out to the right shape, and you've then made a personalised badge for a colleague or a member of staff or a best friend or whatever. So it's not just for the fluffy, funny things like, you know, putting glitter in shaker elements. You can do that if you want to, but it's for, you know, serious business as well.
Well, I think any tool, if you've got any tool that can do a number of things rather than it just being boxed in, you know, I love that term. I hate being boxed in. There's nothing that frustrates me more than buying something and it's the only thing I can do with it. I want freedom. I want to put my feelers out there. So something like this I love because I never have to make the same thing twice if I don't want to. And I'm okay with that. That's what I want. I want to do the different things. And then they keep bringing me new stuff. Because the last time I demonstrated, the star didn't exist. Next time I come to wear with this, probably there'll be something else. That's a joy.
And you can personalise and add to your collection of cutting tools and making tools what shapes are right for you, whether it's for your kids, whether it's for you, whether it's for adding things onto cards, badges that people can wear on certain birthdays, milestone birthdays. But being able, as a card maker, say you are a card maker and you're able to tell your colleagues at work, well, actually, do you want them to have a name or an age badge on their card that I'm making? That's a really cool thing that, you know, normally only businesses can do that. And they're not personalised.
It's so nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I think I'm cutting the wrong size on that, just so you know. You didn't see the right size. I'm having a right day today. Do you know why? I had an energy drink before I came on air, Dave.
That's always a bad move.
You know I'm not allowed energy drinks, Dave.
That's always a bad move. You won't be driving home then, you'll be flying.
Flying home.
Yep.
Flying home. I was about to say flying home back to Yorkshire. I will not, Dave. I'm not living there at the minute. It'd be the wrong house.
But you know what? To get this deal today, to get the button press, for basically what you should be paying for the 3 dies that you're getting in the box, small, medium and large buttons, you're not paying a penny for the button press when you work out. They're normally $24.99 each size. So it's a deal and a half. It really, really is. You've got enough to make 30 badges from the outset with the box that you're getting today. And then you can come back and buy all the different designs and different shapes of badge that you want to in the future. And, you know, we are Makers and American Crafts, which is basically WeRMakers is part of American Crafts. They are the best, but they are also on our website with a brand page. The relationship we've got with WeRMakers and American Crafts is unlike any other relationship I've seen in the crafting world in all the years I've been doing it. So to get this price is because of our relationship we've got with them and they've got with us. You've got it for under £80 today, and if that weren't enough, we've got it on 3 interest-free split pays as well. So that's £26.66 to pay today. You saw the other website; they're selling it for £153, £153.99. That's more like it. That's what it should be. £26.66. It's on its way. Simple as that. No fee, no interest. Now, the puffy stickers. You want to look at these? This one. Okay. Lots of interest in this.
There are 2 shapes though. Can I show you this so that you can get a gauge of it, Dave?
Yep.
That's both of the puffies.
Okay, so that's the one that
Can
you're
you
getting...
see the other one?
Yeah.
This is the other one that Dave said it looks like a
like
a rosette.
Yeah.
So that's the other one that's at the end of the counter.
Okay, this one is only in this box, okay? You don't get that in this box, you get this one. So basically it shows you what you've got. You've got the die to cut out the shape, you've got the press to actually make the badge, and then you've got 5 of the shakers and 5 of the puffies to get you started. And if you want the extra puffies, you can. Now, if you want to buy a few, you can do. £14.99. VY4660 is the product code. Maybe you are buying this for other friends who've got button presses as well. It's entirely up to you. But the other shape that we've got, that Carla's just given me, that was the one on the end of the counter just down there.
Yeah, so that's just a different shape of the puffies. I don't know if I've got, let's see if I've got one. Look at how pretty. Okay. Mine's slightly come apart there. I think it's stuck to another one. Look at them. They're so beautiful, these. They're so, oh, look, it's got a hair on that. That's not even mine. Ew. I'm not blonde.
Now, what you've got here is enough to make 5 of the kind of rosettes, okay? You get 5 to make 5 badges in there, isn't it?
I think you always get 5 in each one.
5 in each one.
Taster. It's a starter to
so
get
5 shakers
going.
and 5 puffies.
But you're always better off, especially when we've got them, because I think you guys are getting the gist that on the whole, not always, but on the whole, 99% of the time we have it cheaper here than anywhere else. Yeah. You'll find probably, if you're in the United States, that in order, because we obviously ship AC, so if you've bought this here, and you're only paying $12.95 or $12.95, which I think it is, shipping and handling all day, it's going to be cheaper for you to buy this in the UK and have it shipped back to you in America than it is for you to buy it in the States.
Are doing that. I've seen Lisa in New York check out with a few things this hour as well. So yeah, if you're in America, yes, you can order from us. We ship directly from our warehouse here, just outside Birmingham, direct to you. And as Carla quite rightly said, the shipping and handling is capped at $12.95, $12.95, no matter how many things you buy from your midnight to midnight the next day, okay? If you're in the UK, it's capped at just £3.95 P&P. So if you want to buy the button press or the badge maker, as we call it in the UK.
I love it.
We do. You can make 30 badges with what you're getting in the box with the actual maker. So you get 10 of the smaller badges with the actual units you need to make them, 10 of the medium and 10 of the large, but refills you find on the website. The other shapes that we've got for you, the rounded squares and the puffy ones, they're all on the website for you as well, but they'll all be made in this machine.
Absolutely, which is amazing. And remember, you get the better deal today as well, because you're getting all 3 instead of just the mediums as well at that ridiculously low price on the split pays. This is the day to do it, guys. It's the day to do it.
Believe me, this weighs a lot because they are...
That's more than $3.95, let's put it that way.
Yeah. There's not going to be any left the way we're going at the moment. So lots of you choose to watch these shows a bit later in the evening or maybe first thing in the morning on repeat.
Good luck, guys. I hope you get one.
I hope you get one, absolutely. So you get those 3 different sizes, small, medium, large, and the button maker itself, all for that price of $79.99 when it is $153 online elsewhere. Cheers, Carla, my love.
I love you, Dave Bradford. I'll see you soon.
Love you too. Good to see you. I will see you back here tomorrow for the late shift at 5 o'clock. Not that that's really late, but I will see you tomorrow at 5. Enjoy the rest of your evening. See you.